Chapter 1 of Russian Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. Chapter 1, Part 1. Introductory. There are but few among those inhabitants of fairyland of whom popular tales tell, who are better known to the outer world than Cinderella, the despised and flouted younger sister, who long sits unnoticed beside the hearth, then furtively visits the glittering halls of the great and gay, and at last is transferred from her obscure nook to the place of honor justly due to her tardily acknowledged merits. Somewhat like the fortunes of Cinderella have been those of the popular tale itself. Long did it dwell beside the hearths of the common people, utterly ignored by their superiors in social rank. Then came a period during which the cultured world recognized its existence, but accorded it to no higher rank than it allotted to nursery stories and old wives' tales, except indeed on those rare occasions when the charity of a condescending scholar had invested it with such a garb as was supposed to enable it to make a respectable appearance in polite society. At length there arrived the season of its final change, when, transferred from the dusk of the peasant's hut into the full light of the outer day, and freed from the unbecoming garments by which it had been disfigured, it was recognized as a scion of a family so truly royal that some of its members deduced their origin from the olden gods themselves. In our days the folk tale, instead of being left to the careless guardianship of youth and ignorance, is sedulously tended and held in high honor by the ripest of scholars. Their views with regard to its origin may differ widely, but whether it be considered in one of its phases as a distorted nature myth, or in another as a demoralized apologue or parable, whether it be regarded at one time as a relic of primeval wisdom, or at another as a blurred transcript of a page of medieval history, its critics agree in declaring it to be no mere creation of the popular fancy, no chance expression of the uncultured thought of the rude tiller of this or that soil. Rather, it is believed of most folk tales that they, in their original forms, were framed centuries upon centuries ago, while of some of them it is supposed that they may be traced back through successive ages to those myths in which, during a prehistoric period, the oldest of philosophers expressed their ideas relative to the material or the spiritual world. But it is not every popular tale which can boast of so noble a lineage, and one of the great difficulties which beset the mythologist who attempts to discover the original meaning of folk tales in general is to decide which of them are really antique and worthy, therefore, of being submitted to critical analysis. Nor is it less difficult, when dealing with the stories of any one country in particular, to settle which may be looked upon as its own property, and which ought to be considered as borrowed and adapted. Everyone knows that the existence of the greater part of the stories current among the various European peoples is accounted for on two different hypotheses. The one supposing that most of them were common in germ at least to the Aryan tribes before their migration, and that, therefore, these traditions are as much a portion of the common inheritance of our ancestors as their language unquestionably is. The other, regarding at least a great part of them as foreign importations, Oriental fancies which were originally introduced into Europe through a series of translations by the pilgrims and merchants who were always linking the East and the West together, or by the emissaries of some of the heretical sects, or in the train of such warlike transferers as the Crusaders, or the Arabs who ruled in Spain, or the Tartars who so long held the Russia of old times in their grasp. According to the former supposition, these very stories, these Märchen, which nurses still tell, with almost the same words, in the Thuringian forest and in the Norwegian villages, and to which crowds of children listen under the pipal trees of India, belong to the common heirloom of the Indo-European race. According to the latter, the majority of European popular tales are merely naturalized aliens in Europe, being as little the inheritance of its present inhabitants as were the stories and fables which, by a circuitous route, were transmitted from India to Boccaccio or La Fontaine. On the questions to which these two conflicting hypotheses give rise we will not now dwell. For the present we will deal with the Russian folk tale as we find it, attempting to become acquainted with its principal characteristics, to see in what respects it chiefly differs from the stories of the same class which are current among ourselves, or in those foreign lands with which we are more familiar than we are with Russia, rather than to explore its birthplace or divine its original meaning. We often hear it said that from the songs and stories of a country we may learn much about the inner life of its people, inasmuch as popular utterances of this kind always bear the stamp of the national character, offer a reflex of the national mind. So far as folk songs are concerned, this statement appears to be well founded, but it can be applied to the folk tales of Europe only within very narrow limits. Each country possesses certain stories which have special reference to its own manners and customs, and by collecting such tales as these, something approximating to a picture of its national life may be laboriously pieced together. But the stories of this class are often nothing more than comparatively modern adaptations of old and foreign themes, nor are they sufficiently numerous, so far as we can judge from existing collections, to render by any means complete the national portrait for which they are expected to supply the materials. In order to fill up the gaps they leave, it is necessary to bring together a number of fragments taken from stories which evidently refer to another clime, fragments which may be looked upon as excrescences or developments due to the novel influences to which the foreign slip or seedling, or even full-grown plant has been subjected since its transportation. The great bulk of the Russian folk tales, and indeed of those of all the Indo-European nations, is devoted to the adventures of such fairy princes and princesses, such snakes and giants and demons, as are quite out of keeping with ordinary men and women, at all events with the inhabitants of modern Europe, since the termination of those internecine struggles between aboriginals and invaders, which some commenters see typified in the combats between the heroes of our popular tales and the whole race of giants, trolls, ogres, snakes, dragons, and other monsters. The air we breathe in them is that of fairyland. The conditions of existence, the relations between the human race and the spiritual world, on the one hand, the material world on the other, are totally inconsistent with those to which we are now restricted. There is boundless freedom of intercourse between mortals and immortals, between mankind and the brute creation, and although there are certain conventional rules which must always be observed, they are not those which are enforced by any people known to anthropologists. The stories which are common to all Europe differ, no doubt, in different countries, but their variations, so far as their matter is concerned, seem to be due less to the moral character than to the geographical distribution of their readers. The manner in which these tales are told, however, may often be taken as a test of the intellectual capacity of their tellers, for in style the folk tale changes greatly as it travels. A story which we find narrated in one country with terseness and precision may be rendered almost unintelligible in another by vagueness or verbiage. By one race it may be elevated into poetic life, and by another may be degraded into the most prosaic dullness. Now, so far as style is concerned, the skazkas, or Russian folk tales, may justly be said to be characteristic of the Russian people. There are numerous points on which the lower classes of all the Aryan peoples in Europe closely resemble each other, but the Russian peasant has, in common with all his Slavonic brethren, a genuine talent for narrative which distinguishes him from some of his more distant cousins, and the stories which are current among the Russian peasantry are for the most part exceedingly well narrated. Their language is simple and pleasantly quaint. Their humor is natural and unobtrusive, and their descriptions, whether of persons or of events, are often excellent. A taste for acting is widely spread in Russia, and the Russian folk tales are full of dramatic positions which offer a wide scope for a display of their reciters' mimetic talents. Every here and there, indeed, a tag of genuine comedy has evidently been attached by the storyteller to a narrative which in its original form was probably devoid of the comic element. And thus from the Russian tales may be derived some idea of the mental characteristics of the Russian peasantry, one which is very incomplete, but within its narrow limits sufficiently accurate. And a similar statement may be made with respect to the pictures of Russian peasant life contained in these tales. So far as they go, they are true to nature, and the notion which they convey to a stranger of the manners and customs of Russian villagers is not likely to prove erroneous, but they do not go very far. On some of the questions which are likely to be of the greatest interest to a foreigner they never touch. There is very little information to be gleaned from them, for example, with regard to the religious views of the people, none with respect to the relations which, during the times of serfdom, existed between the lord and the thrall, but from the casual references to actual scenes and ordinary occupations which every here and there occur in the descriptions of fairyland and the narratives of heroic adventure, from the realistic vignettes which are sometimes inserted between the idealized portraits of invincible princes and irresistible princesses, some idea may be obtained of the usual aspect of a Russian village and of the ordinary behavior of its inhabitants. Turning from one to another of these accidental illustrations, we by degrees create a mental picture which is not without its peculiar charm. We see the wide sweep of the level cornland, the gloom of the interminable forest, the gleam of the slowly winding river. We pass along the single street of the village and glance at its wooden barn-like huts, so different from the ideal English cottage with its windows deep set in ivy and its porch smiling with roses. We see the land around a slough of despond in the spring, an unbroken sea of green in the early summer, a blaze of gold at harvest time, in the winter one vast sheet of all but untrodden snow. On Sundays and holidays we accompany the villagers to their white-walled, green-domed church, and afterwards listen to the songs which the girls sing in the summer choral dances, or take part in the merriment of the social gatherings which enliven the long nights of winter. Sometimes the quaint lyric drama of a peasant wedding is performed before our eyes. Sometimes we follow a funeral party to one of those dismal and desolate nooks in which the Russian villagers deposit their dead. On working days we see the peasants driving afield in the early morn with their long lines of carts, to till the soil, or ply the scythe, or sickle, or axe, till the day is done and their rude carts come creaking back. We hear the songs and laughter of the girls beside the stream or pool which ripples pleasantly against its banks in the summer time, but in the winter shows no sign of life, except at the spot much frequented by the wives and daughters of the village, where an ice hole has been cut in its massive pall. And at night we see the homely dwellings of the villagers assume a picturesque aspect, to which they are strangers by the tell-tale light of day, their rough lines softened by the mellow splendor of a summer moon, or their unshapely forms looming forth mysteriously against the starlit snow of winter. Above all, we become familiar with those cottage interiors to which the stories contain so many references. Sometimes we see the better class of homestead, surrounded by its fence through which we pass between the oft-mentioned gates, after a glance at the barns and cattle sheds, and at the garden which supplies the family with fruits and vegetables. On flowers, alas, but little store is set in the northern provinces. We cross the threshold, a spot hallowed by many traditions, and pass through what in more pretentious houses may be called the vestibule, into the living room. We become well acquainted with its arrangements, with the cellar beneath its wooden floor, with the corner of honor in which are placed the holy pictures, and with a stove which occupies so large a share of space, within which daily beats, as it were, the heart of the house, above which is nightly taken the repose of the family. Sometimes we visit the hut of a poverty-stricken peasant, more like a shed for cattle than a human habitation, with a mud floor and a tattered roof, through which the smoke makes its devious way. In these poorer dwellings we witness much suffering, but we learn to respect the patience and resignation with which it is generally borne, and in the greater part of the humble homes we visit we become aware of the existence of many domestic virtues. We see numerous tokens of family affection, of filial reverence, of parental love, and when, as we pass along the village street at night, we see gleaming through the utter darkness the faint rays which tell us that even in many a poverty-stricken home a lamp is burning before the holy pictures, we feel that these poor tillers of the soil, ignorant and uncouth though they often are, may be raised at times by lofty thoughts and noble aspirations far above the low level of the dull and hard lives which they are forced to lead. From among the stories which contain the most graphic descriptions of Russian village life, or which may be regarded as specially illustrative of Russian sentiment and humor, those which the present chapter contain have been selected. Any information they may convey will necessarily be of a most fragmentary nature, but for all that it may be capable of producing a correct impression. A painter's rough notes and jottings are often more true to nature than the most finished picture into which they may be developed. The word skazka, or folk tale, does not very often occur in the popular Russian tales themselves. Still, there are occasions on which it appears. The allusions to it are for the most part indirect, as when a princess is said to be more beautiful than anybody ever was except in a skazka. But sometimes it obtains direct notice. In a story, for example, of a boy who had been carried off by a Baba Yaga, a species of witch, we are told that when his sister came to rescue, she found him sitting in an armchair while the cat Jeremiah told him skazkas and sang him songs. In another story, a durak, a ninny or gok, is sent to take care of the children of a village during the absence of their parents. "Go and get all the children together in one of the cottages and tell them skazkas," are his instructions. He collects the children, but as they are all ever so dirty, he puts them into boiling water by way of cleansing them, and so washes them to death. There is a good deal of social life in the Russian villages during the long winter evenings, and at some of the gatherings which then take place skazkas are told, though at those in which only the young people participate, songs, games, and dances are more popular. The following skazka has been selected on account of the descriptions of a vechernitsa, or village soirée, and of a rustic courtship which its opening scene contains. The rest of the story is not remarkable for its fidelity to modern life, but it will serve as a good illustration of the class to which it belongs, that of stories about evil spirits, traceable for the most part to Eastern sources. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 1 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 2. The Fiend. In a certain country there lived an old couple who had a daughter called Maryusha. In their village it was customary to celebrate the feast of St. Andrew the First Called, November 30th. The girls used to assemble in some cottage, bake pampushki, and enjoy themselves for a whole week or even longer. Well, the girls met together once this festival arrived, and brewed and baked what was wanted. In the evening came the lads with the music, bringing liquor with them, and dancing and revelry commenced. All the girls danced well, but Maryusha was the best of all. After a while there came into the cottage such a fine fellow Mary come up, regular blood and milk, and smartly and richly dressed. "Hail, fair maidens!" says he. "Hail, good youth!" say they. "Your merrymaking! Be so good as to join us." Thereupon he pulled out of his pocket a purse full of gold, ordered liquor, nuts, and gingerbread. All was ready in a trice, and he began treating the lads and lasses, giving each a share. Then he took to dancing. Why, it was a treat to look at him. Marusia struck his fancy more than anyone else, so he stuck close to her. The time came for going home. "Marusia," says he, "come and see me off." She went to see him off. "Marusia, my sweetheart," says he, "would you like me to marry you?" "If you like to marry me, I would gladly marry you. But where do you come from?" "From such and such a place. I'm a clerk at a merchant's." Then they bade each other farewell and separated. When Marusia got home, her mother asked her, "Well, daughter, have you enjoyed yourself?" "Yes, mother, but I've something pleasant to tell you besides. There was a lad from the neighborhood, good looking, with lots of money, and he promised to marry me." "Harkye, Marusia, when you go to where the girls are tomorrow, take a ball of thread with you, make a noose in it, and when you are going to see him off, throw it over one of his buttons, and quietly unroll the ball. Then, by means of the thread, you will be able to find out where he lives." Next day Marusia went to the gathering, and took a ball of thread with her. The youth came again. "Good evening, Marusia," said he. "Good evening," said she. Games began, and dances. Even more than before did he stick to Marusia. Not a step would he budge from her. The time came for going home. "Come and see me off, Marusia," says the stranger. She went out into the street, and while she was taking leave of him, she quietly dropped the noose over one of his buttons. He went his way, but she remained where she was, unrolling the ball. When she had unrolled the whole of it, she ran after the thread to find out where her betrothed lived. At first the thread followed the road, then it stretched across hedges and ditches, and led Marusia towards the church, and right up to the porch. Marusia tried the door. It was locked. She went round the window, and climbed up to see what was going on inside. Having got into the church, she looked and saw her betrothed standing beside a grave and devouring a dead body, for a corpse had been left for that night in the church. She wanted to get down the ladder quietly, but her fright prevented her from taking proper heed, and she made a little noise. And then she ran home, almost beside herself, fancying all the time she was being pursued. She was all but dead before she got in. Next morning her mother asked her, "Well, Marusia, did you see the youth?" "I saw him, mother," she replied, but what else she had seen she did not tell. In the morning Marusia was sitting, considering whether she would go to the gathering or not. "Go," said her mother, "amuse yourself while you're young." So she went to the gathering. The Fiend was there already. Games, fun, dancing began anew. The girls knew nothing of what had happened. When they began to separate and go homewards, "Come, Marusia," says the evil one, "see me off." She was afraid and didn't stir. Then all the other girls opened out upon her. "What are you thinking about? Have you grown so bashful, forsooth? Go and see the good lad off." And there was no help for it. Out she went, not knowing what would become of it. As soon as they got into the streets, he began questioning her. "You were in the church last night?" "No." "And saw what I was doing there?" "No." "Very well. Tomorrow your father will die." Having said this, he disappeared. Marusia returned home grave and sad. When she woke up in the morning, her father lay dead. They wept and wailed over him, and laid him in the coffin. In the evening her mother went off to the priest's, but Marusia remained at home. At last she became afraid of being alone in the house. "Suppose I go back to my friends," she thought. So she went, and found the evil one there. "Good evening, Marusia. Why aren't you merry?" How can I be merry? My father is dead. Oh, poor thing!" They all grieved for her. Even the accursed one himself grieved, just as if it hadn't all been his own doing. By and by they began saying farewell and going home. "Marusia," says he, "see me off." She didn't want to. "What are you thinking of, child?" insist the girls. "What are you afraid of? Go and see him off." So she went to see him off. They passed out into the street. "Tell me, Marusia," says he, "you were in the church?" "No." "Did you see what I was doing?" "No." "Very well. To-morrow your mother will die." He spoke and disappeared. Marusia returned home sadder than ever. The night went by. Next morning, when she awoke, her mother lay dead. She cried all day long, but when the sun set it grew dark around. Marusia became afraid of being left alone, so she went to her companions. "Why, whatever is the matter with you? You're clean out of countenance," say the girls. "How am I likely to be cheerful? Yesterday my father died, and to-day my mother." "Poor thing! Poor unhappy girl!" they all exclaimed sympathizingly. Well, the time came to say good-bye. "See me off, Marusia," says the Fiend. So she went out to see him off. "Tell me, were you in the church?" "No." "And saw what I was doing?" "No." "Very well. To-morrow evening you will die yourself." Marusia spent the night with her friends. In the morning she got up and considered what she should do. She bethought herself that she had a grandmother, an old, very old woman, who had become blind from length of years. "Suppose I go and ask her advice," she said, and then went off to her grandmother's. "Good day, Granny," says she. "Good day, granddaughter. What news is there with you? How are your father and mother?" "They are dead, Granny," replied the girl, and then she told her all that had happened. The old woman listened and said, "Oh, dear me, my poor unhappy child! Go quickly to the priest and ask him this favor, that if you die, your body shall not be taken out of the house through the doorway, but that the ground shall be dug away from under the threshold, and you shall be dragged out through that opening. Also beg that you may be buried at a crossway, at a spot where 4 roads meet." Marusia went to the priest, wept bitterly, and made him promise to do everything according to her grandmother's instructions. Then she returned home, bought a coffin, lay down in it, and straightway expired. Well, they told the priest, and he buried first her father and mother, and then Marusia herself. Her body was passed underneath the threshold and buried at a crossway. Soon afterwards a senior's son happened to drive past Marusia's grave. On that grave he saw growing a wondrous flower, such a one as he had never seen before. Said the young senior to his servant, "Go and pluck that flower by the roots. We'll take it home and put it in a flower pot. Perhaps it will blossom there." Well, they dug up the flower, took it home, put it in a glazed flower pot, and set it in a window. The flower began to grow larger and more beautiful. One night the servant hadn't gone to sleep somehow, and he happened to be looking at the window when he saw a wondrous thing take place. All of a sudden the flower began to tremble, and it fell from its stem to the ground and turned into a lovely maiden. The flower was beautiful, but the maiden was more beautiful still. She wandered from room to room, got herself various things to eat and drink, ate and drank, then stamped upon the ground and became a flower as before, mounted to the window, and resumed her place upon the stem. Next day the servant told the young senior of the wonders that he had seen during the night. "Ha, brother!" said the youth, "why didn't you wake me? To-night we'll both keep watch together." The night came. They slept not, but watched. Exactly at 12 o'clock the blossom began to shake, flew from place to place, and then fell to the ground, and the beautiful maiden appeared, got herself things to eat and drink, and sat down to supper. The young seigneur rushed forward and seized her by her white hands. Impossible was it for him sufficiently to look at her, to gaze on her beauty. Next morning he said to his father and mother, "Please allow me to get married. I've found myself a bride." His parents gave their consent. As for Marusia, she said, "Only on this condition will I marry you, that for 4 years I need not go to church." "Very good," said he. Well, they were married, and they lived together 1 year, 2 years, and had a son. But one day they had visitors at their house, who enjoyed themselves and drank, and began bragging about their wives. This one's wife was handsome, that one's was handsomer still. "You may say what you like," says the host, "but a handsomer wife than mine does not exist in the whole world." "Handsome, yes," replied the guest, "but a heathen." "How so?" "Why, she never goes to church." Her husband found these observations distasteful. He waited till Sunday, and then told his wife to get dressed for church. "I don't care what you may say," said he. "Go and get ready directly." Well, they got ready and went to church. The husband went in, didn't see anything particular, but when she looked round, there was the Fiend sitting at a window. "Ah, here you are at last!" he cried. "Remember old times when you were in the church that night?" "No." "And did you see what I was doing there?" "No." "Very well. To-morrow both your husband and your son will die." Marusia rushed straight out of the church and away to her grandmother. The old woman gave her 2 phials, the one full of holy water, the other the water of life, and told her what she was to do. The next day both Marusia's husband and her son died. Then the Fiend came flying to her and asked, "Tell me, were you in the church?" "I was." "And did you see what I was doing?" "You were eating a corpse." She spoke and splashed the holy water over him. In a moment he turned to mere dust and ashes, which blew to the winds. Afterwards she sprinkled her husband and the boy with the water of life. Straightway they revived, and from that time forward they knew neither sorrow nor separation, but they all lived together long and happily. Another lively sketch of a peasant's love-making is given in the introduction to the story of Ivan the Widow's Son and Grisha. The tale is one of magic and enchantment, of living clouds and 7-headed snakes, but the opening is a little piece of still life, very quaintly portrayed. A certain villager named Trofim, having been unable to find a wife, his aunt Malanya comes to his aid, promising to procure him an interview with a widow who has been left well provided for, and whose personal appearance is attractive, real blood and milk. When she's got on her holiday clothes, she's as fine as a peacock. Trofim grovels with gratitude at his aunt's feet. "My own dear auntie Malanya Prokhorovna, get me married for heaven's sake. I'll buy you an embroidered kerchief in return, the very best in the whole market." The widow comes to pay Malanya a visit, and is induced to believe, on the evidence of beans frequently used for the purpose of divination, that her destined husband is close at hand. At this propitious moment Trofim appears. Malanya makes a little speech to the young couple, ending her recommendation to get married with the words, "I can see well enough by the bridegroom's eyes that the bride is to his taste. Only I don't know what the bride thinks about taking him." "I don't mind," says the widow. "Well, then, glory be to God. Now stand up, we'll say a prayer before the holy pictures, then give each other a kiss, and go in heaven's name and get married at once." And so the question is settled. End of Part 2. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. Chapter 1 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 3. From a courtship and a marriage in peasant life, we may turn to a death and a burial. There are frequent allusions in the skazkas to these gloomy subjects, with reference to which we will quote two stories, one pathetic, the other unintentionally grotesque. Neither of them bears any title in the original, but we may style the first, The Dead Mother. In a certain village there lived a husband and wife, lived happily, lovingly, peaceably. All their neighbors envied them. The sight of them gave pleasure to honest folks. Well, the mistress bore a son, but directly after it was born, she died. The poor muzhik moaned and wept. Above all, he was in despair about the babe. How was he to nourish it now? How to bring it up without its mother? He did what was best, and hired an old woman to look after it. Only here was a wonder. All day long the babe would take no food, and did nothing but cry. There was no soothing it anyhow. But during a great part of the night one could fancy it wasn't there at all, so silently and peacefully did it sleep. "What is the meaning of this?" thinks the old woman. "Suppose I keep awake tonight. Maybe I shall find out." Well, just at midnight she heard someone quietly open the door and go up to the cradle. The babe became still, just as if it was being suckled. The next night the same thing took place, and the third night too. Then she told the muzhik about it. He called his kinfolk together and held counsel with them. They determined on this, to keep awake on a certain night, and to spy out who it was that came to suckle the babe. So at eventide they all lay down on the floor, and beside them they lighted a taper hidden in an earthen pot. At midnight the cottage door opened. Some one stepped up to the cradle. The babe became still. At that moment one of the kinfolk suddenly brought out the light. They looked and saw the dead mother, in the very same clothes in which she had been buried, on her knees beside the cradle, over which she bent as she suckled the babe at her dead breast. The moment the light shone in the cottage, she stood up, gazed sadly on her little one, and then went out of the room without a sound, not saying a word to anyone. All those who saw her stood for a time terror-struck, and then they found the babe was dead. The second story will serve as an illustration of one of the Russian customs with respect to the dead, and also of the ideas about witchcraft, still prevalent in Russia. We may create for it the title of The Dead Witch. There was once an old woman who was a terrible witch, and she had a daughter and a granddaughter. The time came for the old crone to die, so she summoned her daughter and gave her these instructions. "Mine daughter, when I am dead, don't you wash my body with lukewarm water, but fill a cauldron, make it boil its very hottest, and then with that boiling water regularly scald me all over." After saying this, the witch lay ill 2 or 3 days, and then died. The daughter ran round to all her neighbors, begging them to come and help her wash the old woman, and meantime the little granddaughter was left alone in the cottage. And this is what she saw there. All of a sudden there crept out from beneath the stove 2 demons, a big one and a tiny one, and they ran up to the dead witch. The old demon seized her by the feet and tore away at her, so that he stripped off all her skin at one pull. Then he said to the little demon, "Take the flesh for yourself, and lug it under the stove." So the little demon flung his arms round the carcass and dragged it under the stove. Nothing was left of the old woman but her skin. Into it the old demon inserted himself, and then he lay down just where the witch had been lying. Presently the daughter came back, bringing a dozen other women with her, and they all set to work laying out the corpse. "Mammy," says the child, "they've pulled Granny's skin off while you were away." "What do you mean by telling such lies?" "It's quite true, Mammy. There was ever such a blackie came from under the stove, and he pulled the skin off and got into it himself." "Hold your tongue, naughty child, you're talking nonsense," cried the old crone's daughter. Then she fetched a big cauldron, filled it with cold water, put it on the stove, and heated it till it boiled furiously. Then the women lifted up the old crone, laid her in a trough, took hold of the cauldron, and poured the whole of the boiling water over her at once. The demon couldn't stand it. He leaped out of the trough, dashed through the doorway, and disappeared, skin and all. The women stared. "What marvel is this?" they cried. "Here was the dead woman, and now she isn't here. There's nobody left to lay out or bury. The demons have carried her off before our very eyes." A Russian peasant funeral is preceded or accompanied by a considerable amount of wailing, which answers in some respect to the Irish keening. To the zaplachki, or laments, which are uttered on such occasions, frequently by hired wailers, who closely resemble the Corsican vociferators, the modern Greek myrologists, allusions are sometimes made in the skazka. In the fox wailer, for example, one of the variants of the well-known Jack and the Beanstalk story, an old man puts his wife in a bag and attempts to carry her up the beanstalk to heaven. Becoming tired on the way, he drops the bag, and the old woman is killed. After weeping over her dead body, he sets out in search of a wailer. Meeting a bear, he cries, "Wail a bit, bear, for my old woman. I'll give you a pair of nice white fowls." The bear growls out, "Oh, dear granny of mine, how I grieve for thee." "No, no," says the old man, "you can't wail." Going a little further, he tries a wolf, but the wolf succeeds no better than the bear. At last a fox comes by, and on being appealed to, he begins to sing aloud, "Tooroo, tooroo, grandmother, grandfather has killed thee," a wail which pleases the widower so much that he hands over the fowls to the fox at once, and asks enraptured for "that strain again." One of the most curious of the stories which relate to a village burial, one in which also the feeling with which the Russian villagers sometimes regard their clergy finds expression, is that called The Treasure. In a certain kingdom there lived an old couple in great poverty. Sooner or later the old woman died. It was in winter, in severe and frosty weather. The old man went round to his friends and neighbors, begging them to help him to dig a grave for the old woman. But his friends and neighbors, knowing his great poverty, all flatly refused. The old man went to the Pope, but in that village they had an awfully grasping Pope, one without any conscience, and says he, "Lend me a hand, Reverend Father, to get my old woman buried." "But have you got any money to pay for the funeral? If so, friend, pay up beforehand." "It's no use hiding anything from you. Not a single kopeck have I at home. But if you'll wait a little, I'll earn some, and then I'll pay you with interest. On my word, I'll pay you." The Pope wouldn't so much as listen to the old man. "If you haven't any money, don't you dare to come here," says he. "What is to be done?" thinks the old man. "I'll go to the graveyard, dig a grave as best I can, and bury the old woman myself." So he took an axe and a shovel and went to the graveyard. When he got there, he began to prepare a grave. He chopped away at the frozen ground on the top with an axe, and then he took to the shovel. He dug, and at last he dug out a metal pot. Looking at it, he saw that it was stuffed full of ducats, and shone like fire. The old man was immensely delighted, and cried, "Glory be to thee, O Lord! I shall have wherewithal to both bury my old woman and to perform the rites of remembrance." He did not go on digging the grave any longer, but took the pot of gold and carried it home. Well, we all know what money will do. Everything went as smooth as oil. In a trice there were found good folks to dig the grave and fashion the coffin. The old man sent his daughter-in-law to purchase meat and drink and different kinds of relishes, everything there ought to be at memorial feasts, and he himself took a ducat in his hand and hobbled back again to the Pope's. The moment he reached the door, out flew the Pope at him. "You were distinctly told, you old lout, that you were not to come here without money, and now you've slunk back again." "Don't be angry, Batyushka," said the old man imploringly. "Here's gold for you. If you'll only bury my old woman, I'll never forget your kindness." The Pope took the money, and didn't know how best to receive the old man, where to seat him, with what words to smooth him down. "Well now, old friend, be of good cheer. Everything shall be done," said he. The old man made his bow and went home, and the Pope and his wife began talking about him.
There now, the old hunks, they say. So poor, forsooth, so poor, and yet he's paid a gold piece. Many a defunct person of quality have I buried in my time, but I never got so from any one before." The Pope got under way with all his retinue, and buried the old crone in proper style. After the funeral, the old man invited him to his house to take part in the feast in memory of the dead. Well, they entered the cottage and sat down to table, and there appeared from somewhere or other meat and drink and all sorts of snacks, everything in profusion. The reverend guest sat down, ate for 3 people, looked greedily at what was not his. The other guests finished their meal and separated to go to their homes. Then the Pope also rose from the table. The old man went to speed him on his way, and soon as they got into the farmyard, and the Pope saw that they were alone at last, he began questioning the old man. "Listen, friend, confess to me. Don't leave so much as a single sin on your soul. It's just the same before me as before God. How have you managed to get on at such a pace? You used to be a poor muzhik, and now, marry, where did it come from? Confess, friend, whose breath have you stopped? Whom have you pillaged?" "What are you talking about, batyushka? I will tell you the exact truth. I have not robbed, nor plundered, nor killed anyone. A treasure tumbled into my hands of its own accord." And he told how it all happened. When the Pope heard these words, he actually shook all over with greediness. Going home, he did nothing by night and by day but think that such a wretched lout of a muzhik should have come in for such a lump of money. Is there any way of tricking him now, and getting this pot of money out of him? He told his wife about it, and he and she discussed the matter together, and held counsel over it. "Listen, mother," says he, "we've a goat, haven't we?" "Yes." "All right, then. We'll wait until it's night, and then we'll do the job properly." Late in the evening, the Pope dragged the goat indoors, killed it, and took off its skins, horns, beard, and all complete. Then he pulled the goat's skin over himself, and said to his wife, "Bring a needle and thread, mother, and fasten up the skin all around, so that it mayn't slip off." So she took a strong needle and some tough thread, and sewed him up in the goat skin. Well, at the dead of night the Pope went straight to the old man's cottage, got under the window, and began knocking and scratching. The old man, hearing the noise, jumped up and asked, "Who's there?" "The devil." "Ours is a holy spot," shrieked the muzhik, and began crossing himself and uttering prayers. "Listen, old man," said the Pope. "From me thou wilt not escape. Although thou mayest pray, although thou mayest cross thyself, much better give me back my pot of money. Otherwise I shall make thee pay for it. See now, I pitied thee in thy misfortune, and I showed thee the treasure, thinking thou wouldst take a little of it to pay for the funeral, but thou hast pillaged it utterly." The old man looked out of the window. The goat's horns and beards caught his eye. It was the devil himself, no doubt of it. "Let's get rid of him, money and all," thinks the old man. "I've lived before without money, and now I'll go on living without it." So he took the pot of gold, carried it outside, flung it on the ground, and bolted indoors again as quickly as possible. The Pope seized the pot of money and hastened home. When he got back, "Come," says he, "the money is in our hands now. Here, mother, put it well out of sight, and take a sharp knife, cut the thread, and pull the goat skin off me before anyone sees it." She took a knife, and was beginning to cut the thread at the seam, when forth flowed blood, and the Pope began to howl. "Oh, it hurts, mother, it hurts! Don't cut, mother, don't!" She began ripping the skin open in another place, but with just the same result. The goat skin had united with his body all around, and all that they tried, and all that they did, even to taking the money back to the old man, was of no avail. The goat skin remained clinging tight to the Pope all the same. God evidently did it to punish him for his great greediness. End of Part 3. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 1 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 4. A somewhat less heathenish story with regard to money is the following.
which may be taken as a specimen of the skazkas, which bear the impress of the genuine reverence which the peasants feel for their religion, whatever may be the feelings they entertain toward its ministers. While alluding to this subject, by the way, it may be as well to remark that no great reliance can be placed upon the evidence contained in the folk tales of any land with respect to the relations between its clergy and their flocks. The local parson of folklore is, as a general rule, merely the innocent inheritor of the bad reputation acquired by some ecclesiastic of another age and clime. The Cross-Surety. Once upon a time, two merchants lived in a certain town just on the verge of a stream. One of them was a Russian, the other a Tatar. Both were rich. But the Russian got so utterly ruined by some business or other that he hadn't a single bit of property left. Everything he had was confiscated or stolen. The Russian merchant had nothing to turn to. He was left as poor as a rat. So he went to his friend the Tartar and besought him to lend him some money. "Give me a surety," says the Tartar. "But whom can I get for you, seeing that I haven't a soul belonging to me?" "Stay, though, there's a surety for you, the life-giving cross on the church." "Very good, my friend," says the Tartar. "I'll trust your cross. Your faith or ours, it's all one to me." And he gave the Russian merchant 50,000 roubles. The Russian took the money, bade the Tartar farewell, and went back to trade in divers places. By the end of 2 years he had gained 150,000 roubles by the 50,000 he had borrowed. Now he appeared to be sailing one day along the Danube, going with wares from one place to another, when all of a sudden a storm arose, and was on the point of sinking the ship he was in. Then the merchant remembered how he had borrowed money and given the life-giving cross as a surety, but he had not paid his debt. That was doubtless the cause of the storm arising. No sooner had he said this to himself than the storm began to subside. The merchant took a barrel, counted out 50,000 roubles, wrote the Tatar a note, placed it together with the money in the barrel, and then flung the barrel into the water, saying to himself, "As I gave the cross as my surety to the Tatar, the money will be certain to reach him." The barrel straightway sank to the bottom. Every one supposed that the money was lost. But what happened? In the Tatar's house there lived a Russian kitchen maid. One day she happened to go to the river for water, and when she got there she saw a barrel floating along. So she went a little way into the water and began trying to get hold of it. But it wasn't to be done. When she made at the barrel, it retreated from her. When she turned from the barrel to the shore, it floated after her. She went on trying and trying for some time. Then she went home and told her master all that had happened. At first he wouldn't believe her, but at last he determined to go to the river and see for himself what sort of barrel it was that was floating there. When he got there, sure enough there was the barrel floating, not far from shore. The Tatar took off his clothes and went into the water. But before he had gone any distance, the barrel came floating up to him of its own accord, and he laid hold of it and carried it home, opened it and looked inside. There he saw a quantity of money, and on top of the money a note. He took out the note and read it, and this is what was said in it: "Dear friend, I return to you the 50,000 roubles for which, when I borrowed them from you, I gave the life-giving cross as a surety." The Tatar read these words and was astounded at the power of the life-giving cross. He counted the money over to see whether the full sum was really there. It was there exactly. Meanwhile the Russian merchant, after trading some 5 years, made a tolerable fortune. Well, he returned to his old home, and thinking that his barrel had been lost, he considered it his first duty to settle with the Tatar. So he went to his house and offered him the money he had borrowed. Then the Tartar told him all that had happened, and how he had found the barrel in the river, with the money and the note inside it. Then he showed him the note, saying, "Is that really your hand?" "It certainly is," replied the other. Everyone was astounded at this wondrous manifestation, and the Tatar said, "Then I've no more money to receive from you, brother. Take that back again." The Russian merchant had a service performed as a thank offering to God, and next day the Tatar was baptized with all his household. The Russian merchant was his godfather, and the kitchen maid his godmother. After that they both lived long and happily, survived to a great age, and then died peacefully. There is one marked feature in the Russian peasant's character to which the skazkas frequently refer: his passion for drink. To him strong liquor is a friend, a comforter, a solace amid the ills of life. Intoxication is not so much an evil to be dreaded or remembered with shame as a joy to be fondly anticipated, or classed with the happy memories of the past. By him drunkenness is regarded, like sleep, as the friend of woe, and a friend whose services can even be more readily commanded. On certain occasions he almost believes that to get drunk is a duty he owes either to the church or to the memory of the dead. At times, without the slightest apparent cause, he is seized by a sudden and irresistible craving for ardent spirits, and he commences a drinking bout which lasts, with intervals of coma, for days or even weeks, after which he resumes his everyday life and his usual sobriety as calmly as if no interruption had taken place. All these ideas and habits of his find expression in his popular tales, giving rise to incidents which are often singularly out of keeping with the rest of the narrative in which they occur. In one of the many variants, for instance, of a widespread and well-known story, that of the three princesses who are rescued from captivity by a hero from whom they are afterwards carried away, and who refuse to get married until certain clothes or shoes or other things impossible for ordinary workmen to make are supplied to them, an unfortunate shoemaker is told that if he does not next day produce the necessary shoes, of perfect fit, although no measure has been taken, and all set with precious stones, he shall be hanged. Away he goes at once to a traktir, or tavern, and sets to work to drown his grief in drink. After a while he begins to totter. "Now then," he says, "I'll take home a bicker of spirits with me and go to bed, and to-morrow morning as they come to fetch me to be hanged I'll toss off half the bickerful, and they may hang me then without my knowing anything about it." In the story of The Purchased Wife, the Princess Anastasia, the Beautiful, enables the youth Ivan, who ransoms her, to win a large sum of money in the following manner. Having worked a piece of embroidery, she tells him to take it to market. "But if anyone purchases it," says she, "don't take any money from him, but ask him to give you liquor enough to make you drunk." Ivan obeys, and this is the result. He drank till he was intoxicated, and when he left the kabak, or pot-house, he tumbled into a muddy pool. A crowd collected, and folks looked at him and said scoffingly, "Oh, the fair youth! Now'd be the time for him to go to church to get married." "Fair or foul," says he, "if I bid her, Anastasia the Beautiful will kiss the crown of my head." "Don't go bragging like that," says the rich merchant. "Why, she wouldn't even so much as look at you," and offers to stake all that he is worth on the truth of his assertion. Ivan accepts the wager. The princess appears, takes him by the hand, kisses him on the crown of his head, wipes the dirt off him, and leads him home, still inebriated, but no longer impecunious. Sometimes even greater people than the peasants get drunk. The story of Semilyetka, a variant of the well-known tale of how a woman's wit enables her to guess all riddles, to detect all deceits, and to conquer all difficulties, relates how the heroine was chosen by Voivode as his wife, with the stipulation that if she meddled in the affairs of his voivodeship, she was to be sent back to her father, but allowed to take with her whatever thing belonging to her she prized most. The marriage takes place, but one day the well-known case comes before him for decision, of the foal of the borrowed mare. Does it belong to the owner of the mare, or to the borrower in possession it was at the time of foaling? The voivode adjudges it to the borrower, and this is how the story ends. Semilyetka heard of this and could not restrain herself, but said that he had decided unfairly. The voivode waxed wroth and demanded a divorce. After dinner Semilyetka was obliged to go back to her father's house,
But during the dinner she made the Voyvode drink till he was intoxicated. He drank his fill and went to sleep. While he was sleeping she had him placed in a carriage, and then she drove away with him to her father's. When they had arrived where the Voyvode awoke and said, "Who brought me here?" "I brought you here," said Semyonetka. "There was an agreement between us that I might take away with me whatever I prized most, and so I have taken you." The Voyvode marvelled at her wisdom and made peace with her. He and she then returned home and went on living prosperously. But although drunkenness is very tenderly treated in the skazkas, as well as in the folk songs, it forms the subject of many a moral lesson, couched in terms of the utmost severity. In the stikhi, or poems of a religious character, sung by the blind singers and other wandering minstrels who sing in front of churches, and also in the legends, which are tales of a semi-religious, or rather demi-semi-religious nature, no better specimen of the stories of this class, referring to drunkenness, can be offered than the history of the Awful Drunkard. Once there was an old man who was such an awful drunkard as passes all description. Well, one day he went to a kabak, intoxicated himself with liquor, and then went staggering home, blind drunk. Now his way happened to lie across a river. When he came to the river he didn't stop long to consider, but kicked off his boots, hung them round his neck, and walked into the water. Scarcely had he got halfway across when he tripped over a stone, tumbled into the water, and there was an end of him. Now he left a son called Petrushka. When Peter saw that his father had disappeared and left no trace behind, he took the matter greatly to heart for a time. He wept for a while, he had a service performed for the repose of his father's soul, and he began to act as head of the family. One Sunday he went to church to pray to God. As he passed along the road, a woman was pounding away in front of him. She walked and walked, stumbled over a stone, and began swearing at it, saying, "What devil shoved you under my feet?" Hearing these words, Petrushka said, "Good day, aunt. Whither away?" "To church, my dear, to pray to God." "But isn't this sinful conduct of yours? You're going to church to pray to God, and yet you think about the evil one. Your foot stumbles, and you throw the fault on the devil." Well, he went to church, and then returned home. He walked, and suddenly, goodness knows whence, there appeared before him a fine-looking man, who saluted him and said,
"Thanks, Petrushka, for your good word."
"Who are you, and why do you thank me?" asked Petrushka.
"I am the devil. I thank you because when that woman stumbled and scolded me without a cause, you said a good word for me."
Then he began to entreat him, saying,
"Come, pay me a visit, Petrushka. How I will reward you, to be sure! With silver, with gold, with everything will I endow you."
"Very good," says Petrushka, "I'll come." Having told him all about the road he was to take, the devil straightway disappeared, and Petrushka returned home. Next day Petrushka set off on his visit to the devil. He walked and walked, for 3 whole days did he walk, and then he reached a great forest, dark and dense, impossible even to see the sky from within it. And in that forest there stood a rich palace. Well, he entered the palace, and a fair maiden caught sight of him. She had been stolen away from a certain village by the evil spirit, and when she caught sight of him she cried, "Whatever have you come here for, good youth? Here devils abide, they will tear you to pieces." Petrushka told her how and why he had made his appearance in that place. "Well now, mind this," says the fair maiden, "the devil will begin giving you silver and gold. Don't take any of it, but ask him to give you the very wretched horse which the evil spirits use for fetching wood and water. That horse is your father. When he came out of the kabak drunk and fell into the water, the devils immediately seized him and made him their hack, and now they use him for fetching wood and water." Presently there appeared the gallant who had invited Petrushka, and began to regale him with all kinds of meat and drink. And when the time came for Petrushka to be going homewards,
"Come," said the devil, "I will provide you with money and with a capital horse, so that you will speedily get home."
"I don't want anything," replied Petrushka. "Only if you wish to make me a present, give me that sorry jade which you use for carrying wood and water."
"What good will that be to you? If you ride it home quickly, I expect it will die."
"No matter, let me have it. I won't take any other." So the devil gave him that sorry jade. Petrushka took it by the bridle and led it away. As soon as he reached the gates, there appeared the fair maiden, and asked, "Have you got the horse?"
"I have."
"Well then, good youth, when you get nigh to your village, take off your cross, trace a circle 3 times about this horse, and hang the cross round its neck." Petrushka took leave of her and went his way. When he came nigh to his village, he did everything exactly as the maiden had instructed him. He took off his copper cross, traced a circle 3 times about the horse, and hung the cross round its neck, and immediately the horse was no longer there, but in its place stood before Petrushka his own father. The son looked upon the father, burst into tears, and led him to his cottage, and for 3 days the old man remained without speaking, unable to make use of his tongue. And after that they lived happily and in all prosperity. The old man entirely gave up drinking, and to his very last day never took so much as a single drop of spirits. End of Part 4. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. Chapter 1 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 5. The Russian peasant is by no means deficient in humor, a fact of which the skazkas offer abundant evidence. But it is not easy to find stories which can be quoted at full length as illustrations of that humor. The jokes which form the themes of the Russian facetious tales are for the most part common to all Europe, and a similar assertion may be made with regard to the stories of most lands. An unfamiliar joke is but rarely to be discovered in the lower strata of fiction. He who has read the folk tales of one country is apt to attribute its inhabitants to a comic originality to which they can lay no claim. And so a Russian who knows the stories of his own land, but has not studied those of other countries, is very liable to credit the skazkas with the undivided possession of a number of merry jests, in which they can claim but a very small share, jests which in reality form the stock in trade of rustic wags among the vineyards of France or Germany, or in the hills of Greece, or beside the fjords of Norway, or along the coast of Brittany or Argyllshire, which for centuries have sent beards wagging in Cairo, in Isfahan, and in the cool of the evening hour have cheered the heart of the villager, weary with his day's toil under the burning sun of India. It is only when the joke hinges upon something which is peculiar to a people that it is likely to be found among that people only. But most of the Russian jests turn upon pivots which are familiar to all the world, and have for their themes such commonplace topics as the incorrigible folly of man, the inflexible obstinacy of woman. And in their treatments of these subjects they offer very few novel features. It is strange how far a story of this kind may travel, and yet how little alteration it may undergo. Take, for instance, the skits against women which are so universally popular. Far away in outlying districts of Russia we find the same time-honored quips which have so long figured in collections of English facetiae. There is the good old story, for instance, of the dispute between a husband and wife as to whether a certain rope has been cut with a knife or with scissors, resulting in the murder of the scissors-upholding wife, who is pitched into the river by her knife-advocating husband, but not before she has, in her very death agony, testified to her belief in the scissors hypothesis by a movement of her fingers above the surface of the stream. In a Russian form of the story, told in the government of Astrakhan, the quarrel is about the husband's beard. He says he has shaved it. His wife declares he has only cut it off. He flings her into a deep pool and calls to her to say "shaved." Utterance is impossible to her, but she lifts one hand above the water and by means of 2 fingers makes the signs to show that it was cut. The story has even settled into a proverb. Of a contradictory woman, the Russian peasants affirm that, if you say shaved, she'll say cut. In the same way, another story shows us in Russian garb our old friend the widower, who, when looking for his drowned wife, a woman of a very antagonistic disposition, went up the river instead of down, saying to his astonished companions, "She always did everything contrariwise, so now, no doubt, she's gone against the stream." A common story again is that of the husband who, having confided a secret to his wife, which he justly fears she will reveal, throws discredit on her evidence about things in general by making her believe various absurd stories which she hastens to repeat. The final paragraph of one of the variants of this time-honored jest concludes as it does, by way of sting, with a highly popular Russian saw. The wife has gone to the senior of the village and accused her husband of having found a treasure and kept it for his own use. The charge is true, but the wife is induced to talk such nonsense, and the husband complains so bitterly of her, that the senior pitied the moujik for being so unfortunate, so he set him at liberty, and he had him divorced from his wife and married to another, a young and good-looking one. Then the moujik immediately dug up his treasure and began living in the best manner possible. Sure enough, the proverb doesn't say without reason, women have long hair and short wits. There is another story of this class which is worthy of being mentioned, as it illustrates a custom of which the Russians differ from some other peoples. A certain man had married a wife who was so capricious that there was no living with her. After trying all sorts of devices, her dejected husband at last asked her how she had been brought up, and learned that she had received an education almost entirely German and French, with scarcely any Russian in it. She had not even been wrapped in swaddling clothes when a baby, nor swung in a lulka. Thereupon her husband determined to remedy the shortcomings of her early education, and, whenever she showed herself capricious or took to squalling, he immediately had her swaddled and placed in a lulka, and began swinging her to and fro. By the end of a half-year she became quite silky. All her caprices had been swung out of her. But instead of giving mere extracts from any more of the numerous stories to which the fruitful subject of woman's caprice has given rise, we will quote a couple of such tales at length. The first is the Russian variant of a story which has a long family tree, with ramifications extending over a great part of the world. Dr. Benfey has devoted to it no less than 16 pages of his introduction to the Panchatantra, tracing it from its original Indian home and its subsequent abode in Persia into almost every European land. The Bad Wife. A bad wife lived on the worst of terms with her husband, and never paid any attention to what he said. If her husband told her to get up early, she would lie in bed 3 days at a stretch. If he wanted her to go to sleep, she couldn't think of sleeping. When her husband asked her to make pancakes, she would say, "You thief, you don't deserve a pancake." If he said, "Don't make any pancakes, wife, if I don't deserve them," she would cook a 2-gallon potful and say, "Eat away, you thief, till they're all gone." "Now then, wife," perhaps he would say, "I feel quite sorry for you. Don't go toiling and moiling, and don't go out to the hay-cutting." "No, no, you thief," she would reply. "I shall go, and you do follow after me." One day, after having had his trouble and bother with her, he went into the forest to look for berries and distract his grief. And he came to where there was a currant bush, and in the middle of that bush he saw a bottomless pit. He looked at it for some time and considered. "Why should I live in torment with a bad wife? Can't I put her in that pit? Can't I teach her a good lesson?" So he came home. He said, "Wife, don't go into the woods for berries." "Yes, you bugbear, I shall go." "I've found a currant bush. Don't pick it." "Yes, I will. I shall go and pick it clean. But I won't give you a single currant." The husband went out, his wife with him. He came to the bush, and his wife jumped into it, crying out at the top of her voice, "Don't you come into the bush, you thief, or I'll kill you." And so she got into the middle of the bush and went flop into the bottomless pit. The husband returned home joyfully and remained there 3 days. On the 4th day he went to see how things were going on. Taking a long cord, he let it down into the pit, and out from thence he pulled a little demon. Frightened out of his wits, he was going to throw the imp back again into the pit, but it shrieked aloud and earnestly entreated him, saying, "Don't send me back again, O peasant! Let me go out into the world. A bad wife has come and absolutely devoured us all, pinching us and biting us. We're utterly worn out with it. I'll do you a good turn, if you will." So the peasant let him go free, at large in Holy Russia. Then the imp said, "Now then, peasant, come along with me to the town of Vologda. I'll take the tormenting people, and you shall cure them." Well, the imp went to where there were merchants' wives and merchants' daughters, and when they were possessed by him, they fell ill and went crazy. Then the peasant would go to a house where there was illness of this kind, and as soon as he entered, out would go the enemy. And there would be blessing in the house, and every one would suppose that the peasant was a doctor indeed, and would give him money and treat him to pies, and so the peasant gained an incalculable sum of money. At last the demon said, "You've plenty now, peasant. Aren't you content? I'm going now to enter into the boyar's daughter. Mind you don't go curing her. If you do, I shall eat you." The boyar's daughter fell ill, and went so crazy that she wanted to eat people. The boyar ordered his people to find out the peasant, that is to say, to look for such and such a physician. The peasant came, entered the house, and told the boyar to make all the townspeople and the carriages with coachmen stand in the street outside. Moreover, he gave orders that all the coachmen should crack their whips and cry at the top of their voices, "The bad wife has come! The bad wife has come!" And then he went into the inner room. As soon as he entered it, the demon rushed at him, crying, "What do you mean, Russian? What have you come here for? I'll eat you."
"What do you mean?" said the peasant. "Why, I didn't come here to turn you out. I came out to pity you, to say that the bad wife has come here."
The demon rushed to the window, stared with all his eyes, and heard everyone shouting at the top of his voice the words, "The bad wife!" "Peasant," cries the demon, "wherever can I take refuge?"
"Run back into the pit. She won't go there any more."
The demon went back to the pit, and to the bad wife too. In return for his services, the boyar conferred a rich guerdon on the peasant, giving him his daughter to wife, and presenting him with half his property. But the bad wife sits to this day in the pit in Tartarus. One final illustration of the skazkas which satirize women is the story of Golovikha. It is all the more valuable inasmuch as it is one of the few folk tales which throw any light on the working of Russian communal institutions. The word Golovikha means in the strict sense the wife of a Golova, an elected chief, Golova = head, of a volost, or association of village communities, but here it is used for a female Golova, a species of mayoress. The Golovikha. A certain woman was very bumptious. Her husband came from a village council one day, and she asked him, "What have you been deciding over there?"
"What have we been deciding? Why, choosing a Golova."
"Whom have you chosen?"
"No one as yet."
"Choose me," says the woman. As soon as her husband went back to the council, she was a bad sort, he wanted to give her a lesson, he told the elders what she had said. They immediately chose her as Golova. Well, the woman got along, settled all questions, took bribes, and drank spirits at the peasants' expense. But the time came to collect the poll tax. The Golova couldn't do it, wasn't able to collect it in time. There came a Cossack and asked for the Golova, but the woman had hidden herself. As soon as she learnt that the Cossack had come, off she ran home.
"Where, oh where can I hide myself?"
She cries to her husband, "Husband dear, tie me up in a bag and put me out there where the corn sacks are." Now there were 5 sacks of corn seed outside, so her husband tied up the Golova and set her in the midst of them. Up came the Cossack and said, "Oh, so the Golova's in hiding." Then he took to slashing at the sacks, one after another with his whip, and the woman to howling at the pitch of her voice, "Oh, my father, I won't be a Golova, I won't be a Golova." At last the Cossack left off beating the sacks and rode away, but the woman had had enough of Golovaing. From that time forward she took to obeying her husband. Before passing on to another subject, it may be advisable to quote one of the stories in which the value of a good and wise wife is fully acknowledged. I have chosen for that purpose one of the variants of a tale from which, in all probability, our own story of Whittington and his cat has been derived. With respect to its origin, there can be little doubt such a feature as that of the incense burning pointing directly to a Buddhist source. It is called The Three Copecks. There once was a poor little orphan lad who had nothing at all to live on. So he went to a rich moujik and hired himself out to him, agreeing to work for 1 kopeck a year. And when he had worked for a whole year and had received his kopeck, he went to a well and threw it into the water, saying, "If it don't sink, I'll keep it. It will be plain enough I've served my master faithfully." But the kopeck sank. Well, he remained in service a second year, and received a second kopeck. Again he flung it into the well, and again it sank to the bottom. He remained a third year, worked and worked till the time came for payment. Then his master gave him a rouble. "No," says the orphan, "I don't want your money, give me my kopeck." He got his kopeck and flung it into the well. Lo and behold, there were all 3 kopecks floating on the surface of the water. So he took them and went into the town. Now as he went along the street, it happened that some small boys had got hold of a kitten and were tormenting it, and he felt sorry for it, and said, "Let me have that kitten, my boys." "Yes, we'll sell it to you." "What do you want for it?" 3 kopecks. Well, the orphan bought the kitten, and afterwards hired himself to a merchant to sit in his shop. The merchant's business began to prosper wonderfully. He couldn't supply goods fast enough. Purchasers carried off everything in a twinkling. The merchant got ready to go to sea, freighted a ship, and said to the orphan, "Give me your cat, maybe it will catch mice on board and amuse me." "Pray take it, master, only if you lose it, I shan't let you off cheap." The merchant arrived in a far-off land and put up at an inn. The landlord saw that he had a great deal of money, so he gave him a bedroom which was infested by countless swarms of rats and mice, saying to himself, "If they should happen to eat him up, his money will belong to me." For in that country they knew nothing about cats, and the rats and mice had completely got the upper hand. Well, the merchant took the cat with him to his room and went to bed. Next morning the landlord came into the room. There was the merchant alive and well, holding the cat in his arms and stroking its fur. The cat was purring away, singing its song, and on the floor lay a perfect heap of dead rats and mice. "Master merchant, sell me that beastie." Says the landlord, "Certainly." "What do you want for it?" "A mere trifle. I'll make the beastie stand on its hind legs while I hold him up by his forelegs, and you shall pile gold pieces around him, so as just to hide him. I shall be content with that." The landlord agreed to the bargain. The merchant gave him the cat, received a sackful of gold, and as soon as he had settled his affairs, started on his way back. As he sailed across the seas, he thought, "Why should I give the gold to that orphan? Such a lot of money in return for a mere cat. That would be too much of a good thing. No, much better keep it myself." The moment he had made up his mind to sin, all of a sudden there arose a storm, such a tremendous one, the ship was on the point of sinking. "Oh, accursed one that I am! I have been longing for what doesn't belong to me. Oh, Lord, forgive me, a sinner! I won't keep back a single kopeck." The moment the merchant began praying, the winds were stilled, the sea became calm, and the ship went sailing on prosperously to the quay. "Hail, master," says the orphan, "but where's my cat?" "I've sold it." Answers the merchant, "There's your money, take it in full." The orphan received the sack of gold, took leave of the merchant, and went to the strand, where the shipmen were. From them he obtained a shipload of incense in exchange for his gold, and he strewed the incense along the strand and burnt it in honor of God. The sweet savor spread all through the land, and suddenly an old man appeared, and he said to the orphan, "Which desirest thou, riches or a good wife?" "I know not, old man." "Well then, go afield. 3 brothers are plowing over there. Ask them to tell thee." The orphan went afield. He looked and saw peasants tilling the soil. "God lend you aid," says he. "Thanks, good man," they said. "What dost thou want?" "An old man sent me here, and told me to ask you, which of the 2 shall I wish for, riches or a good wife?" "Ask our elder brother. He's sitting in that cart there." The orphan went to the cart and saw a little boy, one that seemed about 3 years old. "Can this be their elder brother?" thought he. However, he asked him, "Which dost thou tell me to choose, riches or a good wife?" "Choose the good wife." So the orphan returned to the old man. "I am told to ask for the wife," says he. "That's right," said the old man, and disappeared from sight. The orphan looked round. By his side stood a beautiful woman. "Hail, good youth," says she. "I am thy wife. Let us go and seek a place where we may live." End of Part 5. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. Chapter 1 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 6. One of the sins to which the popular tale shows itself most hostile is that of avarice. The folk tales of all lands delight to gird at misers and skinflints, to place them in unpleasant positions, and to gloat over the sufferings which attend their death and embitter their ghostly existence. As a specimen of the manner in which the humor of the Russian peasant has manipulated the stories of this class, most of which probably reached him from the East, we may take the following tale of The Miser. There once was a rich merchant named Marko. A stingier fellow never lived. One day he went out for a stroll. As he went along the road he saw a beggar, an old man, who sat there asking for alms. "Please to give, O ye Orthodox, for Christ's sake." Marko the rich passed by. Just at that time there came up behind him a poor moujik, who felt sorry for the beggar and gave him a kopeck. The rich man seemed to feel ashamed, for he stopped and said to the moujik, "Hark ye, neighbor, lend me a kopeck. I want to give that poor man something, for I've no small change." The moujik gave him one, and asked when he should come for his money. "Come to-morrow," was the reply. Well, next day the poor man went to the rich man's to get his kopeck. He entered his spacious courtyard and asked, "Is Marko the rich at home?" "Yes, what do you want?" replied Marko. "I've come for my kopeck." "Ah, bother! Come again. Really, I've no change just now." The poor man made his bow and went away. "I'll come to-morrow," said he. On the morrow he came again, but it was just the same story as before. "I haven't a single copper. If you like to change me a note for 100. No? Well, then come again in a fortnight." At the end of the fortnight the poor man came again, but Marko the rich saw him from the window and said to his wife, "Hark ye, wife, I'll strip myself naked and lie down under the holy pictures. Cover me up with a cloth and sit down and cry, just as you would over a corpse. When the moujik comes for his money, tell him I died this morning." Well, the wife did everything exactly as her husband directed her. While she was sitting there, drowned in bitter tears, the moujik came into the room. "What do you want?" she says. "The money Marko the rich owes me," answered the poor man. "Ah, moujik, Marko the rich has wished us farewell. He's only just dead." "The kingdom of heaven be his! If you'll allow me, mistress, in return for my kopeck, I'll do him a last service. Just give his mortal remains a wash." So saying, he laid hold of a pot full of boiling water, and began pouring its scalding contents over Marko the rich. Marko, his brows knit, his legs contorted, was scarcely able to hold out. "Writhe away, or not, as you please," thought the poor man, "but pay me my kopeck." When he had washed the body and laid it properly, he said, "Now then, mistress, buy a coffin and have it taken to the church. I'll go and read psalms over it." So Marko the rich was put in a coffin and taken into the church, and the moujik began reading psalms over him. The darkness of night came on. All of a sudden a window opened, and a party of robbers crept through it into the church. The moujik hid himself behind the altar. As soon as the robbers had come in they began dividing their booty, and after everything else was shared, there remained over and above a golden sabre. Each one laid hold of it for himself, but no one would give up his claim to it. Out jumped the poor man, crying,
What's the good of disputing that way? Let the sabre belong to him who will cut this corpse's head off." Up jumped Marko the Rich like a madman. The robbers were frightened out of their wits, flung away their spoil, and scampered off. "Here, moujik," says Marko, "let's divide the money." They divided it equally between them. Each of the shares was a large one. "But how about the kopeck?" asks the poor man. "Ah, brother," replies Marko, "surely you can see I've got no change." And so Marko the Rich never paid the kopeck after all. We may take next the large class of stories about simpletons, so dear to the public in all parts of the world. In the skazkas, a simpleton is known as a durak, a word which admits of a variety of explanations. Sometimes it means an idiot, sometimes a fool in the sense of a jester. In the stories of village life, its signification is generally that of a ninny. In the fairy stories, it is frequently applied to the youngest of the well-known three brothers, the boots of the family, as Dr. Dasent has called him. In the latter case, of course, the hero's durachestvo, or foolishness, is purely subjective. It exists only in the false conceptions of his character which his family or his neighbors has formed. But the durak of the following tale is represented as being really daft. The story begins with one of the conventional openings of the skazka. In a certain tsarstvo, in a certain gosudarstvo, but the two synonyms for kingdom or state are only used because they rhyme. The Fool and the Birch-Tree. In a certain country there once lived an old man who had 3 sons. 2 of them had their wits about them, but the third was a fool. The old man died, and his sons divided his property among themselves by lot. The sharp-witted ones got plenty of all sorts of good things, but nothing fell to the share of the simpleton but 1 ox, and that such a skinny one. Well, fair time came round, and the clever brothers got ready to go and transact business. The simpleton saw this and said, "I'll go too, brothers, and take my ox for sale." So he fastened a cord to the horn of the ox and drove it to the town. On his way he happened to pass through a forest, and in the forest there stood an old withered birch-tree. Whenever the wind blew, the birch-tree creaked. "What is that birch creaking about?" thinks the simpleton. "Surely it must be bargaining for my ox." "Well," says he, "if you want to buy it, why buy it? I'm not against selling it. The price of the ox is 20 roubles. I can't take less. Out with the money." The birch made no reply, only went on creaking. But the simpleton fancied that it was asking for the ox on credit. "Very good," says he, "I'll wait till tomorrow." He tied the ox to the birch, and took leave of the tree, and went home. Presently in came the clever brothers, and began questioning him. "Well, simpleton, sold your ox?" "I've sold it." "For how much?" "For 20 roubles." "Where's the money?" "I haven't received the money yet. It was settled I should go for it tomorrow." "There's simplicity for you," say they. Early next morning the simpleton got up, dressed himself, and went to the birch-tree for his money. He reached the wood. There stood the birch waving in the wind, but the ox was not to be seen. During the night the wolves had eaten it. "Now then, neighbor," he exclaimed, "pay me my money. You promised you'd pay me today." The wind blew, the birch creaked, and the simpleton cried, "What a liar you are! Yesterday you kept saying, 'I'll pay you tomorrow,' and now you just make the same promise." "Well, so be it. I'll wait one more day, but not a bit longer. I want the money myself." He went home. His brothers again questioned him closely. "Have you got your money?" "No, brothers, I've got to wait for my money again." "Whom have you sold it to?" "To the withered birch-tree in the forest." "Oh, what an idiot!" On the third day the simpleton took his hatchet and went to the forest. Arriving there, he demanded his money, but the birch-tree only creaked and creaked. "No, no, neighbor," says he, "if you're always going to treat me to promises, there'll be no getting anything out of you. I don't like such joking. I'll pay you out well for it." With that he pitched into it with his hatchet, so that its chips flew about in all directions.
Now in that birch-tree there was a hollow, and in that hollow some robbers had hidden a pot full of gold. The tree split asunder, and the simpleton caught sight of the gold. He took as much of it as the skirts of his caftan would hold, and toiled home with it. There he showed his brothers what he had brought. "Where did you get such a lot, simpleton?" said they.
"The neighbor gave it to me for my ox. But this isn't anything like the whole of it. A good half of it I didn't bring home with me. Come along, brothers, let's get the rest."
Well, they went into the forest, secured the money, and carried it home. "Now mind, simpleton," said the sensible brothers, "don't tell anyone we've such a lot of gold."
"Never fear, I won't tell a soul."
All of a sudden they run up against the Dyatlok, and says he, "What's that, brothers, you're bringing from the forest?" The sharp ones replied, "Mushrooms." But the simpleton contradicted them, saying,
"They're telling lies. We're carrying money. Here, just take a look at it."
The Dyatlok uttered such an "Oh!" Then he flung himself on the gold, and began seizing handfuls of it and stuffing them into his pocket. The simpleton grew angry, dealt him a blow with his hatchet, and struck him dead. "Hey, simpleton, what have you been and done?" cried his brothers. "You're a lost man, and you'll be the cause of our destruction too. Wherever shall we put the dead body?" They thought and thought, and at last they dragged it to an empty cellar and flung it in there. But later on in the evening the eldest brother said to the second one, "This piece of work is sure to turn out badly. When they begin looking for the Dyatlok, you'll see that simpleton will tell them everything. Let's kill a goat and bury it in the cellar, and hide the body of the dead man in some other place." Well, they waited till the dead of night, then they killed a goat and flung it into the cellar. But they carried the Dyatlok to another place, and there hid him in the ground. Several days passed, and then people began looking everywhere for the Dyatlok, asking every one about him.
"What do you want him for?"
said the simpleton when he was asked.
"I killed him some time ago with my hatchet, and my brothers carried him into the cellar."
Straightway they laid hands on the simpleton, crying, "Take us there and show him to us." The simpleton went down to the cellar, got hold of the goat's head, and asked,
"Was your Dyatlok dark-haired?"
"He was."
"And had he a beard?"
"Yes, he had a beard."
"And horns?"
"What horns are you talking about, simpleton?"
"Well, see for yourself,"
said he, tossing up the head to them. They looked, saw it was a goat's, spat in the simpleton's face, and went their ways home. One of the most popular simpleton tales in the world is that of fond parents who harrow their feelings by conjuring up the misfortunes which may possibly await their as yet unborn grandchildren. In Scotland it is told, in a slightly different form, of two old maids who were once found bathed in tears, and who were obliged to confess that they had been daydreaming and supposing, if they had been married, and one had had a boy and the other a girl, and if the children, when they grew up, had married and had had a little child, and if it had tumbled out of the window and been killed, what a dreadful thing it would have been. At which terrible idea they both gave way to not unnatural tears. In one of its Russian forms it is told of the old parents of a boy named Lutonya, who weep over the hypothetical death of an imaginary grandchild, thinking how sad it would have been if a log which the old woman has dropped had killed that yet merely potential infant. The parent's grief appears to Lutonya so uncalled for that he leaves home, declaring that he will not return until he has found people more foolish than they. He travels long and far, and witnesses several foolish doings, most of which are familiar to us. In one place a cow is being hoisted on to a roof in order that it may eat the grass growing thereon. In another a horse is being inserted into its collar by sheer force. In a third a woman is fetching milk from the cellar, a spoonful at a time. But the story comes to an end before its hero has discovered the surpassing stupidity of which he is in quest. In another Russian story of a similar nature, Lutonya goes from home in search of some one more foolish than his mother, who has been tricked by a cunning sharper. First he finds carpenters attempting to stretch a beam which is not long enough, and earns their gratitude by showing them how to add a piece to it. Then he comes to a place where sickles are unknown, and harvesters are in the habit of biting off the ears of corn. So he makes a sickle for them, thrusts it into a sheaf, and leaves it there. They take it for a monstrous worm, tie a cord to it, and drag it away to the bank of the river. There they fasten one of their number to a log, and set him afloat, giving him the end of the cord in order that he may drag the worm after him into the water. The log turns over, and the moujik with it, so that his head is under water while his legs appear above it. "Why, brother," they call to him from the bank, "why are you so particular about your leggings? If they do get wet, you can dry them by the fire." But he makes no reply, only drowns. Finally Lutonia meets a counterpart of the well-known Irishman, who, when counting the party to which he belongs, always forgets to count himself, and so gets into numerical difficulties. After which he returns home. End of Part 6. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 1 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 7. It would be easy to multiply examples of this style of humor, to find in the folk tales current all over Russia the equivalents of our own facetious narratives about wise men of Gotham, the old woman whose petticoats were cut short by the peddler whose name was Stout, and a number of other inhabitants of Fool Land, to whom the heart of childhood is still closely attached, and also of the exaggeration stories, the German Lügenmärchen, on which was founded the narrative of Baron Munchausen's surprising adventures. But instead of doing this, before passing to the more important group of the skazkas, I will quote, as this chapter's final illustration of the Russian storyteller's art, an animal story and a legend. Here is the former. The Mizgir. In the olden days, long, long ago, with the springtide fair and the summer's heat, there came on the world distress and shame. For gnats and flies began to swarm, biting folks and letting their warm blood flow. Then the spider appeared, the hero bold, who, waving arms, weaved webs around the highways and byways in which the gnats and flies were most to be found. A ghastly gadfly, coming that way, stumbled straight into the spider's snare. The spider, tightly squeezing her throat, prepared to put her out of the world. From the spider the gadfly mercy sought. "Good Father Spider, please do not kill me. I've ever so many little ones. Without me they'll be orphans left, and from door to door have to beg their bread and squabble with dogs." Well, the spider released her. Away she flew, and everywhere, humming and buzzing about, told the flies and gnats of what had occurred. "Ho, ye gnats and flies! Meet here beneath this ash tree's roots. A spider has come, and with the waving of arms and the weaving of nets has set his snares in all the ways to which the flies and gnats resort. He'll catch them, every single one." They flew to the spot. Beneath the ash tree's roots they hid, and lay there as though they were dead. The spider came, and there he found a cricket, a beetle, and a bug. "O cricket," he cried, "upon this mound sit and take snuff. Beetle, do beat a drum, and do thou crawl, O bug, the bun-like, beneath the ash, and spread abroad this news of me, the spider, the wrestler, the hero bold, that the spider, the wrestler, the hero bold, no longer in the world exists, that they have sent him to Kazan, that in Kazan upon a block they've chopped his head off, and the block destroyed." On the mound sat the cricket and took snuff. The beetle smote upon the drum. The bug crawled in among the ash tree's roots, and cried, "Why have ye fallen? Wherefore, as in death, do ye lie here? Truly, no longer lives the spider, the wrestler, the hero bold. They've sent him to Kazan, and in Kazan they've chopped his head off on a block, and afterwards destroyed the block." The gnats and flies grew blithe and merry. Thrice they crossed themselves, then out they flew, and straight into the spider's snares. Said he, "But seldom do ye come. I would that ye would far more often come to visit me, to quaff my wine and beer, and pay me tribute." This story is specially interesting in the original, inasmuch as it is rhymed throughout, although printed as prose. A kind of lilt is perceptible in many of the skazkas, and traces of rhyme are often to be detected in them, but the Mizgir's mold is different from theirs. Many stories also exist in an artificially versified form, but their movement differs entirely from that of the naturally cadenced periods of the ordinary skazka, or of such rhymed prose as that of the Mizgir. The following legend is not altogether new in motive, but a certain freshness is lent to it by its simple style, its unstained humor, and its genial tone. The Smith and the Demon. Once upon a time there was a smith, and he had one son, a sharp, smart 6-year-old boy. One day the old man went to church, and as he stood before a picture of the Last Judgment, he saw a demon painted there, such a terrible one, black with horns and a tail. "Oh my!" says he to himself, "suppose I get just such another painted for the smithy." So he hired an artist, and ordered him to paint on the door of the smithy exactly such another demon as he had seen in the church. The artist painted it. Thenceforward the old man, every time he entered the smithy, always looked at the demon and said, "Good morning, fellow countryman," and then he would lay the fire in the furnace and begin his work. Well, the smith lived in good accord with the demon for some 10 years. Then he fell ill and died. His son succeeded to his place as head of the household, and took the smithy into his own hands. But he was not disposed to show attention to the demon as the old man had done. When he went into the smithy in the morning, he never said "good morrow" to him. Instead of offering him a kindly word, he took the biggest hammer he had handy, and thumped the demon with it 3 times right on the forehead, and then he would go to work. And when one of God's holy days came around, he would go to the church and offer each saint a taper, but he would go up to the demon and spit in his face. Thus 3 years went by, he all the while favoring the evil one every morning, either with a spitting or a hammering. The demon endured it, and at last found it past all endurance. It was too much for him. "I've had quite enough of this insolence from him," thinks he. "Suppose I make use of a little diplomacy, and play him some sort of a trick." So the demon took the form of a youth and went to the smithy. "Good day, uncle," says he. "Good day. What would you say, uncle, to taking me as an apprentice? At all events I should carry fuel for you and blow the bellows." The smith liked the idea. "Why shouldn't I?" he replied. "2 are better than 1." The demon began to learn his trade. At the end of a month he knew more about the smith's work than the master did himself, and was able to do everything that his master couldn't do. It was a real pleasure to look at him. There's no describing how satisfied his master was with him, how fond he got of him. Sometimes the master didn't go into the smithy at all himself, but trusted entirely to his journeyman, who had complete charge of everything. Well, it happened one day that the master was not at home, and the journeyman was left all by himself in the smithy. Presently he saw an old lady driving along the street in her carriage, whereupon he popped his head out of doors and began shouting, "Hi, sirs, be so good as to step in here. We've opened a new business here. We turn old folks into young ones." Out of her carriage jumped the lady in a trice and ran into the smithy. "What's that you're bragging about? Do you mean to say it's true? Can you really do it?" she asked the youth. "We haven't got to learn our business," answered the demon. "If I hadn't been able to do it, I wouldn't have invited people to try." "And how much does it cost?" asked the lady. 500 rubles altogether." "Well, then, here's your money. Make a young woman of me." The demon took the money, and he sent the lady's coachman into the village. "Go," says he, "and bring me here 2 buckets full of milk." After that he took a pair of tongs, and caught hold of the lady by the feet, flung her into the furnace, and burnt her up. Nothing was left of her but her bare bones.
When the buckets of milk were brought, he emptied them into a large tub. Then he collected all the bones and flung them into the milk. Just fancy, at the end of about 3 minutes, the lady emerged from the milk alive and young and beautiful. Well, she got into her carriage and drove home. There she went straight to her husband, and he stared hard at her, but didn't know she was his wife. "What are you staring at?" says the lady. "I'm young and elegant, you see, and I don't want to have an old husband. Be off at once to the smithy, and get them to make you young. If you don't, I won't so much as acknowledge you." There was no help for it. Off set the senior. By that time the smith had returned home, and had gone into the smithy. He looked about. The journeyman wasn't to be seen. He searched and searched. He inquired and inquired. Never a thing came of it. Not even a trace of the youth could be found. He took to his work by himself, and was hammering away, when at that moment up drove the senior, and walked straight into the smithy. "Make a young man of me," says he. "Are you in your right mind, Baron? How can one make a young man of you?" "Come now, you know all about that. I know nothing of the kind. You lie, you scoundrel. Since you made my old woman young, make me young too. Otherwise there'll be no living with her for me." "Why, I haven't so much as seen your good lady." "Your journeyman saw her, and that's just the same thing. If he knew how to do a job, surely you, an old hand, must have learnt to do it long ago. Come now, set to work at once. If you don't, it will be the worse for you. I'll have you rubbed down with a birch-tree towel." The smith was compelled to try his hand at transforming the senior. He held a private conversation with the coachman as to how his journeyman had set to work with the lady, and what he had done to her. And then he thought, "So be it, I'll do the same. If I fall on my feet, good. If I don't, well, I must suffer all the same." So he set to work at once, stripped the senior naked, held hold of him by the legs with the tongs, popped him into the furnace, and began blowing the bellows. After he had burned him to a cinder, he collected the remains, flung them into the milk, and then waited to see how soon a youthful senior would jump out of it. He waited 1 hour, 2 hours, but nothing came of it. He made a search in the tub. There was nothing in it but bones, and those charred ones. Just then the lady sent messengers to the smithy to ask whether the senior would soon be ready. The poor smith had to reply that the senior was no more. When the lady heard that the smith had only turned her husband into a cinder, instead of making him young, she was tremendously angry, and she called together her trusty servants, and ordered them to drag him to the gallows. No sooner said than done. Her servants ran to the smith's house, laid hold of him, tied his hands together, and dragged him off to the gallows. All of a sudden there came up with them the youngster, who used to live with the smith as his journeyman, who asked him, "Where are they taking you, master?" "They're going to hang me," replied the smith, and straightway related all that had happened to him. "Well, uncle," said the demon, "swear that you will never strike me with your hammer, but that you will pay me the same respect your father always paid, and the senior shall be alive, and young too, in a trice." The smith began promising and swearing that he would never again lift his hammer against the demon, but would always pay him every attention. Thereupon the journeyman hastened to the smithy, and shortly afterwards came back again, bringing the senior with him, and crying to the servants, "Hold, hold! Don't hang him! Here's your master." Then they immediately untied the cords, and let the smith go free. From that time forward the smith gave up spitting at the demon and striking him with his hammer. The journeyman disappeared, and was never seen again. But the senior and his lady entered upon a prosperous course of life, and if they haven't died, they are living still. End of chapter 1. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com.
Chapter 2 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Mythological, Part 1. Principal Incarnations of Evil. The present chapter is devoted to specimens of those skazkas which most Russian critics assert to be distinctly mythical. The stories of this class are so numerous that the task of selection has been by no means easy. but I have done my best to choose such examples as are most characteristic of that species of the mythical folk tale which prevails in Russia, and to avoid, as far as possible, the repetition of narratives which have already been made familiar to the English reader by translations of German and Scandinavian stories. There is a more marked individuality in the Russian tales of this kind, as compared with those of Western Europe, than is to be traced in the stories, especially those of a humorous cast, which relate to the events that chequer an ordinary existence. The actors in the comedietas of European peasant life vary but little, either in title or in character, wherever the scene may be laid, just as in the European beast epos the fox, the wolf, and the bear play parts which change but slightly with the regions they inhabit. But the supernatural beings which people the fairyland, peculiar to each race, though closely resembling each other in many respects, differ conspicuously in others. They may, it is true, be nothing more than various developments of the same original type. They may be traceable to germs common to the prehistoric ancestors of the now widely separated Aryan peoples. Their peculiarities may simply be due to the accidents to which travelers from distant lands are liable, but at all events each family now has features of its own, typical characteristics by which it may be readily distinguished from its neighbors. My chief aim at present is to give an idea of those characteristics which lend individuality to the mythical beings in the skazkas. In order to effect this, I shall attempt a delineation of those supernatural figures, to some extent peculiar to Slavonic fairyland, which make their appearance in the Russian folk tales. I have given a brief sketch of them elsewhere. I now propose to deal with them more fully, quoting at length, instead of merely mentioning some of the evidence on which the proof of their existence depends. For the sake of convenience, we may select from the great mass of the mythical skazkas those which are supposedly most manifestly to typify the conflict of opposing elements, whether of good and evil, or of light and darkness, or of heat and cold, or of any other pair of antagonistic forces or phenomena. The typical hero of this class of stories, who represents the cause of right, and who is resolved by mythologists into so many different essences, presents almost identically the same appearance in most of the countries wherein he has become naturalized. He is endowed with supernatural powers, but he remains a man for all that. Whether as prince or peasant, he alters but very little in his wanderings among the Aryan races of Europe. And a somewhat similar statement may be made about his feminine counterpart, for all the types of fairyland life are of an epicene nature, admitting of a feminine as well as a masculine development. The heroine who, in the skazkas, as well as in other folk tales, braves the wrath of female demons in quest of means whereby to lighten the darkness of her home, or rescue her bewitched brothers from the thraldom of an enchantress, or liberates her captive husband from a dungeon's gloom. But their antagonists, the dark or evil beings whom the hero attacks and eventually destroys, or whom the heroine overcomes by her virtues, her subtlety, or her skill, vary to a considerable extent with the region they occupy, or rather with the people in whose memories they dwell. The giants, by killing whom our own Jack gained his renown, the Norse trolls, the ogres of southern romance, the Drakos and Lamia of modern Greece, the Lithuanian Laum, these and all other groups of monstrous forms under which the imagination of each race has embodied its ideas about, according to one hypothesis, the powers of darkness it feared, or, according to another, the aborigines it detested, differ from each other to a considerable and easily recognizable extent. An excellent illustration of this statement is offered by the contrast between the Slavonic group of supernatural beings of this class and their equivalents in lands tenanted by non-Slavonic members of the Indo-European family. A family likeness will of course be traced between all these conceptions of popular fancy, But the gloomy figures with which the folk tales of the Slavonians render us familiar may be distinguished at a glance among their kindred monsters of Latin, Hellenic, Teutonic, or Celtic extraction. Of those among the number to which the Russian skazkas relate, I will now proceed to give a sketch, allowing the stories, so far as possible, to speak for themselves. If the powers of darkness in the mythical skazkas are divided into two groups, the one male, the other female, there stand out as the most prominent figures in the former set the snake, or some other illustration of zoological mythology, Koshchei the Deathless, and the Morskoi Tsar, or King of the Waters. In the latter group, the principal characters are the Baba Yaga, or hag, her close connection the witch, and the female snake. On the forms and natures of the less conspicuous characters to be found in either class we will not at present dwell. An opportunity for commenting on some of them will be afforded in another chapter. To begin with the snake. His outline, like that of the cloud with which he is so frequently associated, and which he is often supposed to typify, is seldom well defined. Now in one form and now in another he glides a shifting shape, of which it is difficult to obtain a satisfactory view. Sometimes he retains throughout the story an elusively reptilian character, sometimes he is of a mixed nature, partly serpent and partly man. In one story we see him riding on horseback with hawk on wrist, or raven on shoulder, and hound at heel. In another he figures as a composite being with a human body and a serpent's head. In a third he flies as a fiery snake into his mistress's bower, stamps with his foot on the ground, and becomes a youthful gallant. But in most cases he is a serpent, which in outward appearance seems to differ from other Orphidians only in being winged, and polycephalous, the number of its heads generally varying from 3 to 12. He is often known by the name of Zmei, snake, Grinich, son of the Gara, or mountain, and sometimes he is supposed to dwell in the mountain caverns. To his abode, whether in the bowels of the earth or in the open light of day, whether it be a sumptuous palace or an izba on fowl's legs, a hut upheld by slender supports on which it turns as on a pivot, he carries off his prey. In one story he appears to have stolen, or in some way concealed, the daylight. In another, the bright moon and the many stars come forth from within him after his death. But as a general rule, it is some queen or princess whom he tears away from her home, as Pluto carried off Proserpina, and who remains with him reluctantly, and hails as her rescuer the hero who comes to give him battle. Sometimes, however, the snake is represented as having a wife of his own species, and daughters who share their parents' tastes and powers. Such is the case in the South Russian story of Ivan Popyalof. Once upon a time there was an old couple, and they had 3 sons. 2 of these had their wits about them, but the third was a simpleton. Ivan by name, surname Popyalof. For 12 whole years Ivan lay among the ashes from the stove. But then he arose and shook himself, so that 6 poods of ashes fell off from him. Now in the land in which Ivan lived there was never any day, but always night. That was a snake's doing. Well, Ivan undertook to kill that snake. So he said to his father, "Father, make me a mace 5 poods in weight." And when he had got the mace, he went out into the fields and flung it straight up in the air, and then he went home. The next day he went out into the fields, to the spot from which he had flung the mace on high, and stood there with his head thrown back. So when the mace fell down again, it hit him on the forehead, and the mace broke in 2. Ivan went home and said to his father, "Father, make me another mace, a 10-pood one." And when he had got it, he went out into the fields and flung it aloft. And the mace went flying through the air for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day Ivan went out to the same spot, and when the mace came tumbling down, he put his knee in the way, and the mace broke over it into 3 pieces.
Ivan went home and told his father to make him a third mace, one of 15 poods weight, and when he had got it, he went out into the fields and flung it aloft, and the mace was up in the air 6 days. On the 7th Ivan went to the same spot as before. Down fell the mace, and when it struck Ivan's forehead, the forehead bowed under it. Thereupon he said, "This mace will do for the snake." So when he had got everything ready, he went forth with his brothers to fight the snake. He rode, and presently there stood before him a hut on fowl's legs, and in that hut lived the snake. There all the party came to a standstill. Then Ivan hung up his gloves, and said to his brothers, "Should blood drop from my gloves, make haste to help me." When he had said this, he went into the hut and sat down under the boarding. Presently there rode up a snake with 3 heads. His steed stumbled, his hound howled, his falcon clamoured. Then cried the snake, "Wherefore hast thou stumbled, O steed? Hast thou howled, O hound? Hast thou clamoured, O falcon?" "How can I but stumble," replied the steed, "when under the boarding sits Ivan Popyalof?" Then said the snake, "Come forth, Ivanushka, let us try our strength together." Ivan came forth, and they began to fight. And Ivan killed the snake, and then sat down again beneath the boarding. Presently there came another snake, a 6-headed one, and him too Ivan killed. And then there came a third, which had 12 heads. Well, Ivan began to fight with him, and lopped off 9 of his heads. The snake had no strength left in him. Just then a raven came flying by, and it croaked, "Croff, croff." Then the snake replied to the raven, "Fly, and tell my wife to come and devour Ivan Popyalof." But Ivan cried, "Fly, and tell my brothers to come, and then we will kill this snake and give his flesh to thee." And the raven gave ear to what Ivan said, and flew to his brothers, and began to croak above their heads. The brothers awoke, and when they heard the cry of the raven, they hastened to their brother's aid, and they killed the snake. And then, having taken its heads, they went into his hut and destroyed them. And immediately there was bright light throughout the whole land. After killing the snake, Ivan Popyalof and his brothers set off on their way home. But he had forgotten to take away his gloves, so he went back to fetch them, telling his brothers to wait for him meanwhile. Now when he had reached the hut, and was going to take away his gloves, he heard the voices of the snake's wife and daughters, who were talking with each other. So he turned himself into a cat, and began to mew outside the door. They let him in, and he listened to everything they said. Then he got his gloves and hastened away. As soon as he came to where his brothers were, he mounted his horse, and they all started afresh. They rode and rode. Presently they saw before them a green meadow, and on that meadow lay silken cushions. Then the elder brothers said, "Let us turn out our horses to graze here, while we rest ourselves a little." But Ivan said, "Wait a minute, brothers," and he seized his mace and struck the cushions with it, and out of those cushions there streamed blood. So they all went on further. They rode and rode. Presently there stood before them an apple tree, and upon it were gold and silver apples. Then the elder brother said, "Let's eat an apple apiece." But Ivan said, "Wait a minute, brothers, I'll try them first." And he took his mace and struck the apple tree with it, and out of the tree streamed blood. So they went on further. They rode and rode, and by they saw a spring in front of them. The elder brothers cried, "Let's have a drink of water." But Ivan Popyalof cried, "Stop, brothers!" and he raised his mace and struck the spring, and its waters became blood. For the meadows, the silken cushions, the apple tree, and the spring were all of them daughters of the snake. After killing the snake's daughters, Ivan and his brothers went on homewards. Presently came the snake's wife flying after them, and she opened her jaws from the sky to the earth, and tried to swallow up Ivan. But Ivan and his brothers threw 3 poods of salt into her mouth. She swallowed the salt, thinking it was Ivan Popyalof, but afterwards, when she had tasted the salt and found out it was not Ivan, she flew after him again. Then he perceived that danger was at hand, and so he let his horse go free, and hid himself behind 12 doors in the forge of Kuzma and Demyan. The snake's wife came flying up and said to Kuzma and Demyan, "Give me up Ivan Popyalof." But they replied, "Send your tongue through the 12 doors and take him." So the snake's wife began licking the doors. But meanwhile they all heated iron pincers, and as soon as they had sent her tongue through into the smithy, they caught tight hold of her tongue and began thumping her with hammers. And when the snake's wife was dead, they consumed her with fire, and scattered her ashes to the winds, and then they went home. And there they lived and enjoyed themselves, feasting and reveling and drinking mead and wine. I was there too, and had liquor to drink. It didn't go into my mouth, but only ran down my beard. End of Part 1. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. Chapter 2 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 2. The Skazka of Ivan Buykovich, Bull's son, contains a variant of part of this story, but the dragon which the Slavonic St. George kills is called not a snake, but a Chuda-Yuda. Ivan watches one night while his brothers sleep. Presently up rides a 6-headed Chuda-Yuda, which he easily kills. The next night he slays, but with more difficulty, a 9-headed specimen of the same family. On the third night appears a 12-headed Chuda-Yuda, mounted on a horse with 12 wings, its coat of silver, its mane and tail of gold. Ivan lops off 3 of the monster's heads, but they, like those of the Lernaean Hydra, become attached to their necks at the touch of their owner's fiery finger. Ivan, whom his foe has driven into the ground up to his knees, hurls one of his gloves at the hut in which his brothers are sleeping. It smashes the windows, but the sleepers slumber on and take no heed. Presently Ivan smites off 6 of his antagonist's heads, but they grow again as before. Half buried in the ground by the monster's strength, Ivan hurls his other glove at the hut, piercing its roof this time. But still his brothers slumber on. At last, after fruitlessly shearing off 9 of the Chuda-Yuda's heads, and finding himself embedded in the ground up to his armpits, Ivan flings his cap at the hut. The hut reels under the blow, and its beams fall asunder. His brothers awake and hasten to his aid, and the Chuda-Yuda is destroyed. The Chuda-Yuda wives, as the widows of the 3 monsters are called, then proceed to play the parts attributed in Ivan Popyalof to the snake's daughters. "I will become an apple tree with gold and silver apples," says the first. "Whoever plucks an apple will immediately burst." Says the second, "I will become a spring. On the water will float 2 cups, the one golden, the other of silver. Whoever touches one of the cups, him I will drown." And the third says, "I will become a golden bed. Whoever lies down upon that bed will be consumed with fire." Ivan, in a sparrow's form, overhears all this, and acts as in the preceding story. The 3 widows die, but their mother, an old witch, determines on revenge. Under the form of a beggar woman, she asks alms from the retreating brothers. Ivan tenders her a ducat. She seizes not the ducat, but his outstretched hand, and in a moment whisks him off underground to her husband, an aged one, whose appearance is that of the mythical being whom the Servians call the V. He lies on an iron couch and sees nothing. His long eyelashes and thick eyebrows completely hide his eyes. But he sends for 12 mighty heroes, and orders them to take iron forks and lift up the hair about his eyes, and then he gazes at the destroyer of his family. The glance of the Servian V is supposed to be as deadly as that of a basilisk, but the patriarch of the Russian story does not injure his captive. He merely sends him on an errand, which leads to a fresh set of adventures, of which we need not now take notice.
In a third variant of the story, there are snakes which are killed by the hero, Ivan Koshkin, Cat's son, and it is Baba Yaga, or Hag, who undertakes to revenge their deaths and those of their wives, her daughters. Accordingly, she pursues the three brothers and succeeds in swallowing two of them. The third, Ivan Koshkin, takes refuge in a smithy, and, as before, the monster's tongue is seized, and she is beaten with hammers until she disgorges her prey, none the worse for their temporary imprisonment. We have seen in the story about the Chudo-Yudo that the place usually occupied by the snake is at times filled by some other magical being. This frequently occurs in that class of stories which relates how three brothers set out to apprehend a trespasser, or to seek a mother or sister who has been mysteriously spirited away. They usually come either to an opening which leads into the underground world, or to the base of an apparently inaccessible hill. The youngest brother descends or ascends, as the case may be, and after a series of adventures, which generally lead him through the kingdoms of copper, of silver, and of gold, returns in triumph to where his brothers are awaiting him, and he is almost invariably deserted by them as soon as they have secured the beautiful princesses who accompany him, as may be read in the following South Russian history of the Norka. Once upon a time there lived a king and queen. They had 3 sons, 2 of them with their wits about them, but the third a simpleton. Now the king had a deer park, in which were quantities of wild animals of different kinds. Into that park there used to come a huge beast, Norka was its name, and do fearful mischief, devouring some of the animals every night. The king did all he could, but he was unable to destroy it, so at last he called his sons together and said, "Whoever will destroy the Norka, to him I give the half of my kingdom." Well, the eldest son undertook the task. As soon as it was night, he took his weapons and set out. But before he reached the park, he went to a traktir, or tavern, and there he spent the whole night in revelry. When he came to his senses, it was too late. The day had already dawned. He felt himself disgraced in the eyes of his father, but there was no help for it. The next day the second son went, and did just the same. Their father scolded them both soundly, and there was an end of it. Well, on the third day the youngest son undertook the task. They all laughed him to scorn because he was so stupid, feeling sure he wouldn't do anything. But he took his arms and went straight into the park, and sat down on the grass in such a position that the moment he went asleep his weapons would prick him, and he would awake. Presently the midnight hour sounded. The earth began to shake, and the Norka came rushing up, and burst right through the fence into the park, so huge it was. The prince pulled himself together, leapt to his feet, crossed himself, and went straight at the beast. It fled back, and the prince ran after it, but he soon saw that he couldn't catch it on foot, so he hastened to the stable, laid his hands on the best horse there, and set off in pursuit. Presently he came up with the beast, and they began a fight. They fought and fought. The prince gave the beast 3 wounds. At last they were both utterly exhausted, so they lay down to take a short rest. But the moment the prince closed his eyes, up jumped the beast, and took to flight. The prince's horse awoke him. Up he jumped in a moment, and set off again in pursuit, caught up to the beast, and again began fighting with it. Again the prince gave the beast 3 wounds, and then he and the beast lay down again to rest. Thereupon away fled the beast as before. The prince caught it up, and again gave it 3 wounds, but all of a sudden, just as the prince began chasing it for the 4th time, the beast fled to a great white stone, tilted it up, and escaped into the other world, crying out to the prince, "Then only will you overcome me when you enter here." The prince went home, told his father all that had happened, and asked him to have a leather rope plaited, long enough to reach to the other world. His father ordered this to be done. When the rope was made, the prince called for his brothers, and he and they having taken servants with them, and everything that was needed for a whole year, set out for the place where the beast had disappeared under the stone. When they got there, they built a palace on the spot, and lived in it for some time. But when everything was ready, the youngest brother said to the others, "Now, brothers, who is going to lift this stone?" Neither of them could so much as stir it, but as soon as he touched it, away it flew to a distance, though it was ever so big, big as a hill. And when he had flung the stone aside, he spoke a second time to his brothers, "Who is going into the other world to overcome the Norka?" Neither of them offered to do so. Then he laughed at them for being such cowards, and said, "Well, brothers, farewell. Lower me into the other world, and don't go away from here, but as soon as the cord is jerked, pull it up." His brothers lowered him accordingly, and when he reached the other world, underneath the earth, he went on his way. He walked and walked. Presently he espied a horse with rich trappings, and it said to him, "Hail, Prince Ivan! Long have I awaited thee." He mounted the horse and rode on, rode and rode, until he saw before him a palace made of copper. He entered the courtyard, tied up his horse, and went indoors. In one of the rooms a dinner was laid out. He sat down and dined, then went into a bedroom. There he found a bed, on which he lay down to rest. Presently there came in a lady, more beautiful than can be imagined anywhere but in a skazka, who said, "Thou who art in my house, name thyself. If thou art an old man, thou shalt be my father; if a middle-aged man, my brother; but if a young man, thou shalt be my husband dear; and if thou art a woman, and an old one, thou shalt be my grandmother; if middle-aged, my mother; and if a girl, thou shalt be my own sister." Thereupon he came forth, and when she saw him, she was delighted with him, and said, "Wherefore, O Prince Ivan, my husband dear shalt thou be? Wherefore hast thou come hither?" Then he told her all that had happened, and she said, "That beast which thou wishest to overcome is my brother. He is staying just now with my second sister, who lives not far from here in a silver palace. I bound up 3 of the wounds which thou didst give him." Well, after this they drank, and enjoyed themselves, and held sweet converse together. And then the prince took leave of her, and went on to the second sister, the one who lived in the silver palace, and with her also he stayed a while. She told him that her brother Norka was then at her youngest sister's. So he went on to the youngest sister, who lived in a golden palace. She told him that her brother was at that time asleep on the blue sea, and she gave him a sword of steel and a draught of the water of strength. And she told him to cut off her brother's head at a single stroke. And when he had heard these things, he went his way. And when the prince came to the blue sea, he looked, and there slept Norka on a stone in the middle of the sea. And when it snored, the water was agitated for 7 versts around. The prince crossed himself, went up to it, and smote it on the head with his sword. The head jumped off, saying the while, "Well, I am done for now," and rolled away into the sea. After killing the beast, the prince went back again, picking up all 3 sisters by the way, with the intention of taking them out into the upper world, for they all loved him and would not be separated from him. Each of them turned her palace into an egg, for they were all enchantresses, and they taught him how to turn the eggs into palaces and back again, and they handed over the eggs to him. And then they all went to the place from which they had to be hoisted into the upper world. And when they came to where the rope was, the prince took hold of it, and made the maidens fast to it. Then he jerked away at the rope, and his brothers began to haul it up. And when they had hauled it up, and had set eyes on the wondrous maidens, they went aside and said, "Let's lower the rope, pull our brother part of the way up, and then cut the rope. Perhaps he'll be killed, and then if he isn't, he'll never give us these beauties as wives." So when they had agreed on this, they lowered the rope. But the brother was no fool. He guessed what they were at. So he fastened the rope to a stone, and then gave it a pull. His brothers hoisted the stone to a great height, and then cut the rope. Down fell the stone and broke in pieces. The prince poured forth tears and went away. Well, he walked and walked.
Presently a storm arose, the lightning flashed, the thunder roared, the rain fell in torrents. He went up to a tree in order to take shelter under it, and on that tree he saw some young birds which were being thoroughly drenched. So he took off his coat and covered them over with it, and he himself sat down under the tree. Presently there came a flying bird, such a big one that the light was blotted out by it. It had been dark there before, but now it became darker still. Now this was the mother of those small birds which a prince had covered up. And when the bird had come flying, she perceived that her little ones were covered over, and she said, "Who has wrapped up my nestlings?" Presently, seeing the prince, she added, "Didst thou do it? Thanks. In return ask of me anything thou desirest. I will do anything for thee." "Then carry me to the other world," he replied. "Make me a large zasyek with a partition in the middle," she said. "Catch all sorts of game and put them into one half of it, and into the other half pour water, so that there may be meat and drink for me." All this the prince did. Then the bird, having taken the zasyek on her back, with the prince sitting in the middle of it, began to fly. And after flying some distance, she brought him to his journey's end, took leave of him, and flew away back. But he went to the house of a certain tailor, and engaged himself as his servant. So much the worse for wear was he, so thoroughly had he altered in appearance, that nobody would have suspected him of being a prince. Having entered into the service of his master, the prince began to ask what was going on in that country. And his master replied, "Our two princes, for the third one has disappeared, have brought away brides from the other world, and want to marry them, but those brides refuse. They insist on having all their wedding clothes made for them first, exactly like those which they used to have in the other world, and that without being measured for them. The king has called all the workmen together, but not one of them will undertake to do it." The prince, having heard all this, said, "Go to the king, master, and tell him that you will provide everything that's in your line." "However can I undertake to make clothes of that sort? I work for quite common folks," said his master. "Go along, master, I will answer for everything," said the prince. So the tailor went. The king was delighted that at least one good workman had been found, and gave him as much money as ever he wanted. When the tailor had settled everything, he went home, and the prince said to him, "Now then, pray to God, and lie down to sleep. Tomorrow all will be ready." And the tailor followed his lad's advice, and went to bed. Midnight sounded. The prince arose, went out of the city into the fields, took out of his pocket the eggs which the maidens had given him, and, as they had taught him, turned them into 3 palaces. Into each one of these he entered, took the maidens' robes, went out again, turned the palaces back into eggs, and went home. And when he got there, he hung up the robes on the wall, and lay down to sleep. Early in the morning his master awoke, and behold! there hung such robes as he had never seen before, all shining with gold and silver and precious stones. He was delighted, and he seized them and carried them off to the king. When the princesses saw that the clothes were those which had been theirs of the other world, they guessed that Prince Ivan was in this world, so they exchanged glances with each other, but they held their peace. And the master, having handed over the clothes, went home, but he no longer found his dear journeyman there, for the prince had gone to a shoemaker's, and him too he sent to work for the king. And in the same way he went round all of the artificers, and they all proffered him thanks, inasmuch as through him they were enriched by the king. By the time the princely workmen had gone the round of all the artificers, the princesses had received what they had asked for. All their clothes were just like what they had been in the other world. Then they wept bitterly because the prince had not come, and it was impossible for them to hold out any longer. It was necessary that they should be married. But when they were ready for the wedding, the youngest bride said to the king, "Allow me, my father, to go and give alms to the beggars." He gave her leave, and she went and began bestowing alms upon them, and examining them closely. And when she had come to one of them, and was going to give him some money,
she caught sight of the ring which she had given to the prince in the other world, and her sister's rings too, for it really was he. So she seized him by the hand and brought him into the hall, and said to the king, "Here is he who brought us out of the other world. His brothers forbade us to say that he was alive, threatening to slay us if we did. Then the king was wroth with his sons, and punished them as he thought best, and afterwards 3 weddings were celebrated." End of Part 2. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 2 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson, Part 3. The adventures of a prince, the youngest of 3 brothers, who has been lowered into the underground world, or who has ascended into the upper realm, form the theme of numerous skazkas, several of which are variants of the story of the Norka. The prince's elder brothers almost always attempt to kill him when he is about to ascend from the gulf or descend from the steeps which separate him from them. In one instance the following excuse is offered for their conduct. The hero has killed a snake in the underground world, and is carrying its head on a lance. When his brothers begin to hoist him up, his brothers were frightened at the sight of the head, and thinking the snake itself was coming, they let Ivan fall back into the pit. But this apology for their behavior seems to be due to the storyteller's imagination. In some instances their unfraternal conduct may be explained in the following manner. In Oriental tales the hero is often the son of a king's youngest wife, and he is not unnaturally hated by his half-brothers, the sons of an older queen, whom the hero's mother has supplanted in their royal father's affections. Accordingly they do their best to get rid of him. Thus, in one of the Indian stories which correspond to that of the Norka, the hero's success at court, excited by the envy and jealousy of his brothers, doubtless half-brothers, and they were not satisfied until they had devised a plan to effect his removal, and, as they hoped, accomplish his destruction. We know also that Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was a son of his old age, and the result was that when his brethren, who were only his half-brothers, saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him. When such tales as these came west in Christian times, their references to polygamy were constantly suppressed, and their distinctions between brothers and half-brothers disappeared. In the same way, the elder and jealous wife, who had behaved with cruelty in the original stories to the offspring of her rival, often became turned, under Christian influences, into a stepmother who hated her husband's children by a previous marriage. There may, however, be a mythological explanation of the behavior of the 2 elder brothers. Professor de Gubernatis is of opinion that in the Vedic hymns, Tritas, the 3rd brother, and the ablest as well as best, is persecuted by his brothers, who, in a fit of jealousy on account of his wife, the Aurora, and the riches she brings with her from the realm of darkness, the cistern or well into which she has been lowered, detain their brother in the well, and he compares this form of the myth with that which it assumes in the following Hindu tradition. 3 brothers, Ekata, that is the first, Dvita, that is the second, and Trita, that is the third, were traveling in a desert, and being distressed with thirst, they came to a well from which the youngest, Trita, drew water and gave it to his brothers. In requital they threw him into the well, in order to appropriate his property, and having covered the top with a cartwheel, left him in the well. In this extremity he prayed to the gods to extricate him, and by their favor he made his escape. This myth may, perhaps, be the germ from which have sprung the numerous folk tales about the desertion of a younger brother in some pit or chasm into which his brothers have lowered him. It may seem more difficult to account for the willingness of the Norka's 3 sisters to aid in his destruction, unless indeed the whole story be considered to be mythological, as its Indian equivalents undoubtedly are. But in many versions of the same tale the difficulty does not arise. The princess of the copper, silver, and golden realms are usually represented as united by no ties of consanguinity with the snake or other monster whom the hero comes to kill. In the story of Usunya, for example, there appears to be no relationship between these fair maidens and the Usunya bird, which steals the golden apples from a monarch's garden and is killed by his youngest son Ivan. That monster is not so much a bird as a flying dragon. This Usunya bird is a 12-headed snake, says one of the fair maidens, and presently it arrives, its wings stretched afar, while along the ground trail its mustaches, Usi, whence its name. In a variant of the same story in another collection, the part of Norka is played by a white wolf. In that of Ivan Suchenko, it is divided among 3 snakes who have stolen as many princesses, for the snake is much given to abduction, especially when he appears under the terrible form of Koshchei the Deathless. Koshchei is merely one of the many incarnations of the dark spirit which takes so many monstrous shapes in the folk tales of the class with which we are now dealing. Sometimes he is described as altogether serpent-like in form. Sometimes he seems to be of a mixed nature, partly human and partly Ophidian. But in some stories he is apparently framed after the fashion of a man. His name is by some mythologists derived from kost, a bone, whence comes a verb signifying to become ossified, petrified, or frozen, either because he is bony of limb, or because he produces an effect akin to freezing or petrifaction. He is called immortal, or the Deathless, because of his superiority to the ordinary laws of existence. Sometimes, like Baldur, he cannot be killed except by one substance. Sometimes his death, that is, the object with which his life is indissolubly connected, does not exist within his body. Like the vital center of the giant who had no heart in his body in the well-known Norse tale, it is sometimes extraneous to the being whom it affects, and until it is destroyed he may set all ordinary means of annihilation at defiance. But this is not always the case, as may be learnt from one of the best of the skazkas in which he plays a leading part, the history of Marya Morevna. In a certain kingdom there lived a Prince Ivan. He had 3 sisters. The first was the Princess Marya, the second the Princess Olga, the third the Princess Anna. When their father and mother lay at the point of death, they had thus enjoined their son, "Give your sisters in marriage to the very first suitors who come to woo them. Don't go keeping them by you." They died, and the prince buried them. And then, to solace his grief, he went with his sisters into the garden green to stroll. Suddenly the sky was covered by a black cloud. A terrible storm arose. "Let us go home, sisters," he cried. Hardly had they got into the palace when the thunder pealed, the ceiling split open, and into the room where they were came flying a falcon bright. The falcon smote upon the ground, became a brave youth, and said, "Hail, Prince Ivan! Before I came as a guest, but now I come as a wooer. I wish to propose for your sister, the Princess Marya." "If you find favor in the eyes of my sister, I will not interfere with her wishes. Let her marry you in God's name." The Princess Marya gave her consent. The falcon married her, and bore her away into his own realm. Days follow days, hours chase hours. A whole year goes by. One day Prince Ivan and his 2 sisters went out to stroll in the garden green. Again there arose a storm cloud with whirlwind and lightning. "Let us go home, sisters," cried the prince. Scarcely had they entered the palace when the thunder crashed, the roof burst into a blaze, the ceiling split in twain, and in flew an eagle. The eagle smote upon the ground and became a brave youth. "Hail, Prince Ivan! Before I came as a guest, but now I come as a wooer." And he asked for the hand of Princess Olga. Prince Ivan replied, "If you find favor in the eyes of Princess Olga, then let her marry you. I will not interfere with her liberty of choice." The Princess Olga gave her consent, and married the eagle. The eagle took her and carried her off to his own kingdom. Another year went by. Prince Ivan said to his youngest sister, "Let us go out and stroll in the garden green." They strolled about for a time. Again there arose a storm cloud with whirlwind and lightning. "Let us return home, sister," said he. And they returned home, but they hadn't had time to sit down when the thunder crashed, the ceiling split open, and in flew a raven. The raven smote upon the floor and became a brave youth. The former youths had been handsome, but this one was handsomer still. "Well, Prince Ivan, before I came as a guest, but now I have come as a wooer. Give me the Princess Anna to wife." "I won't interfere with my sister's freedom. If you gain her affections, let her marry you." So the Princess Anna married the raven, and he bore her away to his own realm. Prince Ivan was left alone. A whole year he lived without his sisters. Then he grew weary and said, "I will set out in search of my sisters." He got ready for the journey. He rode and rode, and one day he saw a whole army lying dead on the plain. He cried aloud, "If there be a living man there, let him make answer. Who has slain this mighty host?" There replied unto him a living man,
"All this mighty host has been slain by the fair Princess Marya Morevna."
Prince Ivan rode further on, and he came to a white tent, and forth came to meet him the fair Princess Marya Morevna. "Hail, Prince!" says she. "Whither does God send you? And is it of your free will or against your will?" Prince Ivan replied, "Not against their will do brave youths ride." "Well, if your business be not pressing, tarry a while in my tent." Thereat was Prince Ivan glad. He spent 2 nights in the tent, and he found favor in the eyes of Marya Morevna, and she married him. The fair Princess Marya Morevna carried him off into her own realm. They spent some time together, and then the princess took it into her head to go a-warring. She handed over all the housekeeping affairs to Prince Ivan, and gave him these instructions: "Go about everywhere, keep watch over everything, only do not venture to look into that closet there." He couldn't help doing so. The moment Marya Morevna had gone, he rushed to the closet, pulled open the door, and looked in. There hung Koshchei the Deathless, fettered by 12 chains. Then Koshchei entreated Prince Ivan, saying, "Have pity upon me and give me to drink. 10 years long have I been here in torment, neither eating or drinking, and my throat is utterly dried up." The prince gave him a bucket full of water. He drank it up and asked for more, saying, "A single bucket will not quench my thirst. Give me more." The prince gave him a second bucketful. Koshchei drank it up and asked for a third, and when he had swallowed the third bucketful, he regained his former strength, gave his chains a shake, and broke all 12 at once. "Thanks, Prince Ivan!" cried Koshchei the Deathless. "Now you will sooner see your own ears than Marya Morevna." And out of the window he flew in the shape of a terrible whirlwind. And when he had come up with the fair Princess Marya Morevna, as she was going her way, laid hold of her and carried her off home with him. But Prince Ivan wept full sore, and he arrayed himself and set out a-wandering, saying to himself, "Whatever happens, I will go and look for Marya Morevna." One day passed, another day passed. At the dawn of the 3rd day he saw a wondrous palace, and by the side of the palace stood an oak, and on the oak sat a falcon bright. Down flew the falcon from the oak, smote upon the ground, turned into a brave youth, and cried aloud, "Ha, dear brother-in-law, how deals the Lord with you?" Out came running the Princess Marya, joyfully greeting her brother Ivan, and began inquiring after his health, and telling him all about herself. The prince spent 3 days with them. Then he said, "I cannot abide with you. I must go in search of my wife, the fair Princess Marya Morevna." "Hard will it be for you to find her," answered the falcon. "At all events, leave with us your silver spoon. We will look at it and remember you." So Prince Ivan left his silver spoon at the falcon's and went on his way again. On he went one day, on he went another day, and by the dawn of the third day he saw a palace still grander than the former one, and hard by the palace stood an oak, and on the oak sat an eagle. Down flew the eagle from the oak, smote upon the ground, and turned to a brave youth, and cried aloud, "Rise up, Princess Olga! Hither comes our brother dear." The Princess Olga immediately ran to meet him, and began kissing him and embracing him, asking after his health, and telling him all about herself. With them Prince Ivan stopped 3 days. Then he said, "I cannot stay here any longer. I am going to look for my wife, the fair Princess Marya Morevna." "Hard it will be for you to find her," replied the eagle. "Leave with us a silver fork. We will look at it and remember you." He left a silver fork behind, and went his way. He travelled 1 day, he travelled 2 days. At daybreak on the third day he saw a palace grander than the first two, and near the palace stood an oak, and on the oak sat a raven. Down flew the raven from the oak, smote upon the ground, turned into a brave youth, and cried aloud, "Princess Anna, come forth quickly, our brother is coming." Out ran the Princess Anna, greeted him joyfully, and began kissing and embracing him, asking him after his health, and telling him all about herself. Prince Ivan stayed with them 3 days. Then he said, "Farewell, I am going to look for my wife, the fair Princess Marya Morevna." "Hard will it be for you to find her," replied the raven. "Anyhow, leave your silver snuff box with us. We will look at it and remember you." The prince handed over his silver snuff box, took his leave, and went his way. 1 day he went, another day he went, and on the third day he came to where Marya Morevna was. She caught sight of her love, flung her arms round his neck, burst into tears, and exclaimed, "Oh, Prince Ivan, why did you disobey me, and go looking in the closet, and letting out Koshchei the Deathless?" "Forgive me, Marya Morevna. Remember not the past. Much better fly with me while Koshchei the Deathless is out of sight. Perhaps he won't catch us." So they got ready and fled. Now Koshchei was out hunting. Towards evening he was returning home, when his good steed stumbled beneath him. "Why stumblest thou, sorry jade? Scentest thou some ill?" The steed replied, "Prince Ivan has come and carried off Marya Morevna." "Is it possible to catch them?" "It is possible to sow wheat, to wait till it grows up, to reap it and thresh it and grind it into flour, to make 5 pies of it, to eat the pies, and then start in pursuit, and even then be in time." Koshchei galloped off and caught up Prince Ivan. "Now," says he, "this time I will forgive you, in return for your kindness in giving me water to drink. A second time I will forgive you, but the third time beware, I will cut you to bits." Then he took Marya Morevna with him and carried her off. But Prince Ivan sat down on a stone and burst into tears. He wept and wept, and then returned back again to Marya Morevna. Now Koshchei the Deathless happened not to be at home. "Let us fly, Marya Morevna." "Ah, Prince Ivan, he will catch us." "Suppose he does catch us. At all events, we will have spent an hour or two together." So they got ready and fled. As Koshchei the Deathless was returning home, his good steed stumbled beneath him. "Why stumblest thou, sorry jade? Scentest thou some ill?"
"Prince Ivan has come and carried off Marya Morevna."
"Is it possible to catch them?"
"It is possible to sow barley, wait till it grows up, to reap it and thresh it, to brew beer, to drink ourselves drunk on it, to sleep our fill, and then set off in pursuit, and yet be in time." Koshchei galloped off and caught up Prince Ivan.
"Didn't I tell you that you should not see Marya Morevna any more than your own ears?"
And he took her away, and carried her off home with him. Prince Ivan was left there alone. He wept and wept. Then he went back again after Marya Morevna. Koshchei happened to be away from home at that time. "Let us fly, Marya Morevna." "Ah, Prince Ivan, he is sure to catch us, and hew you into pieces." "Let him hew you away. I cannot live without you." So they got ready and fled. Koshchei the Deathless was returning home, when his good steed stumbled beneath him.
"Why stumblest thou? Scentest thou any ill?"
"Prince Ivan has come and carried off Marya Morevna."
Koshchei galloped off, caught Prince Ivan, chopped him into little pieces, put them in a barrel, smeared it with pitch, and bound it with iron hoops, and flung it into the blue sea. But Marya Morevna he carried off home. At that very time the silver turned black.
which Prince Ivan had left with his brothers-in-law. "Ah," they said, "the evil is accomplished, sure enough." Then the eagle hurried to the blue sea, caught hold of the barrel and dragged it ashore. The falcon flew away for the water of life, and the raven for the water of death. Afterwards they all three met, broke open the barrel, took out the remains of Prince Ivan, washed them, and put them together in a fitting order. The raven sprinkled them with the water of death. The pieces joined together, the body became whole. The falcon sprinkled it with the water of life. Prince Ivan shuddered, stood up, and said, "Ah, what a time I've been sleeping!" "You'd have gone on sleeping a good deal longer if it hadn't been for us," replied his brothers-in-law. "Now come and pay us a visit." "Not so, brothers, I shall go and look for Marya Morevna." And when he had found her, he said to her, "Find out from Koshchei the Deathless whence he got so good a steed." So Marya Morevna chose a favourable moment and began asking Koshchei about it. Koshchei replied, "Beyond thrice 9 lands, in the 30th kingdom, on the other side of the fiery river, there lives a Baba Yaga. She has so good a mare that she flies round the world on it every day, and she has many other splendid mares. I watched her herds for 3 days without losing a single mare, and in return for that the Baba Yaga gave me a foal." "But how did you get across the fiery river?" "Why, I've a handkerchief of this kind. When I wave it thrice in the right hand, there springs up a very lofty bridge, and the fire cannot reach it." Marya Morevna listened to all this, and repeated it to Prince Ivan, and she carried off the handkerchief and gave it to him. So he managed to get across the fiery river, and then went on to the Baba Yaga's. Long he went on without getting anything either to eat or drink. At last he came across an outlandish bird and its young ones. Says Prince Ivan, "I'll eat one of these chickens."
"Don't eat it, Prince Ivan,"
begs the outlandish bird.
"Sometime or other I'll do you a good turn."
He went on farther and saw a hive of bees in the forest. "I'll get a bit of honeycomb," says he. "Don't disturb my honey, Prince Ivan," exclaims the queen bee. "Sometime or other I'll do you a good turn." So he didn't disturb it, and he went on. Presently there met him a lioness with her cub. "Anyhow, I'll eat this lion cub," says he. "I'm so hungry I feel quite unwell."
"Please leave us alone, Prince Ivan," begs the lioness. "Sometime or other I'll do you a good turn."
"Very well, have it your own way," says he. Hungry and faint he wandered on, walked farther and farther, and at last came to where stood the house of Baba Yaga. Round the house were set 12 poles in a circle, and on each of 11 of these poles was stuck a human head. The 12th alone remained unoccupied. "Hail, Granny!"
"Hail, Prince Ivan! Wherefore have you come? Is it of your own accord or on compulsion?"
"I have come to earn from you a heroic steed."
"So be it, Prince. You won't have to serve a year with me, but just 3 days. If you take good care of my mares, I'll give you a heroic steed. But if you don't, then you mustn't be annoyed at finding your head stuck on top of the last pole up there."
Prince Ivan agreed to these terms. The Baba Yaga gave him food and drink, and bid him set about his business. But the moment he had driven the mares afield, they cocked up their heads, and away they tore across the meadows in all directions. Before the prince had time to look round, they were all out of sight. Whereupon he began to weep and to disquiet himself, and then he sat down upon a stone and went to sleep. But when the sun was near its setting, the outlandish bird came flying up to him and awakened him, saying, "Arise, Prince Ivan, the mares are at home now." The prince arose and returned home. There Baba Yaga was storming and raging at her mares and shrieking,
"Whatever did you come home for?"
"How could we help coming home?" said they. "There came flying birds from every part of the world, and all but pecked our eyes out."
"Well, well, tomorrow don't go galloping over the meadows, but disperse amid the thick forests."
Prince Ivan slept all night. In the morning the Baba Yaga says to him,
"Mind, Prince, if you don't take good care of the mares, if you lose merely one of them, then your bold head will be stuck on that pole."
He drove the mares afield immediately. They cocked up their tails and dispersed among the thick forests. Again did the prince sit down on the stone, weep, and then go to sleep. The sun went down behind the forest. Up came running the lioness. Rise, Prince Ivan. The mares are all collected." Prince Ivan arose and went home. More than ever did the Baba Yaga storm at her mares and shriek,
"Whatever did you come back home for?"
"How can we help coming back? Beasts of prey came running at us from all parts of the world, all but tore us utterly to pieces."
"Well, tomorrow run off into the blue sea."
Again did Prince Ivan sleep through the night. Next morning the Baba Yaga sent him forth to watch the mares.
"If you don't take good care of them," says she, "your bald head will be stuck on that pole."
He drove the mares afield immediately. They cocked up their tails, disappeared from sight, and fled into the blue sea. There they stood up to their necks in water. Prince Ivan sat down on the stone, wept, and fell asleep. But when the sun had set behind the forest, up came a flying bee and said, "Right, Prince. The bears are all collected, but when you get home, don't let the Baba Yaga set eyes on you, but go into the stable and hide behind the mangers. There you will find a sorry colt rolling in the muck. Do you steal it, and at the dead of night ride away from the house." Prince Ivan arose, slipped into the stable, and lay down behind the mangers, while the Baba Yaga was storming away at her mares and shrieking,
"Why did you come back?"
"How could we help coming back? There came flying bees in countless numbers from all parts of the world, and began stinging us on all sides till the blood came." The Baba Yaga went to sleep. In the dead of the night Prince Ivan stole the sorry colt, saddled it, jumped on its back, and galloped away to the fiery river. When he came to that river, he waved the handkerchief 3 times on the right hand, and suddenly springing goodness knows whence, there hung across the river, high in the air, a splendid bridge. The prince rode across the bridge and waved the handkerchief twice on the left hand. There remained across the river a thin, ever so thin bridge. When the Baba Yaga got up in the morning, the sorry colt was not to be seen. Off she set in pursuit. At full speed did she fly in her iron mortar, urging it on with the pestle, sweeping away her traces with the broom. She dashed up the fiery river, gave a glance, and said, "A capital bridge." She drove on the bridge, but had only got half-way when the bridge broke in two, and the Baba Yaga went flop into the river. There truly did she meet with a cruel death. Prince Ivan fattened up the colt in the green meadows, and it turned into a wondrous steed. Then he rode to where Marya Morevna was. She came running out, and flung herself on his neck, crying, "By what means has God brought you back to life?" "Thus and thus," says he. "Now come along with me." "I'm afraid, Prince Ivan, if Koshchei catches us, you'll be cut in pieces again." "No, he won't catch us. I have a splendid heroic steed now. It flies just like a bird." So they got on its back and rode away. Koshchei the Deathless was returning home when his horse stumbled beneath him.
"What art thou stumbling for, sorry jade? Dost thou scent any ill?"
"Prince Ivan has come and carried off Marya Morevna."
"Can we catch them?"
"God knows. Prince Ivan has a horse now which is better than I."
"Well, I can't stand it," says Koshchei the Deathless. "I will pursue."
After a time he came up with Prince Ivan, lighted on the ground, was going to chop him up with his sharp sword, but at that moment Prince Ivan's horse smote Koshchei the Deathless full swing with its hoof, and cracked his skull, and the prince made an end of him with a club. Afterwards the prince heaped a pile of wood, set fire to it, burnt Koshchei the Deathless on the pyre, and scattered his ashes to the wind. Then Marya Morevna mounted Koshchei's horse, and Prince Ivan got on his own, and they rode away to visit first the raven, and then the eagle, and then the falcon. Wherever they went they met with a joyful greeting. "Ah, Prince Ivan, why we never expected to see you again. Well, it wasn't for nothing that you gave yourself so much trouble. Such a beauty as Marya Morevna one might search for all the world over, and never find one like her." And so they visited and they feasted, and afterwards they went off to their own realm. End of Part 3. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. Chapter 2 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 4. With Baba Yaga, the feminine counterpart of Koshchei and the snake, we shall deal presently, and the waters of life and death will find special notice elsewhere. A magic water which brings back the dead to life plays a prominent part in the folklore of all lands, but the two waters, each performing one part only of the cure, render very noteworthy the Slavonic stories in which they occur. The princess Marya Morevna, who slaughters whole armies before she is married, and then becomes mild and gentle, belongs to a class of heroines who frequently occur in both the stories and in the metrical romances, and to whom may be applied the remarks made by Kemble with respect to a similar Amazon. In one of the variants of the story, the representative of Marya Morevna fights the hero before she marries him. The Bluebeard incident of the forbidden closet is one which often occurs in the Skazkas, as we shall see further on, and the same may be said about the gratitude of the bird, bee, and lioness. The story of immortal Koshchei is one of very frequent occurrence, the different versions maintaining a unity of idea but varying considerably in detail. In one of them, in which Koshchei's part is played by a snake, the hero's sisters are carried off by their feathered admirers without his leave being asked, an omission for which a full apology is afterwards made. In another, the history of Fyodor Tugarin and Anastasia the Fair, the hero's three sisters are wooed and won, not by the falcon, the eagle, and the raven, but by the wind, the hail, and the thunder. He himself marries the terrible heroine Anastasia the Fair in the forbidden chamber, of whose palace he finds a snake hung up by one of its ribs. He gives it a lift, and it gets free from its hood and flies away, carrying off Anastasia the Fair. Fyodor eventually finds her, escapes with her on a magic foal which he obtains thanks to the aid of grateful wolves, bees, and crayfish, and destroys a snake by striking it on the forehead with the stone which was destined to be its death. In a third version of the story, the hero finds the forbidden chamber, Koshchei the Deathless, in a cauldron amid flames boiling in pitch. There he has been, he declares, for 15 years, having been lured there by the beauty of Anastasia the Fair. In a fourth, in which the hero's three sisters marry three beggars, who turn out to be snakes with 20, 30, and 40 heads apiece, Koshchei is found in the forbidden chamber, seated on a horse which is chained to a cauldron. He begs the hero to unloose the horse, promising in return to save him from 3 deaths. We will now take one of those versions of the story which describe how Koshchei's death is brought about by the destruction of that extraneous object on which his existence depends. The incident is one which occupies a prominent place in the stories of this class, current in all parts of Europe and Asia, and its result is almost the same, but the means by which that result is brought about differ considerably in different lands. In the Russian tales, the death of the evil being with whom the hero contends, the substance, namely the destruction of which involves his death, is usually the last of a sequence of objects either identical or closely resembling those mentioned in the following story of Koshchei the Deathless. In a certain country there once lived a king, and he had 3 sons, all of them grown up. All of a sudden Koshchei the Deathless carried off their mother. Then the eldest son craved his father's blessing that he might go and look for his mother. His father gave him his blessing, and he went off and disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The second son waited and waited. Then he too obtained his father's blessing, and he also disappeared. Then the youngest son, Prince Ivan, said to his father, "Father, give me your blessing, and let me go and look for my mother." But his father would not let him go, saying, "Your brothers are no more. If you likewise go away, I shall die of grief." "Not so, father, but if you bless me, I shall go, and if you do not bless me, I shall go." So his father gave him his blessing. Prince Ivan went to choose a steed, but every one he laid his hand upon gave way under it. He could not find a steed to suit him, so he wandered with drooping brow along the road and about the town. Suddenly there appeared an old woman who asked,
Why hangs your brow so low, Prince Ivan?"
"Be off, old crone," he replied. "If I put you on one of my hands and give it a slap with the other, there'll be a little wet left, that's all." The old woman ran down a by street, came to meet him a second time, and said,
"Good day, Prince Ivan. Why hangs your brow so low?"
Then he thought, "Why does this old woman ask me? Mightn't she be of some use to me?" And he replied, "Well, mother, because I cannot get myself a good steed."
"Silly fellow!" she cried, "to suffer and not to ask the old woman's help. Come along with me."
She took him to a hill, showed him a certain spot, and said,
"Dig up that piece of ground."
Prince Ivan dug it up, and saw an iron plate with 12 padlocks on it. He immediately broke off the padlocks, tore open the door, and followed a path leading underground. There, fastened with 12 chains, stood a heroic steed, which evidently heard the approaching steps of a rider worthy to mount it, and so began to neigh and to struggle until it broke all 12 of its chains. Then Prince Ivan put on armor fit for a hero, and bridled the horse, and saddled it with a Circassian saddle, and he gave the old woman money, and said to her, "Forgive me, mother, and bless me." Then he mounted his steed and rode away. Long time did he ride. At last he came to a mountain, a tremendously high mountain, and so steep that it was utterly impossible to get up it. Presently his brothers came that way. They all greeted each other, and rode on together till they came to an iron rock, 150 poods in weight, and on it was this inscription: "Whosoever will fling this rock against the mountain, to him will a way be opened." The elder brothers were unable to lift the rock, but Prince Ivan at the first try flung it against the mountain, and immediately there appeared a ladder leading up the mountain side. Prince Ivan dismounted, let some drops of blood run from his little finger into a glass, gave it to his brothers, and said, "If the blood in this glass turns black, tarry here no longer. That will mean that I am about to die." Then he took leave of them and went his way. He mounted the hill. What did he see there? All sorts of trees were there, all sorts of fruits, all sorts of birds. Long did Prince Ivan walk on. At last he came to a house, a huge house. In it lived a king's daughter, who had been carried off by Koshchei the Deathless. Prince Ivan walked round the enclosure, but could not see any doors. The king's daughter saw that there was some one there, came on to the balcony, and called out to him, "See, there is a chink in the enclosure. Touch it with your little finger, and it will become a door." What she said turned out to be true. Prince Ivan went into the house, and the maiden received him kindly, gave him to eat and to drink, and then began to question him. He told her how he had come to rescue his mother from Koshchei the Deathless. Then the maiden said, "It will be difficult for you to get at your mother, Prince Ivan. You see, Koshchei is not mortal. He will kill you. He often comes here to see me. There is his sword, 50 poods in weight. Can you lift it? If so, you may venture to go." Not only did Prince Ivan lift the sword, but he tossed it high in the air. So he went on his way again. By and by he came to a second house. He knew now where to look for the door, and he entered in. There was his mother. With tears did they embrace each other. Here also did he try his strength, heaving aloft a ball which weighed some 1,500 poods. The time came for Koshchei the Deathless to arrive. The mother hid away her son. Suddenly Koshchei the Deathless entered the house and cried out, "Foul! Foul! A Russian bone! One usen't to hear with one's ears or see with one's eyes, but now a Russian bone has come to the house. Who has been with you? Was it your son?" "What are you talking about? God bless you! You've been flying through Russia and got air up your nostrils. That's why you fancy it's here," answered Prince Ivan's mother, and then she drew nigh to Koshchei, addressed him in terms of affection, asked him about one thing and another, and at last said, "Whereabouts is your death, O Koshchei?"
"My death," he replied, "is in such a place. There stands an oak, And under the oak is a casket, and in the casket is a hare, and in the hare is a duck, and in the duck is an egg, and in the egg is my death." Having thus spoken, Koshchei the Deathless tarried there a little longer, and then flew away. This time Prince Ivan received his mother's blessing, and went to look for Koshchei's death. He went on his way a long time without eating or drinking. At last he felt mortally hungry, and thought, "If only something would come my way." Suddenly there appeared a young wolf. He determined to kill it, but out from a hole sprang the she-wolf, and said, "Don't hurt my little one. I'll do you a good turn." Very well. Prince Ivan let the young wolf go. On he went and saw a crow. "Stop a bit," he thought. "Here I shall get a mouthful." He loaded his gun and was going to shoot, but the crow exclaimed, "Don't hurt me. I'll do you a good turn." Prince Ivan thought the matter over, and spared the crow. Then he went farther, and came to a sea, and stood still on the shore. At that moment a young pike suddenly jumped out of the water and fell on the strand. He caught hold of it, and thought, for he was half dead with hunger, "Now I shall have something to eat." All of a sudden appeared a pike, and said, "Don't hurt my little one, Prince Ivan. I'll do you a good turn." And so he spared the little pike also. But how was he to cross the sea? He sat down on the shore and meditated. But the pike knew quite well what he was thinking about, and laid herself right across the sea. Prince Ivan walked along her back, as if he were going over a bridge, and came to the oak where Koshchei's death was. There he found the casket, and opened it. Out jumped the hare, and ran away. How was the hare to be stopped? Prince Ivan was terribly frightened at having let the hare escape, and gave himself up to gloomy thoughts. But a wolf, the one he had refrained from killing, rushed after the hare, caught it, and brought it to Prince Ivan. With great delight he seized the hare, cut it open, and had such a fright, out popped the duck, and flew away. He fired after it, but shot all on one side, so again he gave himself up to his thoughts. Suddenly there appeared the crow with her little crows, and set off after the duck, and caught it, and brought it to Prince Ivan. The prince was greatly pleased to get hold of the egg. Then he went on his way, but when he came to the sea, he began washing the egg, and let it drop into the water. However was he to get it out of the water? An immeasurable depth. Again the prince gave himself up to dejection. Suddenly the sea became violently agitated, and the pike brought him the egg. Moreover, it stretched itself across the sea. Prince Ivan walked along it to the other side, and then he set out again for his mother's. When he got there, they greeted each other lovingly, and then she hit him again as before. Presently in flew Koshchei the Deathless, and said, "Fool, fool! No Russian bone can the ear hear, nor the eye see, but there's a smell of Russia here." "What are you talking about, Koshchei? There's no one with me," replied Prince Ivan's mother. A second time spake Koshchei, and said, "I feel rather unwell." Then Prince Ivan began squeezing the egg, and thereupon Koshchei the Deathless bent double. At last Prince Ivan came out from his hiding place, held up the egg, and said, "There is your death, O Koshchei the Deathless." Then Koshchei fell on his knees before him, saying, "Don't kill me, Prince Ivan. Let's be friends. All the world would lie at our feet." But these words had no weight for Prince Ivan. He smashed the egg, and Koshchei the Deathless died. Ivan and his mother took all they wanted, and started homewards. On their way they came to where the king's daughter was, whom Ivan had seen on his way, and they took her with them too. They went further, and came to the hill where Ivan's brothers were still waiting for him. Then the maiden said, "Prince Ivan, do go back to my house. I have forgotten a marriage robe, a diamond ring, and a pair of seamless shoes." He consented to do so, but in the meantime he let his mother go down the ladder, as well as the princess, whom it had been settled he was to marry when they got home. They were received by his brothers, who then set to work and cut away the ladder, so that he himself would not be able to get down.
And they used such threats to his mother and the princess that they made them promise not to tell about Prince Ivan when they got home. And after a time they reached their native country. Their father was delighted at seeing his wife and 2 sons, but still he was grieved about the other one, Prince Ivan. But Prince Ivan returned to the home of his betrothed, and got the wedding dress and the ring and the seamless shoes. Then he came back to the mountain, and tossed the ring from one hand to the other. Immediately there appeared 12 strong youths, who said, "What are your commands?" "Carry me down from this hill." The youths immediately carried him down. Prince Ivan put the ring on his finger. They disappeared. Then he went on to his own country, and arrived at the city where his father and brothers lived. There he took up his quarters in the house of an old woman, and asked her, "What news is there, mother, in your country?"
"What news, lad? You see, our queen was kept in prison by Koshchei the Deathless. Her 3 sons went to look for her. 2 of them found her and came back, but the third, Prince Ivan, has disappeared, and no one knows where he is. The king is very unhappy about him. And those 2 princes and their mother brought a certain princess back with them, and the eldest son wants to marry her. But she declares she must fetch her betrothal ring first, or get one made just as she wants it. But although they have made a public proclamation about it, no one has been found to do it yet."
"Well, mother, go and tell the king that you will make one. I'll manage it for you," said Prince Ivan. So the old woman immediately dressed herself and hastened to the king, and said,
"Please, your majesty, I will make the wedding ring."
"Make it, mother. Such people as you are welcome," said the king. "But if you don't make it, off goes your head." The old woman was dreadfully frightened. She ran home, and told Prince Ivan to set to work at the ring. But Ivan lay down to sleep, troubling himself very little about it. The ring was there all the time. So he only laughed at the old woman, but she was trembling all over, and crying and scolding.
"As for you," she said, "you're out of the scrape. But you've done for me. Fool that I was!"
The old woman cried and cried until she fell asleep. Early in the morning Prince Ivan got up and awakened her, saying, "Get up, mother, and go out. Take them the ring, and mind, don't accept more than 1 ducat for it. If anyone asks who made the ring, say you made it yourself. Don't say a word about me." The old woman was overjoyed, and carried off the ring. The bride was delighted with it. "Just what I wanted," she said. So they gave the old woman a dish full of gold, but she only took 1 ducat. "Why do you take so little?" said the king.
"What good would a lot do to me, your majesty? If I want some more afterwards, you'll give it to me."
Having said this, the old woman went away. Time passed, and the news appeared abroad that the bride had told her lover to fetch her her wedding dress, or else to get one made, just such a one as she wanted. Well, the old woman, thanks to Prince Ivan's aid, succeeded in this matter too, and took her the wedding dress, and afterwards she took her the seamless shoes also, and would only accept 1 ducat each time, and always said that she had made the things herself. Well, the people heard that there would be a wedding at the palace on such and such a day, and the day they all anxiously awaited came at last. Then Prince Ivan said to the old woman, "Look here, mother, when the bride is just going to be married, let me know." The old woman didn't let the time go by unheeded. Then Ivan immediately put on his princely raiment, and went out of the house. "See, mother, this is what I'm really like," says he. The old woman fell at his feet.
"Pray forgive me for scolding you,"
said she. "God be with you," said he. So he went into the church, and finding his brothers had not yet arrived, he stood up alongside of the bride and got married to her. Then he and she were escorted back to the palace, and as they went along, the proper bridegroom, the eldest brother, met him. But when he saw that his bride and Prince Ivan were being escorted home together, he turned back again ignominiously. As to the king, he was delighted to see Prince Ivan again, and when he had learnt all about the treachery of his brothers after the wedding feast had been solemnized, he banished the 2 elder princes, but he made Ivan heir to the throne. End of Part 4. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com.
Chapter 2 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 5. In the story of Prince Arakad, the Queen Mother is carried off by the whirlwind instead of by Koshchei. Her youngest son also climbs the hill by the aid of iron hooks, kills Vichor, and lowers his mother and the three other ladies whom he has rescued by means of a rope made of strips of hide. This his brothers cut to prevent him from descending. They then oblige the ladies to swear not to betray them, the taking of the oath being accompanied by the eating of earth. The same formality is observed in another story in which an oath of a like kind is exacted. The sacred nature of such an obligation may account for the singular reticence so often maintained under similar circumstances in stories of this class. In one of the descriptions of Koshchei's death, he is said to be killed by a blow on the forehead inflicted by the mysterious egg, that last link in the magic chain by which his life is darkly bound. In another version of the same story, but told of a snake, the fatal blow is struck by a small stone found in the yolk of an egg, which is inside a duck, which is inside a hare, which is inside a stone, which is on an island, that is, the fabulous island Buyan. In another variant, Koshchei attempts to deceive his fair captive, pretending that his death resides in a besom, or in a fence, both of which she adorns with gold in token of her love. Then he confesses that his death really lies in an egg inside a duck, inside a log which is floating on the sea. Prince Ivan gets hold of the egg and shifts it from one hand to the other. Koshchei rushes wildly from side to side of the room. At last the prince breaks the egg. Koshchei falls on the floor and dies. This heartbreaking episode occurs in the folk tales of many lands. It may not be amiss to trace it through some of its forms. In a Norse story, a giant's heart lies in an egg, inside a duck, which swims in a well, in a church, and on an island. With this may be compared another Norse tale, in which a Haugabasa, or troll, who has carried off a princess, informs her that he and all his companions will burst asunder when above them passes the grain of sand that lies under the ninth tongue in the ninth head of a certain dead dragon. The grain of sand is found and brought, and the result is that the whole of the monstrous brood of trolls, or Haugabasar, is instantaneously destroyed. In a Transylvanian Saxon story, a witch's life is a light which burns in an egg, inside a duck, which swims on a pond, inside a mountain, and she dies when it is put out. In the Bohemian story of the Sun Horse, a warlock's strength lies in an egg, which is within a duck, which is within a stag, which is under a tree. A seer finds the egg and sucks it. Then the warlock becomes weak as a child, for all his strength has passed into the seer. In the Gaelic story of the Sea Maiden, the great beast with 3 heads, which haunts the loch, cannot be killed until an egg is broken, which is in the mouth of a trout, which springs out of a crow, which flies out of a hind, which lives on an island in the middle of the loch. In a modern Greek tale, the life of a dragon or other baleful being comes to an end simultaneously with the lives of 3 pigeons, which are shut up in an all but inaccessible chamber, or enclosed within a wild boar. Closely connected with the Greek tale is the Servian story of the dragon, whose strength, snaga, lies in a sparrow, which is inside a dove, inside a hare, inside a boar, inside a dragon, Ajdaya, which is in a lake near a royal city. The hero of the story fights the dragon of the lake, and after a long struggle, being invigorated at the critical moment by a kiss which the heroine imprints on his forehead, he flings it high in the air. When it falls to the ground, it breaks in pieces, and out comes the boar. Eventually the hero seizes the sparrow and wrings its neck, but not before he has obtained from it the charm necessary for the recovery of his missing brothers and a number of other victims of the dragon's cruelty. To these European tales a very interesting parallel is afforded by the Indian story of Punchkin, whose life depends on that of a parrot, which is in a cage
placed beneath the lowest of 6 jars of water, piled one on the other, and standing in the midst of a desolate country covered with thick jungle. When the parrot's legs and wings are pulled off, Punchkin loses his legs and arms, and when its neck is wrung, his head twists round and he dies. One of the strangest of the stories which turn on this idea of an external heart is a Samoyed tale, in which 7 brothers are in the habit every night of taking out their hearts and sleeping without them. A captive damsel whose mother they have killed receives the extracted hearts and hangs them on the tent pole, where they remain till the following morning. One night her brother contrives to get the hearts into his possession. Next morning he takes them into the tent, where he finds the brothers at the point of death. In vain do they beg for their hearts, which he flings on the floor. And as he flings down the hearts, the brothers die. The legend to which I am now about to refer will serve as a proof of the venerable antiquity of the myth from which the folk tales which have just been quoted appear to have sprung. A papyrus, which is supposed to be of the age of the 19th dynasty, about B.C. 1300, has preserved an Egyptian tale about 2 brothers. The younger of these, Satao, leaves the elder Anapau, or Anubis, and retires to the valley of the acacia. But before setting off, Satao states that he shall take his heart and place it in the flowers of the acacia tree, so that if the tree is cut down, his heart will fall to the ground and he will die. Having given Anapau instructions what to do in such a case, he seeks the valley. There he hunts wild animals by day, and at night he sleeps under the acacia tree, on which his heart rests. But at length Naum, the Creator, forms a wife for him, and all the other gods endow her with gifts. To this Egyptian Pandora, Satao confides the secret of his heart. One day a tress of her perfumed hair floats down the river, and is taken to the king of Egypt. He determines to make its owner his queen, and she, like Rhodope or Cinderella, is sought far and wide. When she has been found and brought to the king, she recommends him to have the acacia cut down, so as to get rid of her lawful husband. Accordingly, the tree is cut down, the heart falls, and Satao dies. About this time Anapau sets out to pay his long-lost brother a visit. Finding him dead, he searches for his heart, but searches in vain for 3 years. In the 4th year, however, it suddenly becomes desirous of returning to Egypt, and says, "I will leave this celestial sphere." Next day Anapau finds it under the acacia, and places it in a vase which contains some mystic fluid. When the heart has become saturated with the moisture, the corpse shudders and opens its eyes. Anapau pours the rest of the fluid down its throat, the heart returns to its proper place, and Satao is restored to life. In one of the skazkas, a volshebnitsa, or enchantress, is introduced, whose death, like that of Koshchei, is spoken of as something definite and localized. A prince has loved and lost a princess who is so beautiful that no man can look at her without fainting. Going in search of her, he comes to the home of an enchantress, who invites him to tea and gives him leave to inspect her house. As he wanders about, he comes to a cellar in which he sees that beautiful one whom he loves in fire. She tells him her love for him has brought her there, and he learns that there is no hope of freeing her unless he can find out where lives the death of the enchantress. So that evening he asks his hostess about it, and she replies, "In a certain lake stands a blue rose tree. It is in a deep place, and no man can reach unto it. My death is there." He sets out in search of it, and, aided by a magic ring, reaches the lake, and sees there the blue rose tree, and around it a blue forest. After several failures, he succeeds in plucking up the rose tree by the roots, whereupon the enchantress straightway sickens. He returns to her house, finds her at the point of death, and throws the rose bush into the cellar where his love is crying, "Behold her death!" And immediately the whole building shakes to its foundations, and becomes an island on which are people who had been sitting in hell, and who offer up thanks to Prince Ivan. In another Russian story, a prince is grievously tormented by a witch who has got hold of his heart and keeps it perpetually seething in a magic cauldron. In a third, a queen maiden falls in love with the young Ivan, and after being betrothed to him, would fain take him away to her own land and marry him, but his stepmother throws him into a magic slumber, and the queen maiden has to return home without him. When he awakes and learns that she has gone, he sorrows greatly and sets out in search of her. At last he learns from a friendly witch that his betrothed no longer cares for him. Her love is hidden far away. It seems that on the other side of the ocean stands an oak, and on the oak a coffer, and in the coffer a hare, and in the hare a duck, and in the duck an egg, and in the egg the love of the queen maiden. Ivan gets possession of the egg, and the friendly witch contrives to have it placed before the queen maiden at dinner. She eats it, and immediately her love for Ivan returns in all its pristine force. He appears, and she, overjoyed, carries him off to her own land, and there marries him. After this digression, we will now return to our snakes. All the monstrous forms which figure in the stories we have just been considering appear to be merely different species of the great serpent family. Such names as Koshchei, Chuda-Yuda, Usinya, and the like seem to admit of exchange at the will of the storyteller with that of Zmei Gorinich, the many-headed snake, who in Russian storyland is represented as the type of all that is evil. But in the actual Russia of today, snakes bear by no means a bad character. Their presence in a cottage is considered a good omen by the peasants, who leave out milk for them to drink, and who think that to kill such visitors would be a terrible sin. This is probably a result of some remembrance of a religious cultus paid to the household gods under the form of snakes, such as existed of old, according to Kromer, in Poland and Lithuania. The following story is more in keeping with such ideas as these than with those which are expressed in the tales about Koshchei and his kin. The Water Snake. There was once an old woman who had a daughter, and her daughter went down to the pond one day to bathe with the other girls. They all stripped off their shifts and went into the water. Then there came a snake out of the water and glided on to the daughter's shift. After a time the girls all came out and began to put on their shifts, and the old woman's daughter wanted to put on hers, but there was a snake lying on it. She tried to drive him away, but there he stuck and would not move. Then the snake said, "If you will marry me, I'll give you back your shift." Now she wasn't at all inclined to marry him, but the other girls said, "As if it were possible for you to be married to him, say you will." So she said, "Very well, I will." Then the snake glided off from the shift and went straight into the water. The girl dressed and went home. As soon as she got there, she said to her mother, "Mommy, Mommy, thus and thus a snake got upon my shift and says to me, 'Marry me, or I won't let you have your shift.' And I said, 'I will.'" "What nonsense you are talking, you little fool, as if one could marry a snake." And so they remained just as they were, and forgot all about the matter. A week passed by, and one day they saw ever so many snakes, a huge troop of them, wriggling up to their cottage. "Ah, mammy, save me, save me!" cried the girl, and her mother slammed the door and barred the entrance as quickly as possible. The snakes would have rushed in at the door, but the door was shut, and they would have rushed into the passage, but the passage was closed. Then in a moment they rolled themselves into a ball, flung themselves at the window, smashed it to pieces, and glided in a body into the room. The girl got upon the stove, but they followed her, pulled her down, and bore her out of the room and out of doors. Her mother accompanied her, crying like anything. They took the girl down to the pond and dived right into the water with her, and there they all turned into men and women. The mother remained for some time on the dike, wailed a little, and then went home. 3 years went by. The girl lived down there, had 2 children, a son and a daughter. Now she often entreated her husband to let her go and see her mother. So at last one day he took her up to the surface of the water and brought her ashore. But she asked him before leaving him, "What am I to call out when I want you?" "Call out to me, 'Osip,' Joseph, 'Osip, come here,' and I will come," he replied. Then he dived under water again, and she went to her mother, carrying her little girl on one arm and leading her boy by the hand. Out came her mother to meet her, was so delighted to see her. "Good day, mother," said the daughter. "Have you been doing well while you were living down there?" asked her mother. "Very well indeed, mother. My life there is better than yours here." They sat down for a bit and chatted. Her mother got dinner ready for her, and she dined. "What's your husband's name?" asked her mother. "Osip," she replied. "And how are you to get home?" "I shall go to the dike and call out, 'Osip, Osip, come here,' and he'll come." "Lie down, daughter, and rest a bit," said the mother. So the daughter lay down and went to sleep. The mother immediately took an axe and sharpened it, and went down to the dike with it. And when she came to the dike, she began calling out, "Osip, Osip, come here." No sooner had Osip shown his head than the old woman lifted her axe and chopped it off, and the water in the pond became dark with blood. The old woman went home, and when she got home her daughter awoke. "Ah, mother," said she, "I'm getting tired of being here. I'll go home." "Do sleep here tonight, daughter. Perhaps you won't have another chance of being with me." So the daughter stayed and spent the night there. In the morning she got up, and her mother got breakfast ready for her. She breakfasted, and then she said good-bye to her mother and went away, carrying her little girl in her arms, while her boy followed behind her. She came to the dike and called out, "Osip, Osip, come here." She called and called, but he did not come. She looked into the water, and there she saw a head floating about. Then she guessed what had happened. "Alas, my mother has killed him!" she cried. There on the bank she wept and wailed, and then to her girl she cried, "Fly about as a wren, henceforth and evermore." And to her boy she cried, "Fly about as a nightingale, my boy, henceforth and evermore." "But I," she said, "will fly about as a cuckoo, crying 'Cuckoo!' henceforth and evermore." The snakes which figure in this weird story, the termination of which is so unusually tragic, bear a strong resemblance to the Indian Nagas, the inhabitants of Patala, or the underground world, serpents which take at will the human shape and often mix with mortals. They may also be related to the mermen and mermaids of the sea coasts, and to the similar beings with which, under various names, tradition peoples the lakes and streams and fountains of Europe. The South Russian peasantry have from immemorial times maintained a firm belief in the existence of water nymphs, called rusalkas, closely resembling the nereids of modern Greece, the female nixies of the north of Europe, and throughout the whole of Russia, at least in outlying districts, there still lingers a sort of cultus of certain male water spirits who bear the name of Vodyanis, and who are almost identical with the beings who haunt the waters of various countries, such as the German Nix, the Swedish Nek, and the Finnish Neke, etc. End of Part 5. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. Chapter 2 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 6. In the Skazkas we find frequent mention of beauteous maidens who usually live beneath the wave, but who can transform themselves into birds and fly wherever they please. We may perhaps be allowed to designate them by the well-known name of Swan Maidens, though they do not always assume, together with their plumage robes, the form of swans, but sometimes appear as geese, ducks, spoonbills, or aquatic birds of some other species. They are for the most part the daughters of the Morskoy Tsar, or Water King, a being who plays an important part in Slavonic popular fiction. He is of a somewhat shadowy form, and his functions are not very clearly defined, for the part he usually fills is sometimes allotted to Koshchei or to the Snake. But the stories generally represent him as a patriarchal monarch, living in subaqueous halls of light and splendor, whence he emerges at times to seize a human victim. It is generally a boy whom he gets into his power, and who eventually obtains the hand of one of his daughters and escapes with her to the upper world, though not without considerable difficulty. Such are, for instance, the leading incidents in the following skazka,
many features of which closely resemble those of various well-known West European folk tales. The Water King and Vasilissa the Wise. Once upon a time there lived a king and queen, and the king was very fond of hunting and shooting. Well, one day he went out hunting, and he saw an eaglet sitting on an oak. Just as he was going to shoot at it, the eaglet began to entreat him, saying, "Don't shoot me, my lord king. Better take me home with you, or some time or other I shall be of service to you." The king reflected a while and said, "How can you be of use to me?" And again he was going to shoot. Then the eaglet said to him a second time, "Don't shoot me, my king. Better take me home with you. Some time or other I shall be of use to you." The king thought and thought, but couldn't imagine a bit the more what use the eaglet could be to him, and so he determined to shoot it. Then a third time the eaglet exclaimed, "Don't shoot me, my lord king. Better take me home with you, and feed me for 3 years. Some time or other I shall be of service to you." The king relented, took the eaglet home with him, and fed it for a year, for 2 years, but it ate so much that it devoured all his cattle. The king had neither a cow nor a sheep left. At length the eagle said, "Now let me go free." The king set it at liberty. The eagle began trying its wings, but no, it could not fly yet, so it said, "Well, my lord king, you have fed me 2 years. Now, whether you like it or no, feed me for 1 year more. Even if you have to borrow, at all events feed me. You won't lose by it." Well, this is what the king did. He borrowed cattle from everywhere round about, and he fed the eagle for the space of a whole year, and afterwards he set it at liberty. The eagle rose ever so high, flew and flew, then dropped down again to the earth and said, "Now then, my lord king, take a seat on my back. We'll have a fly together." The king got on the eagle's back. Away they went flying. Before very long they reached the blue sea. Then the eagle shook off the king, who fell into the sea and sank up to his knees. But the eagle didn't let him drown. It jerked him on to its wings and asked, "How now, my lord king? Were you frightened perchance?" "I was," said the king. "I thought I was going to be drowned outright." Again they flew and flew until they reached another sea. The eagle shook off the king right in the middle of the sea. The king sank up to his girdle. The eagle jerked him on to its wing again and asked, "Well, my lord king, were you frightened perchance?" "I was," he replied, "but all the time I thought, perhaps, please God, the creature will pull me out." Away they flew again, flew and arrived at a third sea. The eagle dropped the king into a great gulf, so that he sank right up to his neck. And the third time the eagle jerked him on to its wing and asked, "Well, my lord king, were you frightened perchance?" "I was," said the king, "but still I said to myself, perhaps it will pull me out." "Well, my lord king, now you have felt what the fear of death is like. What I have done was in payment of an old score. Do you remember my sitting on an oak and your wanting to shoot me? 3 times you were going to let fly, but I kept on entreating you not to shoot, saying to myself all the time, perhaps he won't kill me, perhaps he'll relent and take me home with him." Afterwards they flew beyond thrice 9 lands. Long, long did they fly. Says the eagle, "Look, my lord king, what is above us and what is below us?" The king looked. "Above us," he said, "is the sky, below us the earth." "Look again, what is on the right hand and on the left?" "On the right hand is an open plain, on the left stands a house." "We will fly thither," said the eagle. "My youngest sister lives there." They went straight into the courtyard. The sister came out to meet them, received her brother cordially, and seated him at the oaken table. But on the king she would not as much as look, but left him outside, loosed greyhounds, and set them at him. The eagle was exceedingly wroth, jumped up from the table, seized the king, and flew away with him again. Well, they flew and flew. Presently the eagle said to the king, "Look round, what is behind us?"
The king turned his head, looked, and said, "Behind us is a red house." "That is the house of my youngest sister, on fire because she did not receive you, but set greyhounds at you. They flew and flew." Again the eagle asked, "Look again, my lord king, what is above us and what is below us?" "Above us is the sky, below us is the earth." "Look and see what is on the right hand and on the left." "On the right is the open plain, on the left there stands a house." "There lives my second sister, we'll go and pay her a visit." They stopped in a wide courtyard. The second sister received her brother cordially and seated him at the oaken table, but the king was left outside, and she loosed greyhounds and set them at him. The eagle flew into a rage, jumped up from the table, caught up the king, and flew away farther with him. They flew and flew. Says the eagle, "My lord king, look round what is behind us." The king looked back. There stands behind us a red house. "That is my second sister's house burning," said the eagle. "Now we'll fly to where my mother and my eldest sister live." Well, they flew there. The eagle's mother and eldest sister were delighted to see them, and received the king with cordiality and respect. "Now, my lord king," said the eagle, "tarry a while with us, and afterwards I will give you a ship, and will repay you for all I ate in your house, and then God speed you home again." So the eagle gave the king a ship and 2 coffers, one red, the other green, and said, "Now mind, don't open the coffers until you get home. Then open the red coffer in the back court, and the green coffer in the front court." The king took the coffers, parted with the eagle, and sailed along the blue sea. Presently he came to a certain island, and there his ship stopped. He landed on the shore and began thinking about the coffers, and wondering whatever there could be in them, and why the eagle had told him not to open them. He thought, and at last couldn't hold out any more. He longed so awfully to know all about it, so he took the red coffer, set it on the ground, and opened it. And out of it came such a quantity of different kinds of cattle that there was no counting them. The island had hardly room enough for them. When the king saw that, he became exceedingly sorrowful, and began to weep, and wherewithal to say, "What is there now left for me to do? How shall I get all this cattle back into so little a coffer?" Lo, there came out of the water a man, came up to him and asked, "Wherefore are you weeping so bitterly, O king?" "How can I help weeping?" answers the king. "How shall I be able to get all this great herd into so small a coffer?" "If you like, I will set your mind at rest. I will pack up all your cattle for you, but on one condition only. You must give me whatever you have at home that you don't know of." The king reflected. "Whatever is there at home that I don't know of?" says he. "I fancy I know about everything that's there." He reflected and consented. "Pack them up," says he. "I will give you whatever I have at home that I know nothing about." So that man packed away all his cattle for him in the coffer. The king went on board ship and sailed away homewards. When he reached home, then only did he learn that a son had been born to him. And he began kissing the child, caressing it, and at the same time bursting into such floods of tears. "My lord king," says the queen, "tell me wherefore thou droppest bitter tears." "For joy," he replies. He was afraid to tell her the truth, that the prince would have to be given up. Afterwards he went back into the courtyard. He opened the red coffer, and thence issued oxen and cows, sheep and rams. There were multitudes of all sorts of cattle, so that all the sheds and pastures were crammed full. He went into the front court, opened the green coffer, and there appeared a great and glorious garden. What trees there were in it, to be sure! The king was so delighted that he forgot all about giving up his son. Many years went by. One day the king took it into his head to go for a stroll, and he came to a river. At that moment the same man he had seen before came out of the water and said, "You pretty soon become forgetful, Lord King. Think a little, surely you're in my debt." The king returned home full of grief, and told all the truth to the queen and the prince. They all mourned and wept together, but they decided that there was no help for it. The prince must be given up. So they took him to the mouth of the river, and there they left him alone. The prince looked around and saw a footpath, and followed, trusting God would lead him somewhere. He walked and walked, and came to a dense forest. In the forest stood a hut. In the hut lived a Baba Yaga. "Suppose I go in," thought the prince, and went in.
"Good day, Prince,"
said the Baba Yaga.
"Are you seeking work or shunning work?"
"Hey, Granny, first give me to eat and to drink, and then ask me questions." So she gave him food and drink, and the prince told her everything as to whither he was going and with what purpose. Then the Baba Yaga said,
"Go, my child, to the seashore. There will fly thither 12 spoonbills, which will turn into fair maidens and begin bathing. Do you steal quietly up and lay your hands on the eldest maiden's shift. When you have come to terms with her, go to the Water King, and there will meet you on the way Obiedolo and Opivolo, and also Moroztreskum. Take all of them with you. They will do you good service."
The prince bid the Yaga farewell, went to the appointed spot on the seashore, and hid behind the bushes. Presently 12 spoonbills came flying thither, struck the moist earth, turned into fair maidens, and began to bathe. The prince stole the eldest one's shift, and sat down behind a bush, didn't budge an inch. The girls finished bathing and came out on the shore. 11 of them put on their shifts, turned into birds, and flew away home. There remained only the eldest, Vasilissa the wise. She began praying and begging the good youth. "Do give me my shift," she says. "You are on your way to the house of my father, the Water King. When you come, I will do you good service." So the prince gave her back her shift, and she immediately turned into a spoonbill and flew away after her companions. The prince went further on, and there met him by the way 3 heroes, Obiedolo, Opivolo, and Moroztreskum. He took them with him and went on to the Water King's. The Water King saw him and said, "Hail, friend! Why have you been so long in coming to me? I have grown weary of waiting for you. Now set to work. Here is your first task. Build me in one night a great crystal bridge, so that it shall be ready for use tomorrow. If you don't build it, off goes your head." The prince went away from the Water King and burst into a flood of tears. Vasilissa the wise opened the window of her upper chamber and asked, "What are you crying about, Prince?" "Ah, Vasilissa the wise, how can I help crying? Your father has ordered me to build a crystal bridge in a single night, and I don't even know how to handle an axe." "No matter. Lie down and sleep. The morning is wiser than the evening." She ordered him to sleep, but she herself went out on the steps and called aloud with a mighty whistling cry. Then from all sides there ran together carpenters and workmen. One levelled the ground, another carried bricks. Soon had they built a crystal bridge and traced cunning devices on it, and then they dispersed to their homes. Early next morning Vasilissa the wise awoke the prince. "The bridge is ready. My father will be coming to inspect it directly." Up jumped the prince, seized a broom, took his place on the bridge, and began sweeping there, clearing up there. The Water King bestowed praise upon him. "Thanks," said he, "you've done me one service. Now do another. Here is your task. Plant me by tomorrow a garden green, a big and shady one, and there must be birds singing in the garden, and flowers blossoming on the trees, and ripe apples and pears hanging from the boughs." Away went the prince from the Water King, all dissolved in tears. Vasilissa the wise opened her window and asked, "What are you crying for, Prince?" "How can I help crying? Your father has ordered me to plant a garden in one night." "That's nothing. Lie down and sleep. The morning is wiser than the evening." She made him go to sleep, but she herself went out on the steps, called and whistled with a mighty whistle. From every side there ran together gardeners of all sorts, and they planted a garden green, and in the garden birds sang, on the trees flowers blossomed, and from the boughs hung ripe apples and pears. Early in the morning Vasilissa the Wise awoke the prince. "Get up, prince, the garden is ready. Papa is coming to see it." The prince immediately snatched up a broom and was off to the garden. Here he swept a path, there he trained a twig. The Water King praised him and said, "Thanks, prince, you've done me a right trusty service. So choose yourself a bride from among my 12 daughters. They are all exactly alike in face, in hair, and in dress. If you can pick out the same one 3 times running, she shall be your wife. If you fail to do so, I shall have you put to death." Vasilissa the Wise knew all about that, so she found time to say to the prince, "First time I will wave my handkerchief, the second I will be arranging my dress, the third time you will see a fly above my head." And so the prince guessed which was Vasilissa the Wise 3 times running. And he and she were married, and a wedding feast was got ready. Now the Water King had prepared much food of all sorts, more than 100 men could get through, and he ordered his son-in-law to see that everything was eaten. "If anything remains over, the worse for you," says he. "My father," begs the prince, "there's an old fellow of mine here. Please let him take a snack with us." "Let him come." Immediately appeared Obiedolo, ate up everything, and wasn't content then. The Water King next set out 20 tubs of all kinds of strong drinks, and ordered his son-in-law to see that they were all drained dry. "My father," begs the prince again, "there's another old man of mine here. Let him too drink your health." "Let him come." Opivalo appeared, emptied all the 40 tubs in a twinkling, and then asked for a drop more by way of a stirrup cup. The Water King saw that there was nothing to be gained that way, so he gave orders to prepare a bathroom for the young couple, an iron bathroom, and to heat it as hot as possible. So the iron bathroom was made hot. 12 loaves of firewood were set alight, and the stove and the walls were made red hot, impossible to come within 5 versts of it. "My father," says the prince, "let an old fellow of ours have a scrub first, just to try the bathroom." "Let him do so." Moroz Trescum went into the bathroom, blew into one corner, blew into another, and in a moment icicles were hanging there. After him the young couple also went into the bathroom, were lathered and scrubbed, and then went home. After a time Vasilissa said to the prince, "Let us get out of my father's power. He's tremendously angry with you. Perhaps he'll be doing you some hurt." "Let us go," said the prince. Straightway they saddled their horses and galloped off into the open plain. They rode and rode. Many an hour went by. "Jump down from your horse, prince, and lay your ear close to the ground," said Vasilissa. "Cannot you hear a sound as of pursuers?" The prince bent his ear to the ground, but he could hear nothing. Then Vasilissa herself lighted down from her good steed, laid herself flat on the earth, and said, "Ah, prince, I hear a great noise as of chasing after us." Then she turned the horses into a well, and herself into a bowl, and the prince into an old, very old man. Up came the pursuers.
"Hey, old man,"
say they,
"haven't you seen a youth and a maiden pass by?"
"I saw them, my friends, only it was a long while ago. I was a youngster at the time when they rode by." The pursuers returned to the Water King.
"There's no trace of them," they said. "No news. All we saw was an old man beside a well and a bowl floating in the water."
"Why did not ye seize them?" cried the Water King, and thereupon put the pursuers to a cruel death, and sent another troop after the prince and Vasilissa the Wise. The fugitives in the meantime had ridden far, far away. Vasilissa the Wise heard the noise made by the fresh set of pursuers, so she turned the prince into an old priest, and she herself became an ancient church. Scarcely did its walls hold together, covered all over with moss. Presently up came the pursuers.
"Hey, old man, haven't you seen a youth and a maiden pass by?"
"I saw them, my own, only it was long, ever so long ago. I was a young man when they rode by. It's just while I was building this church." So the second set of pursuers returned to the Water King, saying, "There's neither trace nor news of them, your royal majesty. All that we saw was an old priest in an ancient church." "Why did not ye seize them?" cried the Water King louder than before, and having put the pursuers to a cruel death, he galloped off himself in pursuit of the prince and Vasilissa the Wise. This time Vasilissa turned the horses into a river of honey with kissel banks, and changed the prince into a drake and herself into a grey duck. The Water King flung himself on the kissel and honey water, and ate and drank until he burst, and so he gave up the ghost. The prince and Vasilissa rode on, and at length they drew nigh to the home of the prince's parents. Then said Vasilissa, "Go on in front, prince, and report your arrival to your father and mother, but I will wait for you here by the wayside. Only remember these words of mine: kiss every one else, only don't kiss your sister. If you do, you will forget me." The prince reached home, began saluting every one, kissed his sister too, and no sooner had he kissed her than from that very moment he forgot all about his wife, just as if she had never entered into his mind. 3 days did Vasilissa the Wise await him. On the 4th day she clad herself like a beggar, went into the capital, and took up her quarters in an old woman's house. But the prince was preparing to marry a rich princess, and orders were given to proclaim throughout the kingdom that all Christian people were to come to congratulate the bride and bridegroom, each one bringing a wheaten pie as a present. Well, the old woman with whom Vasilissa lodged prepared like every one else to sift flour and make a pie. "Why are you making a pie, Granny?" asked Vasilissa. "It is why? You evidently don't know then. Our king is giving his son in marriage to a rich princess. One must go up to the palace to serve up the dinner to the young people." "Come now, I too will bake a pie and take it to the palace. Maybe the king will make me some present." "Bake away in God's name," said the old woman. Vasilissa took flour, kneaded dough, and made a pie, and inside it she put some curds and a pair of live doves. Well, the old woman and Vasilissa the Wise reached the palace just at dinner time. There a feast was in progress, one fit for all the world to see. Vasilissa's pie was set on the table, but no sooner was it cut in two than out of it flew the 2 doves. The hen bird seized a piece of curd, and her mate said to her,
"Moo, moo, give me some of the curds too, dovey." "No, I won't," replied the other dove, "else you forget me, and the prince has forgotten his Vasilissa the Wise."
Then the prince remembered about his wife. He jumped up from the table, caught her by her white hands, and seated her close by his side. From that time forward they lived together in all happiness and prosperity. End of Part 6. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 2 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 7. In another story, a king is out hunting and becomes thirsty. Seeing a spring near at hand, he bends down and is just going to lap up its water when the Tsar Medved, a king bear, seizes him by the beard. The king is unable to free himself from his grasp, and is obliged to promise as his ransom that which he knows not of at home, which turns out to be a couple of children, a boy and a girl, who have been born during his absence. In vain does he attempt to save the twins from their impending fate by concealing them in a secret abode constructed for that purpose underground. In the course of time the king bear arrives to claim them, finds out their hiding place, digs them up, and carries them off on his back to a distant region where no man lives. During his absence they attempt to escape, being carried through the air on the back of a friendly falcon. But the king bear sees them, strikes his head against the earth, and burns the falcon's wings. The twins fall to the ground, and are carried by the king bear to his home amid inaccessible mountains. There they make a second attempt at escape, trusting this time to an eagle's aid, but it meets with exactly the same fate as their first trial. At last they are rescued by a bull calf, which succeeds in baffling all the king bear's efforts to recover them. At the end of their perilous journey, the bull calf tells the young prince to cut its throat and burn its carcass. He unwillingly consents, and from its ashes spring a horse, a dog, and an apple tree, all of which play important parts in the next act of the drama. In one of the variants of the Water King's story, the Caesar of the drinking king's beard is not called the Morskoy Tsar, but Chuda Morskaya, a water Chuda, whose name recalls to mind the Chuda Yuda we have already met with. The prince, who is obliged, in consequence of his father's promise, to surrender himself to the water giant, falls in love with a maiden whom he finds in that potentate's palace, and who is an enchantress, whom the Chuda has stolen. She turns herself into a ring, which he carries about with him, and eventually, after his escape from the Chuda, she becomes his bride. In another story, the being who obtains a child from one of the incautious fathers is the Jephthah type, who abound in popular fiction, is of a very singular nature. A merchant is flying across a river on the back of an eagle when he drops a magic snuff-box, which had been entrusted to his charge by that bird, and it disappears beneath the waters. At the eagle's command, the crayfish search for it and bring back word that it is lying on the knees of an idol. The eagle summons the idol and demands a snuff-box. "Give me what you do not know of at home." The merchant agrees, and the idol gives him back his snuff-box. In some of the variants of the story, the influence of ideas connected with Christianity makes it apparent in the names given to the actors. Thus, in the Muzhik and Anastasia Adovna, it is no longer a king of the waters, but a devil's imp, who bargains with the thirsting father for his child, and the swan maiden, whose shift the devoted youth steals, bears the name of Adovna, the daughter of Ad, or Hades. In the youth, a muzhik who has lost his way in a forest makes a rash promise to a man who enables him to cross a great river, and that man, says the story, was a devil. We shall meet with other instances further on of parents whose hasty words condemn their children to captivity among evil spirits. In one of the stories of this class, the father is a hunter who is perishing with cold one night, and who makes the usual promise as the condition of his being allowed to warm himself at a fire guarded by a devil. Being, in consequence of this, deprived of a son, he becomes very sad and drinks himself to death. The priest will not bury his sinful body, so it is thrust into a hole at a crossway, and he falls into the power of that very same devil, who turns him into a horse and uses him as a beast of burden. At last he is released by his son, who has forced the devil to free him after several adventures, one of them being a fight with the evil spirit in the shape of a three-headed snake. In the Hindu story of brave Seventy Bai, that heroine kills a very large cobra which comes out of a lake. Touching the waters with a magic diamond taken from the snake, she sees them roll back in a wall on either hand, between which she passes into a splendid garden. In it she finds a lovely girl who proves to be the cobra's daughter, and who is delighted to hear of her serpent father's death. Demon-haunted waters, which prove fatal to mortals who bathe in or drink of them, often occur in Oriental fiction. In one of the Indian stories, for instance, a king is induced to order his escort to bathe in a lake which is the abode of a Rakshasa, or demon. They leap into the water simultaneously, and are all devoured by the terrible man-eater. From the assaults of such a Rakshasa as this it was that Buddha, who was at that time a monkey, preserved himself and 80,000 of his brother monkeys by suggesting that they should drink from the tank in which the demon lay in wait for them. through reeds previously made completely hollow by their breath. From these male personifications of evil, from the snake, Koshchei, and the Water King, we will now turn to their corresponding female forms. By far the most important beings of the latter class are those malevolent enchantresses who form two closely related branches of the same family. Like their sisters all over the world, they are, as a general rule, old, hideous, and hateful. They possess all kinds of supernatural powers, but their wits are often dull. They wage constant war with mankind, but the heroes of Storyland find them as easily overcome as the males of their family. In their general character they bear a strong resemblance to the giantess, lamias, female trolls, ogresses, dragonesses, etc., of Europe, but in some of their traits they differ from these well-known beings, and therefore they are worthy of a detailed notice. In several of the stories which have already been quoted, a prominent part is played by the Baba Yaga, a female fiend whose name has given rise to much philological discussion of a somewhat unsatisfactory nature. Her appearance is that of a tall, gaunt hag with dishevelled hair. Sometimes she is seen lying stretched out from one corner to the other of a miserable hut, through the ceiling of which passes her long iron nose. The hut is supported by fowl's legs, and stands at the edge of a forest towards which its entrance looks. When the proper words are addressed to it, the hut revolves upon its slender supports, so as to turn its back instead of its front to the forest. Sometimes, as in the next story, the Baba Yaga appears as the mistress of a mansion which stands in a courtyard enclosed by a fence made of dead men's bones. When she goes abroad she rides in a mortar, which she urges on with a pestle, while she sweeps away the traces of her flight with a broom. She is closely connected with the snake in different forms. In many stories, indeed, the leading part has been ascribed by one narrator to a snake, and by another to a Baba Yaga. She possesses the usual magic apparatus by which enchantresses work their wonders. The day and the night, according to the following story, are among her servants. The entire animal world lies at her disposal. On the whole, she is the most prominent among the strange figures with which the Skazkas makes us acquainted. Of the stories which especially relate to her, the following may be taken as a fair specimen. The Baba Yaga. Once upon a time there was an old couple. The husband lost his wife and married again, but he had a daughter by the first marriage, a young girl, and she found no favor in the eyes of her evil stepmother, who used to beat her and consider how she could get her killed outright. One day the father went away somewhere or other, so the stepmother said to the girl, "Go to your aunt, my sister, and ask her for a needle and thread to make you a shift." Now the aunt was a Baba Yaga. Well, the girl was no fool, so she went to a real aunt of hers first, and says she, "Good morning, auntie." "Good morning, my dear. What have you come for?" "Mother has sent me to her sister to ask for a needle and thread to make me a shift." Then her aunt instructed her what to do. "There is a birch tree there, niece, which would hit you in the eye. You must tie a ribbon around it. There are doors which would creak and bang. You must pour oil on their hinges. There are dogs which would tear you to pieces. You must throw them rolls. There is a cat which would scratch your eyes out. You must give it a piece of bacon." So the girl went away and walked till she came to the place. There stood a hut, and in it sat weaving Baba Yaga, the Bony Shanks. "Good morning, auntie," says the girl. "Good morning, my dear," replies the Baba Yaga. "Mother has sent me to ask you for a needle and thread to make me a shift." "Very well. Sit down and weave a little in the meantime." So the girl sat down behind the loom, and the Baba Yaga went outside, and said to her servant maid, "Go and heat the bath, and get my niece washed, and mind you, look sharp after her. I want to breakfast off her." Well, the girl sat there in such a fright that she was as much dead as alive. Presently she spoke imploringly to the servant-maid, saying, "Kinswoman dear, do please wet the firewood instead of making it burn, and fetch the water for the bath in a sieve." And she made her a present of a handkerchief. The Baba Yaga waited a while. Then she came to the window and asked, "Are you weaving, niece? Are you weaving, my dear?" "Oh yes, dear aunt, I'm weaving." So the Baba Yaga went away again, and the girl gave the cat a piece of bacon and asked, "Is there no way of escaping from here?"
Well, here's a comb for you, and a towel. Well,
said the cat.
take them and be off. Well, the Baba Yaga will pursue you, but you must lay your ear on the ground. Well, and when you hear that she is close at hand, first of all throw down the towel. It will become a wide, wide river. Well, and if the Baba Yaga gets across the river and tries to catch you, then you must lay your ear on the ground again. And when you hear that she is close at hand, throw down the comb. It will become a dense, dense forest, through which she won't be able to force her way anyhow.
The girl took the towel and the comb and fled. The dogs would have rent her, but she threw them the rolls, and they let her go by. The doors would have begun to bang, but she poured oil on their hinges, and they let her pass through. The birch-tree would have poked her eye out, but she tied the ribbon around it, and it let her pass on. And the cat sat down to the loom and worked away, muddled everything about, if it didn't do much weaving. Up came the Baba Yaga to the window and asked, "Are you weaving, niece? Are you weaving, my dear?"
"I'm weaving, dear aunt, I'm weaving,"
gruffly replied the cat. The Baba Yaga rushed into the hut and saw that the girl was gone, and took to beating the cat and abusing it for not having scratched the girl's eyes out.
"Long as I've served you," said the cat, "you've never given me so much as a bone. But she gave me bacon."
Then the Baba Yaga pounced upon the dogs, on the doors, on the birch-tree, and on the servant-maid, and set to work to abuse them all, and to knock them about. Then the dogs said to her, "Woof! Long as we've served you, woof! You've never so much as pitched us a burnt crust, but she gave us rolls to eat." And the doors said, "Long as we've served you, you've never poured even a drop of water on our hinges, but she poured oil on us." The birch-tree said, "Long as I've served you, you've never tied a single thread around me, but she fastened a ribbon around me." And the servant-maid said, "Long as I've served you, you've never given me so much as a rag, but she gave me a handkerchief." The Baba Yaga, bony of limb, quickly jumped into her mortar, sent it flying along with the pestle, sweeping away the while all traces of its flight with a broom, and set off in pursuit of the girl. Then the girl put her ear to the ground, and when she heard that the Baba Yaga was chasing her, and was now close at hand, she flung down the towel, and it became a wide, such a wide river. Up came the Baba Yaga to the river, and gnashed her teeth with spite. Then she went home for her oxen, and drove them to the river. The oxen drank up every drop of the river, and then the Baba Yaga began the pursuit anew. But the girl put her ear to the ground again, and when she heard that the Baba Yaga was near, she flung down the comb, and instantly a forest sprang up, such an awfully thick one. The Baba Yaga began gnawing away at it. However hard she worked, she couldn't gnaw her way through it, so she had to go back again. By this time the girl's father had returned home, and asked, "Where's my daughter?" "She's gone to her aunt's," replied her stepmother. Soon afterwards the girl herself came running home. "Where have you been?" asked her father. "Ah, father," she said, "mother sent me to aunt's to ask for a needle and thread to make me a shift, but aunt's a Baba Yaga, and she wanted to eat me." "And how did you get away, daughter?" "Why, like this," said the girl, and explained the whole matter. As soon as her father had heard all about it, he became wroth with his wife, and shot her. But he and his daughter lived on and flourished, and everything went well with them. In one of the numerous variants of this story, the heroine is sent by her husband's mother to the Baba Yagas, and the advice which saves her comes from her husband. The Baba Yaga goes into another room in order to sharpen her teeth, and while she is engaged in that operation the girl escapes, having previously, by the advice of the cat, to which she had given a lump of butter, spat under the threshold. The spittle answers for her in her absence, behaving as do in other folk tales drops of blood, or rags dipped in blood, or apples, or eggs, or beans, or stone images, or wooden puppets. The magic comb and towel, by the aid of which the girl effects her escape, constantly figure in skazkas of this class, and always produce the required effect. A brush also is frequently introduced, from each bristle of which springs up a wood. In one story, however, the brush gives rise to mountains, and a golik, or bathroom whisk, turns into a forest. The towel is used also for the purpose of constructing or annihilating a bridge. Similar instruments are found in the folk tales of every land, whether they appear as the brush, comb, and mirror of the German water sprite, or the rod, stone, and pitcher of the Norse troll, or the knife, comb, and handful of salt, which in the modern Greek story save Asterinos and Pulja from their fiendish mother, or the twig, the stone, and the bladder of water found in the ear of the filly which saves her master from the Gaelic giant, or the brush, comb, and egg, the last of which produces a frozen lake with mirror-smooth surface, whereupon the pursuing old Prussian witch slips and breaks her neck. Or the wand, which causes a river to flow and a mountain to rise between the youth who waves it and the wicked old Rakshasa who chases him in the Deacon story, or the handful of earth, cup of water, and dry sticks and match which impede and finally destroy the Rakshasa in the almost identical episode of Somadeva's tale of the Prince of Vardhamana. In each instance they appear to typify the influence which the supernatural beings to whom they belonged were supposed to exercise over the elements. It has been thought strange that such stress should be laid on the employment of certain toilet articles, to the use of which the heroes of folk tales do not appear to have been greatly addicted. But it is evident that like produces like in the transformation in question. In the oldest form of the story, the Sanskrit, a handful of earth turns into a mountain, a cup of water into a river. Now, metaphorically speaking, a brush may be taken as a miniature wood. The common use of the term brushwood is a proof of the general acceptance of the metaphor. A comb does not at first sight appear to resemble a mountain, but its indented outline may have struck the fancy of many primitive peoples as being a likeness to a serrated mountain range. Hence comes it that in German Kamm means not only a comb, but also, like the Spanish sierra, a mountain ridge or crest. End of Part 7. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. Chapter 2 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 8. In one of the numerous stories about the Baba Yaga, 4 heroes are wandering about the world together when they come to a dense forest in which a small izba, or hut, is twirling round on a fowl's leg. Ivan, the youngest of the party, utters the magical formula, "Izbushka, Izbushka, stand with back to the forest and front towards us," and the hut faces towards them, its doors and windows open of their own accord. The heroes enter and find it empty. One of the party then remains indoors while the rest go out to the chase. The hero who is left alone prepares a meal, and then, after washing his head, sits down by the window to comb his hair. Suddenly a stone is lifted, and from under it appears a Baba Yaga, driving in her mortar, with a dog yelping at her heels. She enters the hut, and after some short parley, seizes her pestle and begins beating the hero with it until he falls prostrate. Then she cuts a strip out of his back and eats up the whole of the viands he has prepared for his companion, and disappears. After a while the beaten hero recovers his senses, ties up his head with a handkerchief, and sits groaning until his comrades return. Then he makes some excuse for not having got any supper ready for them, but says nothing about what has really happened to him. On the second day the second hero is treated in the same manner by the Baba Yaga, and on the day after that the third undergoes a similar humiliation. But on the fourth day it falls to the lot of young Ivan to stay in the hut alone. The Baba Yaga appears as usual, and begins thumping him with her pestle, but he snatches it from her, beats her almost to death with it, cuts 3 strips out of her back, and then locks her up in a closet. When his comrades return, they are surprised to find him unhurt, and a meal prepared for them, but they ask no questions. After supper they all take a bath, and then Ivan remarks that each of his companions has had a strip cut out of his back. This leads to a full confession, on hearing which Ivan runs to the closet, takes those strips out of the Baba Yaga, and applies them to their backs, which immediately become cured. He then hangs up the Baba Yaga by a cord tied to one foot, at which cord all the party shoot. At length it is severed, and she drops. As soon as she touches the ground, she runs to the stone from under which she had appeared, lifts it, and disappears. The rest of the story is very similar to that of the Norka, which has already been given, only instead of the beast of that name we have the Baba Yaga, whom Ivan finds asleep with a magic sword at her head. Following the advice of her daughters, 3 fair maidens whom he meets in her place, Ivan does not attempt to touch the magic sword while she sleeps, but he awakes her gently and offers her 2 golden apples on a silver dish. She lifts her head and opens her mouth, whereupon he seizes the sword and cuts her head off. As is usual in the stories of this class, his comrades, after hoisting the maidens aloft, cut the cord and let him fall back into the abyss, but he escapes, and eventually he slays all the 3 heroes and flings their bodies on the plain for wild beasts to devour. This skazka is one of the many versions of a widespread tale, which tells how the youngest of a party, usually consisting of 3 persons, overcomes some supernatural foe, generally a dwarf, who had been more than a match for his companions. The most important of these versions is the Lithuanian story of the carpenter who overcomes a Laume, a being in many respects akin to the Baba Yaga, who has proved too strong for his comrades, Perkin and the Devil. The practice of cutting strips from an enemy's back is frequently referred to in the skazkas, much more frequently than in the German and Norse stories. It is not often that such strips are turned to good account, but in the skazka with which we have just been dealing, Ivan, finding the rope by which he is being lowered into the abyss too short, ties to the end of it 3 strips he has cut from the Baba Yaga's back, and so makes it sufficiently long. They are often exacted as the penalty of losing a wager, as well in the skazkas as elsewhere. In a West Slavonian story about a wager of this kind, the winner cuts off the loser's nose. In the Gaelic stories it is not an uncommon incident for a man to have a strip of skin cut off him from his crown to his soul. The Baba Yaga generally kills people in order to eat them. Her house is fenced about with the bones of the men whose flesh she has devoured. In one story she offers a human arm by way of a meal to a girl who visits her. But she is also represented in one of the stories as petrifying her victims. This trait connects her with Medusa, and the 3 sister Baba Yagas with the 3 Gorgons. The Russian Gorgo's method of petrifaction is similar. In the story referred to, Ivan Dyevich, Ivan the servant maid's son, meets a Baba Yaga, who plucks one of her hairs and gives it to him and says, "Tie 3 knots and then blow." He does so, and both he and his horse turn into stone. The Baba Yaga places them in her mortar, pounds them to bits, and buries their remains under a stone. A little later comes Ivan Dyevitch's comrade, Prince Ivan. Him also the Yaga attempts to destroy, but he feigns ignorance and persuades her to show him how to tie knots and to blow. The result is that she becomes petrified herself. Prince Ivan puts her in her own mortar and proceeds to pound her therein until she tells him where the fragments of his comrade are and what he must do to restore them to life. The Baba Yaga usually lives by herself, but sometimes she appears in the character of the house mother. One of the skazkas relates how a certain old couple, who had no children, were advised to get a number of eggs from the village, one from each house, and to place them under a sitting hen. From the 41 eggs thus obtained and treated were born as many boys, all but one of whom develop into strong men. But the 41st long remains a poor weak creature, a kind of hop o' my thumb. They all set forth to seek brides, and eventually marry the 41 daughters of a Baba Yaga. On the wedding night she intends to kill her sons-in-law, but they, acting on the advice of him who had been the weakling of their party, but who has become a mighty hero, exchange clothes with their brides before lying down to sleep. Accordingly, the Baba Yaga's trusty servants cut off the heads of her daughters instead of those of her sons-in-law. Those youths arise, stick the heads of their brides on iron spikes all round the house, and gallop away. When the Baba Yaga awakes in the morning, looks out of the window, and sees her daughters' heads on their spikes, she flies into a passion, calling for her burning shield, sets off in pursuit of her sons-in-law, and begins burning up everything on all 4 sides with her shield. A magic bridge-creating kerchief, however, enables the fugitives to escape from their irritated mother-in-law. In one story, the heroine is ordered to swing the cradle in which reposes the Baba Yaga's infant son, whom she is ordered to address in terms of respect when she sings him lullabies. In others, she is told to wash a Baba Yaga's many children, whose appearance is usually unprepossessing. One girl, for instance, is ordered by Baba Yaga to heat the bath, but the fuel given her for the purpose turns out to be dead men's bones. Having got over this difficulty, thanks to the advice of a sparrow which tells her where to look for wood, she is sent to fetch some water in a sieve. Again the sparrow comes to her rescue, telling her to line the sieve with clay. Then she is told to wait upon the Baba Yaga's children in the bathroom. She enters it, and presently in come worms, frogs, rats, and all sorts of insects. These, which are the Baba Yaga's children, she soaps over and otherwise treats in the approved Russian bath style, and afterwards she does as much for their mother. The Baba Yaga is highly pleased, calls for a samovar or urn, and invites her young bathwoman to drink tea with her, and finally she sends her home with a blue coffer, which turns out to be full of money. This present excites the cupidity of her stepmother, who sends her own daughter to the Baba Yaga's, hoping that she will bring back a similar treasure. The Baba Yaga gives the same orders as before to the newcomer, but that conceited young person fails to carry them out. She cannot make the bones burn, nor the sieve hold water, but when the sparrow offers its advice, she only boxes its ears. And when the rats, frogs, and all manner of vermin enter the bathroom, she crushed half of them to death, says the story. The rest ran home and complained about her to their mother. And so the Baba Yaga, when she dismisses her, gives her a red coffer instead of a blue one. Out of it, when it is opened, issues fire, which consumes both her and her mother. Similar to this story, in many of its features, as well as in its catastrophe, is one of the most spirited and dramatic of all the skazkas, that of Vasilissa the Fair. In a certain kingdom there lived a merchant. 12 years did he live as a married man, but he had only one child, Vasilissa the Fair. When her mother died, the girl was 8 years old, and on her deathbed the merchant's wife called her little daughter to her, took out from under the bedclothes a doll, gave it to her, and said, "Listen, Vasilissa dear, remember and obey these last words of mine. I am going to die, and now together with my parental blessing, I bequeath to you this doll. Keep it always by you, and never show it to anybody. And whenever any misfortune comes upon you, give the doll food and ask its advice. When it is fed, it will tell you a cure for your troubles." Then the mother kissed her child and died. After his wife's death, the merchant mourned for her a befitting time, and then began to consider about marrying again. He was a man of means. It wasn't a question with him of girls with dowries. More than all others, a certain widow took his fancy. She was middle-aged, and had a couple of daughters of her own, just about the same age as Vasilissa. She must needs be both a good housekeeper and an experienced mother. Well, the merchant married the widow, but he had deceived himself, for he did not find in her a very kind mother for Vasilissa. Vasilissa was the prettiest girl in the village, but her stepmother and stepsisters were jealous of her beauty, and tormented her with every possible sort of toil, in order that she might grow thin from overwork and be tanned by the sun and the wind. Her life was made a burden to her. Vasilissa bore everything with resignation, and every day grew plumper and prettier, while the stepmother and the daughters lost flesh and fell off in appearance from the effects of their own spite, notwithstanding that they always sat with folded hands like fine ladies. But how did that come about? Why, it was her doll that helped Vasilissa. If it hadn't been for it, however, could the girl have got through all her work? And therefore it was that Vasilissa would never eat all her share of a meal, but always kept the most delicate morsel for her doll, and at night, when all were at rest, she would shut herself up in the narrow chamber in which she slept, and feast her doll, saying the while, "There, dolly, feed. Help me in my need. I live in my father's house, but never know what pleasure is. My evil stepmother tries to drive me out of the white world. Teach me how to keep alive, and what I ought to do." Then the doll would eat, and afterwards give her advice, and comfort her in her sorrow, and next day it would do all of Vasilissa's work for her. She had only to take her ease in a shady place and pluck flowers, and yet all her work was done in good time. The beds were weeded, and the pails were filled, and the cabbages were watered, and the stove was heated. Moreover, the doll showed Vasilissa herbs which prevented her from getting sunburnt. Happily did she and her doll live together. Several years went by. Vasilissa grew up and became old enough to be married. All the marriageable young men in the town sent to make an offer to Vasilissa. At her stepmother's daughters not a soul would so much as look. Her stepmother grew more and more savage than before, and replied to every suitor, "We won't let the younger marry before her elders." And after the suitors had been packed off, she used to beat Vasilissa, by way of wreaking her spite. Well, it happened one day that the merchant had gone away from home on business for a long time. Thereupon the stepmother went to live in another house, and near that house was a dense forest, and in a clearing in that forest there stood a hut, and in the hut there lived a Baba Yaga. She never let anyone come near her dwelling. She ate up people like so many chickens. Having moved into the new abode, the merchant's wife kept sending her hated Vasilissa into the forest on one pretense or another, but the girl always got home safe and sound. The doll used to show her the way, and never let her go near the Baba Yaga's dwelling. Autumn season arrived. One evening the stepmother gave out their work to the three girls. One she set to lace making, another to knitting socks, and the third, Vasilissa, to weaving, and each of them had her allotted amount to do. By and by she put out the lights in the house, leaving only one candle alight where the girls were working, and then she went to bed. The girls worked and worked. Presently the candle wanted snuffing. One of the stepdaughters took the snuffers, and as she were going to clear the wick, but instead of doing so in obedience to her mother's orders, she snuffed the candle out, pretending to do so by accident. "What shall we do now?" said the girls. "There isn't a spark of fire in the house, and our tasks are not yet done. We must go to the Baba Yaga's for a light." "My pins give me light enough," said the one who was making lace. "I shan't go." "And I shan't go either," said the one who was knitting socks. My knitting needles give me light enough. Vasilissa, you must go for the light." They both cried out together, "Be off to the Baba Yaga's." And they pushed Vasilissa out of the room. Vasilissa went into her little closet, set before the doll a supper which she had provided beforehand, and said, "Now, dolly, feed, and listen to my need. I'm sent to the Baba Yaga's for a light. The Baba Yaga will eat me." The doll fed, and its eyes began to glow just like a couple of candles. "Never fear, Vasilissa dear," it said. "Go where you're sent. Only take care to keep me always by you. As long as I'm with you, no harm will come to you at the Baba Yaga's." So Vasilissa got ready, put her doll in her pocket, crossed herself, and went out into the thick forest. As she walks, she trembles. Suddenly a horseman gallops by. He is white, and he is dressed in white, and under him is a white horse, and the trappings of the horse are white, and the day begins to break. She goes a little further, and a second rider gallops by. He is red, dressed in red, and sitting on a red horse, and the sun rises. Vasilissa went on walking all night and all next day. It was only towards the evening that she reached the clearing on which stood the dwelling of the Baba Yaga. The fence around it was made of dead men's bones. On the top of the fence were stuck human skulls with eyes in them. Instead of uprights at the gates were men's legs. Instead of bolts were arms. Instead of a lock was a mouth with sharp teeth. Vasilissa was frightened out of her wits, and stood still as if rooted to the ground. Suddenly there rode past another horseman. He was black, all dressed in black, and on a black horse. He galloped up to the Baba Yaga's gate and disappeared, just as if he had sunk through the ground, and night fell. But the darkness did not last long. The eyes of all the skulls on the fence began to shine, and the whole clearing became as bright as if it had been midday. Vasilissa shuddered with fear, but stopped where she was, not knowing which way to run. Soon there was heard in the forest a terrible roar. The trees crackled, the dry leaves rustled. Out of the forest came the Baba Yaga, riding in a mortar, urging it on with a pestle, sweeping away her traces with a broom. Up she drove to the gate, stopped short, and snuffing the air around her, cried,
"Fa! Fa! I smell Russian flesh. Who's there?"
Vasilissa went up to the hag in a terrible fright, and bowed low before her, and said, "It's me, Granny. My stepsisters have sent me to you for a light."
"Very good," said the Baba Yaga. "I know them. If you'll stop a while with me first, and then do some work for me, I'll give you a light. But if you won't, I'll eat you."
Then she turned to the gates and cried,
"Ho, thou firm fence of mine, be thou divided, and ye wide gates of mine, do ye fly apart."
The gates opened, and the Baba Yaga drove in, whistling as she went, and after her followed Vasilissa. And then everything shut to again. When they entered the sitting room, the Baba Yaga stretched herself out at full length, and said to Vasilissa,
"Fetch out what there is in the oven. I'm hungry."
Vasilissa lighted a splinter at one of the skulls which were on the fence, and began fetching meat from the oven and setting it before the Baba Yaga. And meat enough had been provided for 12 people. Then she fetched from the cellar kvass, mead, beer, and wine. The hag ate up everything, drank up everything. All she left for Vasilissa was a few scraps, a crust of bread and a morsel of suckling pig. Then the Baba Yaga lay down to sleep, saying,
"When I go out tomorrow morning, mind you cleanse the courtyard, sweep the room, cook the dinner, and get the linen ready. Then go to the corn bin and take out 4 quarters of wheat, and clear it of other seed. And mind you have it all done. If you don't, I shall eat you."
After giving these orders, the Baba Yaga began to snore. But Vasilissa set the remnants of the hag's supper before her doll, burst into tears, and said, "Now, dolly, feed, listen to my need. The Baba Yaga has set me a heavy task, and threatens to eat me if I don't do it all. Do help me." The doll replied, "Never fear, Vasilissa the fair. Sup, say your prayers, and go to bed. The morning is wiser than the evening." Vasilissa awoke very early, but the Baba Yaga was already up. She looked out of the window. The light in the skull's eyes were going out.
all of a sudden there appeared the white horseman, and all was light. The Baba Yaga went out into the courtyard and whistled. Before her appeared a mortar with pestle and a broom. The red horseman appeared, the sun rose. The Baba Yaga seated herself in the mortar and drove out of the courtyard, shooting herself along with the pestle, sweeping away her traces with the broom. Vasilissa was left alone. So she examined the Baba Yaga's house, wondering at the abundance there was in everything, and remained lost in thought as to which work she ought to take first. Then she looked up. All her work was done already. The doll had cleared the wheat to the very last grain. "Ah, my preserver!" cried Vasilissa. "You've saved me from danger." "All you've got to do now is to cook the dinner," answered the doll, skipping into Vasilissa's pocket. "Cook away in God's name, and then take some rest for your health's sake." Towards evening Vasilissa got the table ready and awaited the Baba Yaga. It began to grow dusky. The black rider appeared for a moment at the gate, and all grew dark. Only the eyes of the skulls sent forth their light. The trees began to crack, the leaves began to rustle. Up drove the Baba Yaga. Vasilissa went out to meet her.
"Is everything done?"
asked the Yaga. "Please to look for yourself, Granny," says Vasilissa. The Baba Yaga examined everything, was vexed that there was nothing to be angry about, and said,
"Ah, well, very good."
Afterwards she cried,
"My trusty servants, zealous friends, grind this my wheat."
There appeared 3 pairs of hands, which gathered up the wheat and carried it out of sight. The Baba Yaga supped, went to bed, and again gave her orders to Vasilissa.
"Do just the same tomorrow as today, only besides that, take out of the bin the poppy seed that is there, and clean the earth off it, grain by grain. Some one or other, you see, has mixed a lot of earth in with it out of spite."
Having said this, the hag turned to the wall and began to snore. And Vasilissa took to feeding her doll. The doll fed, and then said to her what it had said the day before: "Pray to God and go to sleep. The morning is wiser than the evening. All shall be done, Vasilissa dear." The next morning the Baba Yaga again drove out of the courtyard in her mortar, and Vasilissa and her doll immediately did all the work. The hag returned, looked at everything, and cried,
"My trusty servants, zealous friends, bring forth oil from the poppy seed."
3 pairs of hands appeared, gathered up the poppy seed, and bore it out of sight. The Baba Yaga sat down to dinner. She ate, but Vasilissa stood silently by.
"Why don't you speak to me?"
said the Baba Yaga.
"There you stand like a dumb creature."
"I didn't dare," answered Vasilissa, "but if you give me leave, I should like to ask you about something."
"Ask away. Only it isn't every question that brings good. Get much to know. Old soon you'll grow."
"I only want to ask you, Granny, about something I saw. As I was coming here, I passed by one riding on a white horse. He was white himself and dressed in white. Who was he?"
"That was my bright day,"
answered the Baba Yaga. "Afterwards there passed me another rider on a red horse, red himself, and all in red clothes. Who was he?"
"That was my red son,"
answered the Baba Yaga. "And who may be the black rider, Granny, who passed me just at your gate?"
"That was my dark night. They are all trusty servants of mine."
Vasilissa thought of the 3 pairs of hands, but held her peace.
"Why don't you go on asking?"
said the Baba Yaga. "That's enough for me, Granny. You said yourself, get too much to know, old you'll grow."
"It's just as well," said the Baba Yaga, "that you've only asked about what you saw out of doors, not indoors. In my house I hate having dirt carried out of the doors. And as to over-inquisitive people, well, I eat them. Now I'll ask you something. How is it you managed to do the work I set you to do?"
"My mother's blessing assists me," replied Vasilissa.
What's that? Get along out of my house, you blessed daughter. I don't want blessed people."
She dragged Vasilissa out of the room, pushed her outside the gates, took one of the skulls with blazing eyes from the fence, stuck it on a stick, and gave it to her, and said,
"Lay hold of that. It's a light you can take to your stepsisters. That's what they sent you here for, I believe."
Home went Vasilissa at a run, lit by the skull, which went out only at the approach of the dawn,
and at last, on the evening of the second day, she reached home. When she came to the gate, she was going to throw away the skull. Surely, thinks she, they can't still be in want of a light at home. But suddenly a hollow voice issued from the skull, saying, "Throw me not away, carry me to your stepmother." She looked at her stepmother's house, and not seeing a light in a single window, she determined to take the skull there with her. For the first time in her life she was cordially received by her stepmother and stepsisters, who told her that from the moment she went away they hadn't had a spark of fire in the house. They couldn't strike a light themselves anyhow, and whenever they brought one in from a neighbor's, it went out as soon as it came into the room. "Perhaps your light will keep in," said the stepmother. So they carried the skull into the sitting room, but the eyes of the skull so glared at the stepmother and her daughters, shot forth such flames, they would fain have hidden themselves, but run where they would, everywhere did the eyes follow after them. By the morning they were utterly burnt to cinders. Only Vasilissa was none the worse. Next morning Vasilissa buried the skull, locked up the house, and took up her quarters in a neighboring town. After a time she began to work. Her doll made her a glorious loom, and by the end of the winter she had weaved a quantity of linen so fine that it might be passed like thread through the eye of a needle. In the spring, after it had been bleached, Vasilissa made a present of it to the old woman with whom she lodged. The crone presented it to the king, who ordered it to be made into shirts, but no seamstress could be found to make them up until the linen was entrusted to Vasilissa. When a dozen shirts were ready, Vasilissa sent them to the king, and as soon as her carrier had started, she washed herself and combed her hair and dressed herself and sat down at the window. Before long there arrived a messenger demanding her instant appearance at court, and when she appeared before the royal eyes, the king fell desperately in love with her. "No, my beauty," said he, "never will I part with thee. Thou shalt be my wife." So he married her, and by her father returned, and took up abode with her. And Vasilissa took the old woman into her service, and as for the doll, to the end of her life she always carried it in her pocket. End of Part 8. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 2 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 9. The puppet which plays so important a part in this story is worthy of a special examination. It is called in the original a kukla, diminutive kukolka, a word designating any sort of puppet or other figure representing either man or beast. In a Little Russian variant, one of those numerous stories, current in all lands, which commence with the escape of the heroine from an incestuous union, a priest insists on marrying his daughter. She goes to her mother's grave and weeps there. Her dead mother comes out from her grave and tells her what to do. The girl obtains from her father a rough dress of pig's skin and 2 sets of gorgeous apparel. The former she herself assumes. In the latter she dresses up 3 kukli, which in this instant were probably mere blocks of wood. Then she takes her place in the midst of the dressed-up forms, which cry one after the other, "Open, O moist earth, that the fair maiden may enter within thee." The earth opens, and all 4 sink into it. This introduction is almost identical with that prefixed to the German story of Allerleirauh, except in so far as the puppets are concerned. Sometimes it is a brother instead of a father whom the heroine is forced to flee. Thus in the story of Knyaz Danila Gavorila, Prince Daniel the Talker is bent upon marrying his sister, pleading the excuse so often given in stories on this theme, namely that she is the only maiden whose finger will fit the magic ring which is to indicate to him his destined wife. While she is sleeping, like a river, Some old women of the mendicant pilgrim class come to her rescue, telling her to make 4 kukolki, or small puppets, and to place one of them in each corner of her room. She does as they tell her. The wedding day arrives, the marriage service is performed in the church, and then the bride hastens back to the room. When she is called for, says the story, the puppets in the 4 corners begin to coo. "Cuckoo, Prince Danila! Cuckoo, Gavorila! Cuckoo, he wants to marry! Cuckoo, his own sister! Cuckoo, split open, O earth! Cuckoo, sister disappear!" The earth opens, and the girl slowly sinks into it. Twice again the puppets sing their song, and at the end of its 3rd performance the earth closes over the head of the rescued bride. Presently in rushes the irritated bridegroom. No bride is to be seen, only in the corners sit the puppets singing away to themselves. He flies into a passion, seizes a hatchet, chops off their heads, and flings them into the fire. In another version of the same story, a son is ordered by his parents to marry his sister after their death. They die, and he tells her to get ready to be married, but she has prepared 3 puppets, and when she goes into her room to dress for the wedding, she says to them, "O kukolki, cry cuckoo." The first asks why. The second replies, because the brother his sister takes. The third says, "Split open, O earth! Disappear, O sister!" All this is said 3 times, and then the earth opens, and the girl sinks into that world. In 2 other Russian versions of the same story, the sister escapes by natural means. In the first, she runs away and hides in the hollow of an oak. In the second, she persuades a fisherman to convey her across a sea or lake. In a Polish version, the sister obtains a magic car, which sinks underground with her, while the spot on which she has spat replies to every summons which is addressed to her. Before taking leave of the Baba Yaga, we may glance at a malevolent monster who seems to be her male counterpart. He appears, however, to be known in South Russia only. Here is an outline of the contents of the solitary story in which he is mentioned. There were 2 old folks, with whom lived 2 orphaned grandchildren, charming little girls. One day the youngest child was sent to drive the sparrows away from her grandfather's peas. While she was thus engaged, the forest began to roar, and out from it came Volga, of vast stature, one-eyed, crooked nose, bristly-headed, with tangled beard and moustaches, half an ell long, and with a wooden boot on his one foot, supporting himself on a crutch, and giving vent to a terrible laughter. And Volga caught sight of the little girl, and immediately killed her with his crutch. And afterwards he killed her sister also, and then the old grandmother. The grandfather, however, managed to escape with his life, and afterwards, with the help of a drake and other aiders, he wreaked his vengeance on the murderous Volga. We will now turn to another female embodiment of evil, frequently mentioned in the skazkas, the witch. She so closely resembles the Baba Yaga, both in disposition and in behavior, that most of the remarks which have been made about that wild being apply to her also. In many cases, indeed, we find that one version of a story will allot to a Baba Yaga the part which in another version is played by the witch. The name which she bears, that of Vyed'ma, is a misnomer. It properly belongs either to the wise woman or prophetess of old times, or to her modern representative, the woman to whom Russian superstition attributes the faculties and functions ascribed in olden days by most of our jurisprudents, in most recent times by a few of our rustics, to our own witch. The supernatural being who, in fairy tales, sways the elements and preys upon mankind, is most inadequately designated by such names as Vyed'ma, Hexa, or Witch, suggestive as those now homely terms are of merely human, though diabolically intensified malevolence. Far more in keeping with the vastness of her powers and the vagueness of her outline are the titles of Baba Yaga, Lamia, Striga, Troll-wife, Ogress, or dragoness, under which she figures in various lands. And therefore it is in her capacity of Baba Yaga, rather than in that of Vyed'ma, that we desire to study the behavior of the Russian equivalent for the terrible female forms which figures in the Anglo-Saxon poem as the mother of Grendel. From among the numerous stories relating to the Vyed'ma, we may select the following, which bears her name. The Witch. There once lived an old couple who had one son called Ivashka. No one can tell how fond they were of him. Well, one day Ivashka said to his father and mother, "I'll go out fishing if you'll let me." "What are you thinking about? You're still very small. Suppose you get drowned, what good will there be in that?" "No, no, I shan't get drowned. I'll catch you some fish. Do let me go." So his mother put a white shirt on him, tied a red girdle around him, and let him go. Out in a boat he sat, and said, "Canoe, canoe, float a little farther. Canoe, canoe, float a little farther." Then the canoe floated on farther and farther, and Ivashka began to fish. When some little time had passed, the old woman hobbled down to the river and called to her son, "Ivashechko, Ivashechko, my boy, float up onto the water side. I bring thee food and drink." And Ivashka said, "Canoe, canoe, float to the water side. That is my mother calling me." The boat floated to the shore. The woman took the fish and gave her boy food and drink, changed his shirt for him and his girdle, and sent him back to his fishing. Again he sat in his boat and said, "Canoe, canoe, float a little farther. Canoe, canoe, float a little farther." Then the canoe floated on farther and farther, and Ivashka began to fish. After a little time had passed, the old man also hobbled down to the bank and called to his son, "Ivashechko, Ivashechko, my boy, float up under the water side. I bring thee food and drink." And Ivashka replied, "Canoe, canoe, float to the water side. That is my father calling me." The canoe floated to the shore. The old man took the fish, gave his boy food and drink, changed his shirt for him and his girdle, and sent him back to fishing. Now a certain witch had heard what Ivashka's parents had cried aloud to him, and she longed to get hold of the boy. So she went down to the bank and cried with a hoarse voice, "Ivashenko, Ivashenko, my boy, float up under the water side. I bring thee food and drink." Ivashka perceived that the voice was not his mother's, but was that of a witch, and he sang, "Canoe, canoe, float a little farther. Canoe, canoe, float a little farther. That is not my mother, but a witch who calls me." The witch saw that she must call Ivashka with just such a voice as his mother had. So she hastened to a smith and said to him, "Smith, smith, make me just such a thin little voice as Ivashka's mother has. If you don't, I'll eat you." So the smith forged her a little voice just like Ivashka's mother, and then the witch went down by night to the shore and sang, "Ivashechko, Ivashechko, my boy, float up onto the water side. I bring thee food and drink." Ivashka came, and she took the fish and seized the boy and carried him home with her. When she arrived, she said to her daughter Alenka, "Heat the stove as hot as you can, and bake Ivashka well, while I go and collect my friends for the feast." So Alenka heated the stove hot, ever so hot, and she said to Ivashka, "Come here and sit on this shovel." "I am still very young and foolish," answered Ivashka. "I haven't yet quite got my wits about me. Please teach me how one ought to sit on a shovel." "Very good," said Alenka. "It won't take long to teach you." But the moment she sat down on the shovel, Ivashka instantly pitched her into the oven, slammed the iron plate in front of it, ran out of the hut, shut the door, and hurriedly climbed up ever so high in an oak tree which stood close by. Presently the witch arrived with her guests and knocked at the door of the hut, but nobody opened it for her.
"Ah, that accursed Alenka!"
she cried.
No doubt she's gone off somewhere to amuse herself."
Then she slipped in through the window, opened the door, and let in her guests. They all sat down to table, and the witch opened the oven, took out Alenka's baked body, and served it up. They all ate their fill and drank their fill, and then they went out into the courtyard and began rolling about on the grass.
"I turn about, I roll about, having fed on Ivashka's flesh,"
cried the witch.
"I turn about, I roll about, having fed on Ivashka's flesh."
But Ivashka called out to her from the top of the oak, "Turn about, roll about, having fed on Alenka's flesh."
"Did I hear something?"
said the witch.
"No, it was only the noise of the leaves."
Again the witch began,
"I turn about, I roll about, having fed on Ivashka's flesh."
And Ivashka repeated, "Turn about, roll about, having fed on Alenka's flesh." Then the witch looked up and saw Ivashka, and immediately rushed at the oak on which Ivashka was seated, and began to gnaw away at it. And she gnawed and gnawed and gnawed, until at last she smashed 2 front teeth. Then she ran to a forge, and when she reached it, she cried,
"Smith, Smith, make me some iron teeth. If you don't, I'll eat you."
So the smith forged her 2 iron teeth. The witch returned and began gnawing the oak again. She gnawed and was just on the point of gnawing it through when Ivashka jumped out of it into another tree which stood beside it. And the oak that the witch had gnawed through fell down to the ground. But when she saw that Ivashka was sitting up in another tree, so she gnashed her teeth with spite, and set to work afresh to gnaw that tree also. She gnawed and gnawed and gnawed, broke 2 lower teeth, and ran off to the forge.
"Smith, Smith," she cried when she got there, "make me some iron teeth. If you don't, I'll eat you."
The smith forged 2 more iron teeth for her. She went back home and at once began to gnaw the oak. Ivashka didn't know what he was to do now. He looked out and saw that swans and geese were flying by, so he called to them imploringly, "Oh, my swans and geese, take me on your pinions, bear me to my father and my mother, to the cottage of my father and my mother, there to eat and drink and live in comfort." "Let those in the center carry you," said the birds. Ivashka waited. A second flock flew past, and he again cried imploringly, "Oh, my swans and geese, take me on your pinions, bear me to my father and my mother, to the cottage of my father and my mother, there to eat and drink and live in comfort." "Let those in the rear carry you," said the birds. Again Ivashka waited. A third flock came flying up, and he cried, "Oh, my swans and geese, take me on your pinions, bear me to my father and my mother, to the cottage of my father and my mother, there to eat and drink and live in comfort." And those swans and geese took hold of him, and carried him back, flew up to the cottage, and dropped him in the upper room. Early the next morning his mother set to work to bake pancakes, baked them, and all of a sudden fell to thinking about her boy. "Where is my Ivashka?" she cried. "Would that I could see him, were it only in a dream." And his father said, "I dreamed that swans and geese had brought our Ivashka home on their wings." And when she had finished baking the pancakes, she said, "Now then, old man, let's divide the cakes. There's for you, father, there's for me. There's for you, father, there's for me." "And none for me?" called out Ivashka. "There's for you, father," went the old woman, "and there's for me." "And none for me," repeated the boy. "Why, old man," said the wife, "go and see whatever is up there." The father climbed into the upper room, and there he found Ivashka. The old people were delighted, and asked the boy about everything that had happened, and after that he and they lived on happily together. End of Part 8. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 2 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 10. A variant of this story from the Chernigov government begins by telling how 2 old people were childless for a long time, At last the husband went into the forest, felled wood, and made a cradle. Into this his wife laid one of the logs he had cut, and began swinging it, crooning the while a rune beginning, "Swing, blocky dear, swing." After a little time, behold, the block already had legs. The old woman rejoiced greatly, and began singing anew, and went on singing until the block became a babe. In this variant the boy rows a silver boat with a golden oar. In another South Russian variant the boat is golden, the oar of silver. In a White Russian variant quoted by Afanasieff, the place of the witch's daughter is filled by her son, who had been in the habit of alluring to her den by gifts of toys, and there devouring the children from the adjacent villages. Buslaev's Historical Essays, 1 pages 313 to 321, contains a valuable investigation of Kulish's version of this story, which he compares with the romance of the Knight and the Swan. In another of the variants of this story, Ivanushka is the son of a Barunya, or lady, and he is carried off in a whirlwind by Baba Yaga. His three sisters go to look for him, and each of them in turn finds out where he is and attempts to carry him off, after sending the Baba Yaga to sleep and smearing her eyelids with pitch. But the two elder sisters are caught on their way home by the Baba Yaga, and terribly scratched and torn. The youngest sister, however, succeeds in rescuing her brother, having taken the precaution of propitiating with butter the cat Jeremiah, who is telling the boy stories and singing him songs. When the Baba Yaga awakens, she tells Jeremiah to scratch her eyes open, but he refuses, reminding her that, long as he has lived under her roof, she has never in any way regaled him, whereas the fair maiden had no sooner arrived than she treated him to butter. In another variant, the bereaved mother sends 3 servant maids in search of her boy. 2 of them get torn to pieces. The third succeeds in saving Ivanushka from the Baba Yaga, who is so vexed that she pinches her butter-bribed cap to death for not having awakened her when the rescue took place. A comparison of each of these stories is sufficient to show how closely connected are the witch and the Baba Yaga, how readily the name of either of the two may be transferred to the other. But there is one class of stories in which the Vyed'ma is represented as differing from the Baba Yaga, insofar as she is the offspring of parents who are not in any way supernatural or inhuman. Without any apparent cause for her abnormal conduct, the daughter of an ordinary royal house will suddenly begin to destroy and devour all living things which fall in her way, her strength developing as rapidly as her appetite. Of such a nature, to be accounted for only on the supposition that an evil spirit has taken up its abode in a human body, is the witch who appears in the somewhat incomprehensible story that follows. The Witch and the Sun's Sister. In a certain far-off country there once lived a king and queen, and they had an only son, Prince Ivan, who was dumb from his birth. One day, when he was 12 years old, he went into the stable to see a groom who was a great friend of his. That groom always used to tell him tales, skazki, and on this occasion Prince Ivan went to him expecting to hear some stories, skazochki, but that wasn't what he heard. "Prince Ivan," said the groom, "your mother will soon have a daughter, and you a sister. She will be a terrible witch, and she will eat up her father and her mother and all their subjects. So go and ask your father for the best horse he has, as if you wanted a gallop, and then, if you want to be out of harm's way, ride away whithersoever your eyes guide you." Prince Ivan ran off to his father, and for the first time in his life began speaking to him. At that the king was so delighted that he never thought of asking what he wanted the good steed for, but immediately ordered the very best horse he had in his stud to be saddled for the prince. Prince Ivan mounted and rode off without caring where he went. Long, long did he ride. At length he came to where 2 old women were sewing, and he begged them to let him live with them. They said, "Gladly would we do so, Prince Ivan, only we have now but a short time to live. As soon as we have broken that trunk full of needles, and used up that trunk full of thread, that instant will death arrive." Prince Ivan burst into tears and rode on. Long did he ride. At length he came to where the giant Vertodub was, and he besought him, saying, "Take me to live with you."
"Gladly would I have taken you, Prince Ivan," replied the giant, "but now I have very little longer to live. As soon as I have pulled up all these trees by the roots, instantly will come my death."
More bitterly did the prince weep as he rode farther and farther on. By and by he came to where the giant Vertogor was, and made the same request to him, but he replied,
"Gladly would I have taken you, Prince Ivan, but I myself have very little longer to live. I am set here, to level mountains. The moment I have settled matters with these you see remaining, then will my death come."
Prince Ivan burst into a flood of bitter tears, and rode on still farther. Long, long did he ride. At last he came to the dwelling of the Sun's sister. She received him into her great house, gave him food and drink, and treated him just as if he had been her own son. The prince now led an easy life, but it was all no use. He couldn't help being miserable. He longed so to know what was going on at home. He often went to the top of a high mountain, and thence gazed at the palace in which he used to live, and he could see that it was all eaten away. Nothing but the bare walls remained. Then he would sigh and weep. Once when he returned after he had been thus looking and crying, the Sun's sister asked him, "What makes your eyes so red today, Prince Ivan?" "The wind has been blowing in them," said he. The same thing happened a second time. Then the Sun's sister ordered the wind to stop blowing. After a third time did Prince Ivan come back with a blubbered face. This time there was no help for it. He had to confess everything, and then he took to entreating the Sun's sister to let him go, that he might satisfy himself about his old home. She would not let him go, but he went on urgently entreating. So at last he persuaded her, and she let him go away to find out about his home. But first she provided him for the journey with a brush, a comb, and 2 youth-giving apples. However old anyone might be, let him eat one of these apples, and he would grow young again in an instant. Well, Prince Ivan came to where Vertogor was. There was only just one mountain left. He took out his brush and cast it down on the open plain. Immediately there rose out of the earth, goodness knows whence, high, ever so high mountains, their peaks touching the sky, and the number of them was such that there were more than the eye could see. Vertogor rejoiced greatly, and blithely recommenced his work. After a time Prince Ivan came to where Vertodub was, and found that there were only 3 trees remaining. So he took the comb and flung it into the open plain. Immediately, from somewhere or other, there came a sound of trees, and forth from the ground arose dense oak forests, each stem more huge than the other. Vertodub was delighted, thanked the prince, and set to work uprooting the ancient oaks. By and by Prince Ivan reached the old women and gave each of them an apple. They ate them, and straightway became young again. So they gave him a handkerchief. You only had to wave it, and behind you lay a whole lake. At last Prince Ivan arrived home. Out came running his sister to meet him, caressed him fondly. "Sit thee down, my brother," she said. "Play a tune on the lute, while I go and get dinner ready." The prince sat down and strummed away on the lute, gusli, and there crept a mouse out of a hole and said to him in a human voice, "Save yourself, prince! Run away quick, your sister has gone to sharpen her teeth." Prince Ivan fled from the room, jumped on his horse and galloped away. Meantime the mouse kept running over the strings of the lute. They twanged, and the sister never guessed that her brother was off. When she had sharpened her teeth, she burst into the room. Lo and behold, not a soul was there, nothing but the mouse bolting into its hole. The witch waxed wroth, ground her teeth like anything, and set off in pursuit. Prince Ivan heard a loud noise and looked back. There was his sister chasing him, so he waved his handkerchief and a deep lake lay behind him. While the witch was swimming across the water, Prince Ivan got a long way ahead. But on she came, faster than ever, and now she was close at hand. Vertodub guessed that the prince was trying to escape from his sister, so he began tearing up oaks and strewing them across the road. A regular mountain did he pile up. There was no passing by for the witch, so she set to work to clear the way. She gnawed, and at length contrived by hard work to bore her way through. But by this time Prince Ivan was far ahead. On she dashed in pursuit, chased and chased. Just a little more, and it would be impossible for him to escape. But Vertogor spied the witch, and laid hold of the very highest of all the mountains, pitched it down all of a heap on the road, and flung another mountain right on top of it. While the witch was climbing and climbing, Prince Ivan rode and found himself a long way ahead. At last the witch got across the mountain, and once more set off in pursuit of her brother. By and by she caught sight of him, and exclaimed, "You shan't get away from me this time!" And now she is close. Now she is just going to catch him. But at that moment Prince Ivan dashed up to the abode of the Sun's sister, and cried, "Sun, Sun, open the window!" The Sun's sister opened the window, and the prince bounded through it, horse and all. Then the witch began to ask that her brother might be given up to her for punishment. The Sun's sister would not listen to her, nor would she give him up. Then the witch said, "Let Prince Ivan be weighed against me, to see which is the heavier. If I am, then I will eat him, but if he is, then let him kill me." This was done. Prince Ivan was the first to get into one of the scales. Then the witch began to get into the other, but no sooner had she set foot in it than up shot Prince Ivan in the air, and that with such force that he flew right up into the sky and into the chamber of the Sun's sister. But as for the witch snake, she remained down below the earth. As an illustration of the story, Afanasieff, PVS 3-272, quotes a Little Russian skazka, in which a man who is seeking the isle in which there is no death meets with various personages like those with whom the prince at first wished to stay on his journey, and at last takes up his abode with the moon. Death comes in search of him after 100 years or so have elapsed, and engages in a struggle with the moon, the result of which is that the man is caught up into the sky, and there shines thenceforth as a star near the moon. The Sun's sister is a mythical being who is often mentioned in the popular poetry of the South Slavonians. A Servian song represents a beautiful maiden with arms of silver up to the elbows, sitting on a silver throne which floats on water. A suitor comes to woo her. She waxes wroth and cries, "Whom wishes he to woo? The sister of the sun, the cousin of the moon, the adopted sister of the dawn." Then she flings down 3 golden apples, which the marriage proposers attempt to catch, but 3 lightnings flash from the sky and kill the suitor and his friends. In another Servian song a girl cries to the sun, "O brilliant sun, I am fairer than thou, than thy brother the bright moon, than my sister the moving star, Venus." In South Slavonian poetry the sun often figures as a radiant youth, but among the northern Slavonians, as well as the Lithuanians, the sun was regarded as a female being, the bride of the moon. "Thou askest me of what race, of what family I am," says the fair maiden of a song preserved in the Tambov government. "My mother is the beauteous sun, and my father the bright moon. My brothers are the many stars, and my sisters the white dawns." A far more detailed account might be given of the witch and her near relation to the Baba Yaga, as well as those masculine embodiments of that evil spirit which is personified in them, the snake, Koshchei, and other similar beings.
but the stories which have been quoted will suffice to give at least a general idea of their moral and physical attributes. We will now turn from their forms, so constantly introduced into the skazka drama, to some of the supernatural figures which are not so often brought upon the stage, to those mythical beings of whom, numerous as may be the traditions about them, the regular story does not so often speak, to such personifications of abstract ideas as are less frequently employed to set its conventional machinery in motion. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 3 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Mythological, Part 1. Miscellaneous Impersonifications. Somewhat resembling the picture usually drawn of the supernatural witch in the skazkas is that which some of them offer of a personification of evil, called Likho. The following story, belonging to the familiar Polyphemus cycle, will serve to convey an idea of this baleful being, who in it takes a female form. One-eyed Likho. Once upon a time there was a smith. "Well now," he says, "I've never set eyes on any harm. They say there's evil, Likho, in the world. I'll go and seek me out evil." So he went and had a goodish drink, and then started in search of evil. On the way he met a tailor. "Good day," said the tailor. "Good day." "Where are you going?" asked the tailor. "Well, brother, everybody says there is evil on earth, but I've never seen any, so I'm going to look for it." "Let us go together. I'm a thriving man too, and have seen no evil. Let's go and have a hunt for some." Well, they walked and walked till they reached a dark, dense forest. In it they found a small path, and along it they went, along the narrow path. They walked and walked along the path, and at last they saw a large cottage standing before them. It was night. There was nowhere else to go. "Look here," they say, "let's go into that cottage." In they went. There was nobody there. All looked bare and squalid. They sat down and remained sitting there some time. Presently in came a tall woman, lank, crooked, with only one eye.
"Ah,"
says she,
visitors. Good day to you."
"Good day, grandmother. We've come to pass the night under your roof."
"Very good. I shall have something to sup on."
Thereupon they were greatly terrified. As for her, she went and fetched a great heap of firewood. She brought in the heap of firewood, flung it into the stove, and set it alight. Then she went up to the two men, took one of them, the tailor, cut his throat, trussed him, and put him in the oven. Meanwhile the smith sat there, thinking, "What's to be done? How's one to save one's life?" When she had finished her supper, the smith looked at the oven and said, "Granny, I'm a smith."
"What can you forge?"
"Anything."
"Make me an eye."
"Good," says he, "but have you got any cord? I must tie you up, or you won't keep still. I shall have to hammer your eye in." She went and fetched 2 cords, one rather thin, the other thicker. Well, he bound her with the one which was thinnest. "Now then, Granny," says he, "just turn over." She turned over and broke the cord. "That won't do, Granny," says he. "That cord doesn't suit." He took the thick cord and tied her up with it famously. "Now then, turn away, Granny," says he. She turned and twisted, but didn't break the cord. Then he took an awl, heated it red hot, and applied it to her eye, her sound one. At the same moment he caught up a hatchet and hammered away vigorously with the back of it at the awl. She struggled like anything and broke the cord. Then she went down and sat at the threshold.
"Ah, villain!" she cried. "You shan't get away from me now."
He saw that he was in an evil plight again. There he sat thinking, what's to be done? By and by the sheep came home from a field, and she drove them into her cottage for the night. Well, the smith spent the night there too. In the morning she got up to let the sheep out. He took his sheepskin pelisse and turned it inside out so that the wool was outside, passed his arms through its sleeves, and pulled it well over him, and crept up to her as he had been a sheep. She let the flock go out one at a time, catching hold of each by the wool on its back and shoving it out. Well, he came creeping up like the rest. She caught hold of the wool on his back and shoved him out. But as soon as she had shoved him out, he stood up and cried, "Farewell, Likho. I have suffered much evil, Likho, at your hands. Now you can do nothing to me."
"Wait a bit," she replied. "You shall endure still more. You haven't escaped yet."
The smith went back through the forest along the narrow path. Presently he saw a golden-handled hatchet sticking in a tree, and he felt a strong desire to seize it. Well, he did seize that hatchet, and his hand stuck fast to it. What was to be done? There was no freeing it anyhow. He gave a look behind him. There was Likho coming after him and crying,
"There you are, villain! You haven't got off yet."
The smith pulled out a small knife which he had in his pocket, and began hacking away at his hand, cut it clean off, and ran away. When he reached his village, he immediately began to show his arm as proof that he had seen Likho at last. "Look," he says, "that's the state of things. Here am I," he says, "without my hand, and as for my comrade, she's eaten him up entirely." In a Little Russian variant of this story, quoted by Afanasieff, a man who often hears evil or misfortune, Likho, spoken of, sets out in search of it. One day he sees an iron castle beside a wood, surrounded by a palisade of human bones tipped with skulls. He knocks at the door, and a voice cries, "What do you want?" "I want evil," he replies. "That's what I'm looking for." "Evil is here," cries the voice. So he goes in and finds a huge blind giant lying within, stretched on a couch of human bones. This was Likho, evil, says the story, and around him were seated Zlidny, woes, and Zhurba, care. Finding that Likho intends to eat him, the misfortune seeker takes to flight. Likho hears the iron doors creak, and cries to them to stop the fugitive. But he has already passed out of doors. Only he lost his right hand, on which the door slammed, whereupon he exclaimed, "Here's misfortune, sure enough." The opening story of the Likho is somewhat similar to that of one of the tales of Indian origin, translated by Stanislas Julien from the Chinese. Once upon a time, we are told, a king grew weary of good fortune, so he sent messengers in search of misfortune. It a certain god sold to them in the shape of a sow which devoured a peck of needles a day. The king's agents took to worrying his subjects for needles, and brought such trouble upon the whole kingdom that his ministers entreated to have the beast put to death. He consented, and it was led forth to die, but neither knife nor axe could penetrate its hide, so they tried to consume it with fire. After a time it became red hot, and then it leaped out from amid the flames and dashed about, setting fire to all manner of things. The conflagration spread and was followed by famine, so that the whole land was involved in ruin. The Polyphemus story has been so thoroughly investigated by Wilhelm Grimm that there is no occasion to dwell upon it here, but the following statement is worthy of notice. The inhabitants of the Ukraine are said still to retain some recollection of the one-eyed nation of Arimaspians, upon whom Herodotus speaks. According to them, the one-eyes dwell somewhere far off beyond the seas. The Tatars, during their inroads, used to burn towns and villages, kill old folks and infants, and carry off young people. The plumpest of these they used to sell to cannibals who had but one eye apiece, situated in the forehead, and the cannibals would drive away their purchases, like sheep, to their own land, and there fatten them up, kill them, and eat them. A similar tradition, says Afanasieff, exists among the Ural Cossacks. While on the subject of eyes, it may be remarkable that the story of One Eye, Two Eyes, and Three Eyes, rendered so famous to juvenile English readers by translations from the German, appears among the Russian tales in a very archaic and heathenish form. Here is the outline of a version of it found in the Archangel government. There once was a Princess Marya, whose stepmother had two daughters, one of whom was three-eyed. Now her stepmother hated Marya, and used to send her out with nothing to eat but a dry crust to tend a cow all day. But the princess went into the open field, bowed down before the cow's right foot, and got plenty to eat and to drink, and fine clothes to put on. All day long she followed the cow about, dressed like a great lady. When the day came to a close, she again bowed down to the cow's right foot, took off her fine clothes, went home, and laid on the table the crust of bread she had brought back with her. Wondering at this, her stepmother sent her two-eyed stepsister to watch her, but Marya uttered the words, "Sleep, sleep, one eye, sleep, sleep, other eye," till the watcher fell asleep. Then the three-eyed sister was sent, and Marya, by the same spell, sent two of her eyes to sleep, but forgot the third. So all was found out, and the stepmother had the cow killed. But Marya persuaded her father, who acted as the butcher, to give her a part of the cow's entrails, which she buried near the threshold. And from it there sprang a bush covered with berries, and haunted by birds which sang songs royal and rustic. After a time Prince Ivan heard of Marya, so he came riding up, and offered to marry whichever of the three princesses could fill with berries from the bush a bowl which he brought with him. The stepmother's daughters tried to do so, but the birds almost pecked their eyes out, and would not let them gather the berries. Then Marya's turn came, and when she approached the bush, the birds picked the berries for her, and filled the bowl in a trice. So she married the prince, and lived happily with him for a time. But after she had borne him a son, she went to pay a visit to her father, and her stepmother availed herself of the opportunity to turn her into a goose, and to send her own two-eyed daughter in her place. So Prince Ivan returned home with a false bride. But a certain old man took out the infant prince afield, and there his mother appeared, flung aside her feather covering, and suckled the babe, exclaiming the while in tears, "Today I suckle thee, tomorrow I shall suckle thee, but on the third day I shall fly away beyond the dark forests and beyond the high mountains." This occurred on 2 successive days, but on the second occasion Prince Ivan was a witness of what took place, and he seized her feather dress and burnt it, and then laid hold of her. She first turned into a frog, then assumed various reptile forms, and finally became a spindle. This he broke in two, and flung one half in front and the other behind him, and the spell was broken along with it. So he regained his wife, and went home with her. But as for the false wife, he took a gun and shot her. End of Part 1. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 3 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 2. We will now return to the stories in which harm or misery figures as a living agent. To Likho is always attributed a character of unmitigated malevolence, and a similar disposition is ascribed by the songs of the people to another being, in whom the idea of misfortune is personified. This is Zagorya, or Woe, who is frequently represented in popular poetry, sometimes under the name of Beda, or Misery, as chasing and ultimately destroying the unhappy victims of destiny. In vain do the fugitives attempt to escape. If they enter the dark forest, Woe follows them there. If they rush to the pot-house, there they find Woe sitting. When they seek refuge in the grave, Woe stands over it with a shovel and rejoices. In the following story, however, the gloomy figure of Woe has been painted in a less than usually somber tone. Woe. In a certain village there lived two peasants, two brothers, one of them poor, the other rich. The rich one went away to live in a town, built himself a large house, and enrolled himself among the traders. Meanwhile the poor man sometimes had not so much as a morsel of bread, and his children, each one smaller than the other, were crying and begging for food. From morning till night the peasant would struggle like a fish trying to break through ice, but nothing came of it all. At last one day he said to his wife, "Suppose I go to town and ask my brother whether he won't do something to help us." So he went to the rich man and said, "Ah, brother mine, do help me a bit in my trouble. My wife and children are without bread. They have to go whole days without eating." "Work for me this week, then I'll help you," said his brother. What was there to be done? The poor man betook himself to work, swept out the yard, cleaned the horses, fetched water, and chopped firewood. At the end of the week the rich man gave him a loaf of bread and said, "There's for your work." "Thank you all the same," dolefully said the poor man, making his bow and preparing to go home. "Stop a bit. Come and dine with me to-morrow, and bring your wife too. To-morrow is my name day, you know." "Ah, brother, how can I? You know very well you'll be having merchants coming to you in boots and pelisses, but I have to go about in bast shoes and a miserable old grey caftan." "No matter, come, there will be room even for you." "Very well, brother, I'll come." The poor man returned home, gave his wife the loaf, and said, "Listen, wife, we're invited to a party to-morrow." "What do you mean by a party? Who's invited us?" "My brother. He keeps his name day to-morrow." "Well, well, let's go." Next day they got up and went to the town, came to the rich man's house, offered him their congratulations, and sat down on a bench. A number of the name-day guests were already seated at table. All of these the host feasted gloriously, but he forgot even so much as to think of his poor brother and his wife. Not a thing did he offer them, so they had to sit and merely look on at the others eating and drinking. The dinner came to an end. The guests rose from table and expressed their thanks to the host and hostess, and the poor man did likewise, got up from his bench and bowed down to his girdle before his brother. The guests drove off homewards, full of drink and merriment, shouting, singing songs, but the poor man had to walk back empty. "Suppose we sing a song too," he says to his wife. "What a fool you are," says she. "People sing because they've made a good meal and had lots to drink. But why ever should you dream of singing?" "Well, at all events, I've been at my brother's name-day party. I'm ashamed of trudging along without singing. If I sing, everybody will think I've been feasted like the rest." "Sing away then if you like, but I won't." The peasant began a song. Presently he heard a voice joining in it. He stopped and asked his wife, "Is it you that's helping me to sing with that thin little voice?" "What are you thinking about? I've never even dreamt of such a thing." "Who is it then?" "I don't know," said the woman. "But now sing away and I'll listen." So he began his song again. There was only one person singing, yet two voices could be heard. So he stopped and asked, "Woe, is that you that's helping me to sing?" "Yes, master," answered Woe, "it's I that's helping you." "Well then, Woe, let's all go on together." "Very good, master. I'll never depart from you now." When the peasant got home, Woe bid him to the kabak or pot-house. "I've no money," says the man. "Out upon you, moujik! What do you want money for? Why, you've got on a sheepskin jacket. What's the good of that? It will soon be summer. Anyhow, you won't be wanting to wear it. Off with the jacket, and to the pot-house we'll go." So the peasant went with Woe to the pot-house, and they drank the sheepskin away. The next day Woe began groaning. Its head ached from yesterday's drinking, and again bade the master of the house have a drink. "I've no money," said the peasant. "What do we want money for? Take the cart and the sledge. We've plenty without them." There was nothing to be done. The peasant could not shake himself free from Woe, so he took the cart and the sledge, dragged them to the pot-house, and there he and Woe drank them away.
Next morning Woe began groaning more than ever, and invited the master of the house to go and drink off the effects of the debauch. This time the peasant drank away his plough and his harrow. A month hadn't passed before he had got rid of everything he possessed. Even his very cottage he pledged to a neighbor, and the money he got that way he took to the pothouse. Yet another time did Woe come close beside him and say, let us go to the pothouse. No, no, Woe, it's all very well, but there's nothing more to be squeezed out. How can you say that? Your wife's got 2 petticoats, leave her one, and the other we must turn into drink. The peasant took the petticoat, drank it away, and said to himself, we're cleaned out at last, my wife as well as myself, not a stick nor stone is left. Next morning Woe saw, on walking, that there was nothing more to be got out of the peasant, so it said, Master? Well, Woe? Why, look here, go to your neighbor and ask him to lend you a cart and a pair of oxen. The peasant went to the neighbor's. Be so good as to lend me a cart and a pair of oxen for a short time, says he. I'll do a week's work for you in return. But what do you want them for? To go to the forest for firewood. Well, then take them, only don't overburden them. How could you think of such a thing, kind friend? So he brought the pair of oxen, and Woe got into the cart with him, and away he drove into the open plain. Master, asked Woe, do you know the big stone on this plain? Of course I do. Well then, if you know it, drive straight up to it. They came to the place where it was, stopped and got out of the cart. Woe told the peasant to lift the stone. The peasant lifted it, Woe helping him. Well, when they had lifted it, there was a pit underneath chock full of gold. Now then, what are you staring at? Said Woe to the peasant. Be quick and pitch it into the cart. The peasant set to work and filled the cart with gold, cleared the pit to the very last ducat. When he saw there was nothing more left, just give a look, Woe, he said, there isn't some money left in there? Where? Said Woe, bending down. I can't see a thing. Why, there, something is shining in yon corner. No, I can't see anything, said Woe. Get into the pit, you'll see it then. Woe jumped in. No sooner had it got there than the peasant closed the mouth of the pit with the stone. Things will be much better like that, said the peasant. If I were to take you home with me, oh, woeful Woe, sooner or later you'd be sure to drink away all this money too. The peasant got home, shoveled the money into his cellar, took the oxen back to his neighbor, and set about considering how he should manage. It ended up in his buying a wood, building a large homestead, and becoming twice as rich as his brother. After a time he went into the town to invite his brother and sister-in-law to spend his name-day with him. What an idea, said his brother. You haven't a thing to eat, and yet you ask people to spend your name-day with you. Well, there was a time when I had nothing to eat, but now, thank God, I've as much as you. If you come, you'll see for yourself. So be it, I'll come, said his brother. Next day the rich brother and his wife got ready and went to the name-day party. They could see that the former beggar had got a new house, a lofty one, such as few merchants had, and the moujik treated them hospitably, regaled them with all sorts of dishes, gave them all sorts of meads and spirits to drink. At length the rich man asked his brother, Do tell me by what good luck you have grown rich. The peasant made a clean breast of everything, how Woe the woeful had attached itself to him, and how he and Woe had drunk away all that he had, to the very last thread, so that the only thing that was left to him was the soul in his body. How Woe showed him a treasure in the open field, how he took that treasure and freed himself from Woe in the bargain. The rich man became envious. Suppose I go to the open field, thinks he, and lift up the stone and let Woe out. Of a surety it will utterly destroy my brother, and then he will no longer brag of his riches before me. So he sent his wife home, and he himself hastened to the plain. When he came to the big stone, he pushed it aside and knelt down to see what was under it. Before he had managed to get his head down low enough, Woe had already leapt out and seated itself on his shoulders. Ha! it cried. You wanted to starve me to death in there. No, no. Now I will never on any account depart from you. Only hear me, Woe, said the merchant. It wasn't I who put you under the stone. Who was it then, if it wasn't you? It was my brother put you there, but I come on purpose to let you out. No, no, that's a lie. You tricked me once. You shan't trick me a second time." Woe gripped the merchant tight by the neck. The man had to carry it home, and there everything began to go wrong with him. From the very first day Woe began again to play its usual part. Every day it called on the merchant to renew his drinking. Many were the valuables which went in the pothouse. "Impossible to go on living like this," says the merchant to himself. "Surely I've made sport enough for Woe. It's time to get rid of it. But how?" He thought, and hit on an idea. Going into the large yard, he cut 2 oaken wedges, took a new wheel, and drove a wedge firmly in one end of its axle box. Then he went to where Woe was. "Hallo, Woe! Why are you always idly sprawling there?" "Why, what is there left for me to do?" "What is there to do? Let's go into the yard and play at hide and seek." Woe liked the idea. Out they went into the yard. First the merchant hid himself. Woe found him immediately. Then it was Woe's turn to hide. "Now then," says Woe, "you won't find me in a hurry. There isn't a chink I can't get into." "Get along with you," answered the merchant. "Why, you couldn't creep into that wheel there, and yet you talk about chinks." "I can't creep into that wheel. See if I don't go clean out of sight in it." Woe slipped into the wheel. The merchant caught up the oaken wedge, drove it into the axle box from the other side. Then he seized the wheel, and he flung it, with Woe in it, into the river. Woe was drowned, and the merchant began to live again, as he had been wont to do of old. In a variant of this story, found in the Tula government, we have, in place of Woe, Nuzhda, or need. The poor brother and his wife are returning home disconsolately from a party given by the rich brother in honor of his son's marriage. But a draught of water which they take by the way gets into their heads, and they set up a song. There are 2 of them singing, says the story, but 3 voices prolong the strain. "Whoever is that?" say they. "Thy need," answers some one or other. "What, my good mother Need?" So saying, the man laid hold of her and took her down from his shoulders, for she was sitting on them. And he found a horse's head, and put her inside it, and flung it into a swamp. And afterwards he began to lead a new life. Impossible to live more prosperously. Of course, the rich brother becomes envious and takes Need out of the swamp, whereupon she clings to him so tightly that he cannot get rid of her, and he becomes utterly ruined. In another story from the Vyatka government, the poor man is invited to a housewarming at his rich brother's, but he has no present to take with him. "We might borrow, but who would trust us?" said he. "Why, there's Need," replies his wife with a bitter laugh. "Perhaps she'll make us a present. Surely we've lived on friendly terms with her for an age." "To take the feast day sarafan," cries Need from behind the stove, "and with the money you get for it buy a ham and take it to your brother's." "Have you been living here long, Need?" asked the moujik. "Yes, ever since you and your brother separated." "And have you been comfortable here?" "Thanks be to God, I get on tolerably." The moujik follows the advice of Need, but meets with a cold reception at his brother's. On returning sadly home, he finds a horse standing by the roadside with a couple of bags slung across its back. He strikes it with his glove, and it disappears, leaving behind it the bags, which turn out to be full of gold. This he gathers up and then goes indoors. After finding out from his wife where she has taken up her quarters for the night, he says, "And where are you, Need?" "In the pitcher which stands on the stove." After a time the moujik asks his wife if she is asleep. "Not yet," she replies. Then he puts the same question to Need, who gives no answer, having gone to sleep. So he takes his wife's last sarafan, wraps up the pitcher in it, and flings the bundle into an ice hole. In one of the chapbook stories, a Lubochная Skazka, a poor man obtained a crust of bread and took it home to provide his wife and boy with a meal. But just as he was beginning to cut it, suddenly out from behind the stove jumped Kruchina, snatched the crust from his hands, and fled back again behind the stove. Then the old man began to bow down before Kruchina and beseech him to give back the bread.
seeing that he and his had nothing to eat. Thereupon Kruchina replied, "I will not give you back your crust, but in return for it I will make you a present of a duck, which will lay a golden egg every day," and kept his word. In Little Russia, the peasantry believe in the existence of small beings of vaguely defined form, called Zlidni, who bring zlo, or evil, to every habitation in which they take up their quarters. "May the Zlidni strike him," is a Little Russian curse, and "Zlidni have got leave for 3 days, not in 3 years will you get rid of them," is a White Russian proverb. In a Little Russian skazka, a poor man catches a fish and takes it as a present to his rich brother, who says, "A splendid fish, thank you, brother, thank you," but evinces no other sign of gratitude. On his way home the poor man meets an old stranger, and tells him his story, and how he had taken his brother a fish, and had got nothing in return but a thank ye. "How!" cried the old man, "a spasiba is no small thing, sell it to me." "How can one sell it?" replies the moujik. "Take it, I pray, as a present." "So the spasiba is mine," says the old man, and disappears, leaving in the peasant's hands a purse full of gold. The peasant grows rich and moves into another house. After a time his wife says to him, "We've been wrong, Ivan, in leaving our millstones in the old house. They nourished us, you see, when we were poor, but now when they're no longer necessary to us, we've quite forgotten them." "Right you are," replies Ivan, and sets off to fetch them. When he reaches his old dwelling, he hears a voice saying, "A bad fellow, that Ivan! Now he's rich, he's abandoned us." "Who are you?" asked Ivan. "I don't know you a bit." "Not know us? You've forgotten our faithful service, it seems. Why, we're your Zlidni." "God bless you," he says, "I don't want you." "No, no, we will never part from you now." "Wait a bit," thinks Ivan, and then continues aloud, "Very good, I'll take you, but only on condition that you bring home my millstones for me." So he laid the millstones on their backs, and made them go in front of him. They all had to pass along a bridge over a deep river. The moujik managed to give the Zlidni a shove, and over they went, millstones and all, and sank straight to the bottom. There is a very curious Servian story of 2 brothers, one of whom is industrious and unlucky, the other idle and prosperous. The poor brother one day sees a flock of sheep, and near them a fair maiden spinning a golden thread. "Whose sheep are these?" he asks. "The sheep are whose I myself am," she replies. "And whose art thou?" he asks. "I am thy brother's Luck," she answers. "But where is my luck?" he continues. "Far away from thee is thy luck," she replies. "But can I find her?" he asks. "Thou canst. Go and seek her," she replies. So the poor man wanders away in search of her. One day he sees a gray-haired old woman asleep under an oak in a great forest, who proves to be his Luck. He asks who it is that has given him such a poor luck, and is told that it is Fate. So he goes in search of Fate. When he finds her, she is living at ease in a large house, but day by day her riches wane and her house contracts. She explains to her visitor that her condition at any given hour affects the whole lives of all children born at that time, and that he had come into the world at a most unpropitious moment. And she advises him to take his niece Militsa, who had been born at a lucky time, to live in his house, and to call all that he might acquire her property. This advice he follows, and all goes well with him. One day he is gazing at a splendid field of corn. A stranger asks him to whom it belongs. In a forgetful moment he replies, "It is mine," and immediately the whole crop begins to burn. He runs after the stranger and cries, "Stop, brother, that field isn't mine, but my niece's Militsa's," whereupon the fire goes out and the crop is saved. On this idea of a personal fortune is founded the quaint opening of one of the Russian stories. A certain peasant, known as Ivan the Unlucky, in despair at his constant want of success, goes to the king for advice. The king lays the matter before his nobles and generals, but they can make nothing of it. At last the king's daughter enters the council chamber and says, It is my opinion, my father, if he were to be married, the Lord might allot him another sort of fortune." The king flies into a passion and exclaims, "Since you settled the question better than all of us, go and marry him yourself." The marriage takes place, and brings Ivan good luck along with it. Similar references to a man's good or bad luck frequently occur in the skazkas. Thus, in one of them from the Grodno government, a poor man meets two ladies, panny, and these ladies are, the one fortune and the other misfortune. He tells them how poor he is, and they agree that it will be well to bestow something on him. "Since he is one of yours," says Luck, "do you make him a present." At length they take out 10 rubles and give them to him. He hides the money in a pot, and his wife gives it away to a neighbor. Again they assist him, giving him 20 rubles, and again his wife gives them away unwittingly. Then the ladies bestow on him 2 farthings (groshi), telling him to give them to a fisherman, and bid them make a cast for his luck. He obeys, and the result is the capture of a fish, which brings him in wealth. In another story, a young man, the son of a wealthy merchant, is so unlucky that nothing will prosper for him. Having lost all that his father has left him, he hires himself out, first as a laborer, then as a herdsman. But as, in each capacity, he involves his masters in heavy losses, he soon finds himself without employment. Then he tries another country, in which the king gives him a post as a sort of stoker in the royal distillery, which he soon all but burns down. The king is at first bent upon punishing him, but pardons him after hearing his sad tale. He bestowed on him the name of Luckless, and gave orders that a stamp should be set on his forehead, that no tolls or taxes should be demanded from him, and that wherever he appeared he should be given free board and lodging, but that he should never be allowed to stop more than 24 hours in any one place. These orders are obeyed, and wherever Luckless goes, nobody ever asks him for his billet or his passport, but they give him food to eat and liquor to drink, and a place to spend the night in, and next morning they take him by the scruff of the neck and turn him out of doors. End of Part 2. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. Chapter 3 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 3. We will now turn from the forms under which popular fiction has embodied some of the ideas connected with fortune and misfortune to another strange group of figures, the personifications of certain days of the week. Of these, by far the most important is that of Friday. The Russian name for that day, Pyatnitsa, has no mythological significance, as have our own Friday in the French Vendredi, but the day was undoubtedly consecrated by the old Slavonians to some goddess akin to Venus or Freya, and her worship in ancient times accounts for the superstitions now connected with the name of Friday, according to Afanasieff. The Corinthian name for the day, Sibna Dan, is a clear proof that it was once holy to Siva, the Lithuanian Siwa, the Slavonic goddess answering to Ceres. In Christian times the personality of the goddess, by whatever name she may have been known, to whom Friday was consecrated, became merged in that of Saint Praskovia, and she is now frequently addressed by the compound name of Mother Pyatnitsa Praskovia, as she is supposed to wander about the houses of the peasants on her holy days, and to be offended if she finds certain kinds of work going on. They are, or at least they used to be, frequently suspended on Fridays. It is a sin, says a time-honored tradition, for a woman to spin or sew or weave or buck linen on a Friday, and similarly for a man to plait bast shoes, twine cord, and the like. Spinning and weaving are especially obnoxious to Mother Friday, for the dust and refuse thus produced injure her eyes. When this takes place, she revenges herself by plagues of sore eyes, whitlows, and agnails. In some places the villagers go to bed early on Friday evening, believing that Saint Pyatinka will punish all those whom she finds awake when she roams through the cottage. In others they sweep their floors every Thursday evening, that she may not be annoyed by dust or the like when she comes next day. Sometimes, however, she has been seen, says the popular voice, all pricked with the needles and pierced by the spindles of the careless woman who sewed and spun on the day they ought to have kept holy in her honor. As for any work begun on Friday, it is sure to go wrong. These remarks will be sufficient to render intelligible the following story of Friday. There once was a certain woman who did not pay due reverence to Mother Friday, but set to work on a distaff full of flax, combing and whirling it. She span away till dinner time, then suddenly sleep fell upon her, such a deep sleep. And when she had gone to sleep, suddenly the door opened, and in came Mother Friday, before the eyes of all who were there, clad in a white dress, and in such a rage. And she went straight up to the woman who had been spinning, scooped up from the floor a handful of the dust that had fallen out of the flax, and began stuffing and stuffing that woman's eyes full of it. And when she had stuffed them full, she went off in a rage, disappeared without saying a word. When the woman awoke, she began squalling at the top of her voice about her eyes, but couldn't tell what was the matter with them. The other women, who had been terribly frightened, began to cry out, "Oh, you wretch, you! You brought a terrible punishment on yourself from Mother Friday." Then they told her all that had taken place. She listened to it all and began imploringly, "Mother Friday, forgive me, pardon me. The guilty one, I offer thee a taper, and I'll never let friends or foe dishonor thee, Mother." Well, what do you think? During the night back came Mother Friday and took the dust out of that woman's eyes, so that she was able to get about again. It is a great sin to dishonor Mother Friday, combing and spinning flax, forsooth. Very similar to this story is that about Wednesday, which follows. Wednesday, the day consecrated to Odin, the eve of the day sacred to the thunder god, may also have been held holy by the heathen Slavonians, but to some commentators it appears more likely that the traditions now attached to it in Russia became transferred to it from Friday in Christian times, Wednesday and Friday having been associated by the Church as days sacred to the memory of our Lord's Passion and Death. The Russian name for the day, Sereda or Sreda, means the middle, Wednesday being the middle of the working week. Wednesday. A young housewife was spinning late one evening. It was during the night, between a Tuesday and a Wednesday. She had been left alone for a long time, and after midnight, when the first cock crew, she began to think about going to bed, only she would have liked to finish spinning what she had in hand. "Well," thinks she, "I'll get up a bit earlier in the morning, but just now I want to go to sleep." So she laid down her hatchel, but without crossing herself, and said, "Now then, Mother Wednesday, lend me thy aid, that I might get up early in the morning and finish my spinning." And then she went to sleep. Very early in the morning, long before it was light, she heard someone moving, bustling about the room. She opened her eyes and looked. The room was lighted up. A splinter of fir was burning in the cresset, and the fire was lighted in the stove. A woman, no longer young, wearing a white towel by way of headdress, was moving about the cottage, going to and fro, supplying the stove with firewood, getting everything ready. Presently she came up to the young woman and roused her, saying, "Get up." The young woman got up, full of wonder, saying, "But who art thou? What hast thou come here for?" "I am she on whom thou didst call. I have come to thy aid." "But who art thou? On whom did I call?" "I am Wednesday. On Wednesday surely thou didst call. See, I have spun thy linen and woven thy web. Now let us bleach it and set it in the oven. The oven is heated, and the irons are ready. Do thou go down to the brook and draw water." The woman was frightened and thought, "What manner of thing is this?" or "How can that be?" But Wednesday glared at her angrily. Her eyes just did sparkle. So the woman took a couple of pails, went for water, and as soon as she was outside the door, she thought, "Mayn't something terrible happen to me? I'd better go to my neighbor's instead of fetching the water." So she set off. The night was dark. In the village all were still asleep. She reached the neighbor's house and rapped away at the window until at last she made herself heard. An aged woman let her in. "Why, child," says the old crone, "whatever hast thou got up so early for? What is the matter?" "Oh, granny, this is how it was. Wednesday has come to me and has sent me for water to buck my linen with." "That doesn't look very well," says the old crone. "On that linen she will either strangle thee or scald thee." The old woman was evidently well acquainted with Wednesday's ways. "What am I to do?" says the young woman. "How can I escape from this danger?" "Well, this is what thou must do. Go and beat thy pails together in front of the house and cry, 'Wednesday's children have been burnt at sea.' She will run out of the house, and do thou be sure to seize the opportunity to get into it before she comes back, and immediately slam the door to, and make the sign of the cross over it. Then don't let her in, however much she may threaten you or implore you, but sign a cross with your hands, and draw one with a piece of chalk, and utter a prayer. The unclean spirit will have to disappear." Well, the young woman ran home, beat the pails together, and cried out beneath the window, "Wednesday's children have been burnt at sea." Wednesday rushed out of the house and ran to look, and the woman sprang inside, shut the door, and set a cross upon it. Wednesday came running back and began crying, "Let me in, my dear. I have spun thy linen. Now I will bleach it." But the woman would not listen to her. So Wednesday went on knocking at the door until the cock crowed. As soon as the cocks crew, she uttered a shrill cry and disappeared, but the linen remained where it was. One of the numerous legends which the Russian peasants hold in reverence, Saint Pyetka, or Friday, appear among other saints, and together with her is mentioned another canonized day, Saint Nedelya, or Sunday, answering to the Greek Saint Anastasia, to Der Heilige Sonntag of German peasant hagiology. In some respects she resembles both Friday and Wednesday, sharing their views about spinning and weaving at unfitting seasons. Thus in Little Russia she assures untimely spinners that it is not flax they are spinning, but her hair, and in proof of this she shows them her disheveled kosa, or long black plait. In one of the Wallachian tales, the hero is assisted in his search after the dragon's stolen heroine by three supernatural females, the Holy Mothers Friday, Wednesday, and Sunday. They replace the three benignant Baba Yagas of Russian stories. In another, the same three beings assist the Wallachian Psyche when she is wandering in quest of her lost husband. Mother Sunday rules the animal world, and can collect her subjects by playing on a magic flute. She is represented as exercising authority over both birds and beasts, and in a Slovak story she bestows on the hero a magic horse. He has been sent by an unnatural mother in search of various things hard to obtain, but he is assisted in the quest by Saint Nedelya, who provides him with various magical implements, and lends him her own steed, Tatoschik, and so enables him 4 times to escape from the perils to which he has been exposed by his mother, whose mind has been entirely corrupted by an insidious dragon. But after he has returned home in safety, his mother binds him as if in sport, and the dragon chops off his head and cuts his body to pieces. His mother retains his heart, but ties up the rest of him in a bundle and sets it on Tatoschik's back. The steed carries its ghastly burden to Saint Nedelya, who soon reanimates it, and the youth becomes as sound and vigorous as a young man without a heart can be. Then the saint sends him, under the disguise of a begging piper, to the castle in which his mother dwells, and instructs him how to get his heart back again. He succeeds, and carries it in his hand to Saint Nedelya. She gives it to the bird Pelican, no mere pelican, but a magic fowl with a very long and slim neck, which puts its head down the youth's throat and restores his heart to its right place. Saint Friday and Saint Wednesday appear to belong to that class of spiritual beings, sometimes of a demoniacal disposition, with which the imagination of the old Slavonians peopled the elements. Of several of these, such as the domovoi, or house spirit, the rusalka, or naiad, and the vodnyanyi, or water sprite, I have written at length elsewhere, and therefore I will not at present quote any of the stories in which they figure, but as a specimen of the class to which such tales as these belong, here is a skazka about one of the wood spirits, or Slavonic satyrs, who are still believed by the peasants to haunt the forests of Russia. In it we see reduced to a vulgar form, and brought into accordance with everyday peasant life, the myth which appears to have given rise to endless stories about the theft and recovery of queens and princesses. The leading idea of the story is the same, but the snake, or Koshchei, has become a paltry wood demon, the hero is a mere hunter, and the princely heroine has sunk to the low caste of a priest's daughter. The Léshy. A certain priest's daughter went strolling in the forest one day, without having obtained leave from her father or her mother, and she disappeared utterly. 3 years went by. Now in the village in which her parents dwelt, there lived a bold hunter, who went daily roaming through the thick woods with his dog and his gun. One day he was going through the forest. All of a sudden his dog began to bark, and the hair of its back bristled up. The sportsman looked and saw, lying in the woodland path before him, a log, and on the log there sat a moujik plaiting a bast shoe. And as he plaited the shoe, he kept looking up at the moon, and saying with a menacing gesture, "Shine, shine, O bright moon!" The sportsman was astounded. How comes it, thinks he, that the moujik looks like that? He is still young, but his hair is grey as a badger's. He only thought these words, but the other replied, as if guessing what he meant, "Grey am I, being the devil's grandfather." Then the sportsman guessed that he had before him no mere moujik, but a Léshy. He levelled his gun, and bang! he let him have it right in the paunch. The Léshy groaned, and seemed to be going to fall across the log, but directly afterwards he got up and dragged himself into the thickets. After him ran the dog in pursuit, and after the dog followed the sportsman. He walked and came to a hill. In that hill was a fissure, and in the fissure stood a hut. He entered the hut. There on a bench lay the Léshy, stone dead, and by his side a damsel, exclaiming amid bitter tears, "Now who will give me to eat and to drink?" "Hail, fair maiden," says the hunter. "Tell me whence thou comest, and whose daughter thou art." "Ah, good youth, I know not that myself, any more than if I had never seen the free light, never known a father or mother." "Well, get ready as soon as you can. I will take you back to Holy Russia." So he took her away with him, and brought her out of the forest. And all the way he went along he cut marks on the trees. Now this damsel had been carried off by the Léshy, and had lived in his hut for 3 years. Her clothes were all worn out, or had got torn off her back, so that she was stark naked, but she wasn't a bit ashamed of that. When they reached the village, the sportsman began asking whether there was anyone there who had lost a girl. Up came the priest and cried, "Why, that's my daughter." Up came the priest's wife and cried, "Oh, thou dear child, where hast thou been so long? I had no hope of ever seeing thee again." But the girl gazed and just blinked with her eyes, understanding nothing. After a time, however, she began slowly to come back to her senses. Then the priest and his wife gave her in marriage to the hunter, and rewarded him with all sorts of good things. And they went in search of the hut in which she had lived while she was with the Léshy. Long did they wander about the forest, but that hut they never found. End of Part 3. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 3 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 4. To another group of personifications belong those of the rivers. About them many stories are current, generally having reference to their alleged jealousies and disputes. Thus it is said that when God was allotting their shares to the rivers, the Dvina did not come in time, and so failed to obtain precedence over the Dnieper. Try and get before him yourself," said the Lord. The Desna set off at full speed, but in spite of all her attempts, the Dnieper always kept ahead of her until he fell into the sea, where the Desna was obliged to join him. About the Volga and its affluent, the Vazuza, the following story is told. Vazuza and Volga. Volga and Vazuza had a long dispute as to which was the wiser, the stronger, and the more worthy of high respect. They wrangled and wrangled, but neither could gain the mastery in the dispute, so they decided upon the following course. "Let us lie down together to sleep," they said, "and whichever of us is the first to rise, and the quickest to reach the Caspian Sea, she shall be held to be the wiser of us two, and the stronger and worthier of respect." So Volga lay down to sleep. Down lay Vazuza also, but during the night Vazuza rose silently, fled away from Volga, chose the nearest and straightest line, and flowed away. When Volga awoke, she set off neither slowly nor hurriedly, but with just befitting speed. At Zubstov she came up with the Vazuza. So threatening was her mien that Vazuza was frightened, declared herself to be the Volga's younger sister, and besought Volga to take her in her arms and bear her to the Caspian Sea. And so to this day Vazuza is the first to awake in the spring, and then she arouses Volga from her wintry sleep. The government of Tula, of similar tradition, is current about the Don and the Shat, both of which flow out of Lake Ivan. Lake Ivan had two sons, Shat and Don. Shat, contrary to his father's wishes, wanted to roam abroad, so he set out on his travels, but go whither he would, he could get received nowhere. So after fruitless wanderings he returned home. But Don, in return for his constant quietness, the river is known as the Quiet Don, obtained his father's blessing, and he boldly set out on a long journey. On the way he met a raven, and asked it where it was flying.
"To the blue sea,"
answered the raven. "Let's go together." Well, they reached the sea. Don thought to himself, "If I dive right through the sea, I shall carry it away with me." "Raven," he said, "do me a service. I am going to plunge into the sea, but do you fly over to the other side. As soon as you reach the opposite shore, give a croak." Don plunged into the sea. The raven flew and croaked, but too soon. Don remained just as he appears at the present day. In White Russia there is a legend about two rivers, the beginning of which has evidently been taken from the story of Jacob and Esau. Sozh and Dnieper. There once was a blind old man called Dvina. He had two sons, the elder called Sozh, and the younger Dnieper. Sozh was of a boisterous turn, and went roving about the forests, the hills, and the plains. But Dnieper was remarkably sweet-tempered, and he spent all his time at home, and was his mother's favorite. Once, when Sozh was away from home, the old father was deceived by his wife into giving the elder son's blessing to the younger son. Thus spake Dvina while blessing him: "Dissolve, my son, into a wide and deep river. Flow past towns and bathe villages without number as far as the blue sea. Thy brother shall be thy servant. Be rich and prosperous to the end of time." Dnieper turned into a river, and flowed through fertile meadows and dreamy woods. But after 3 days Sozh returned home and began to complain. "If thou dost desire to become superior to thy brother," said his father, "speed swiftly by hidden ways, through dark untrodden forests, and if thou can outstrip thy brother, he will have to be thy servant." Away sped Sozh on the chase through untrodden places, washing away swamps, cutting out gullies, tearing up oaks by the roots. The vulture told Dnieper of this, and he put on extra speed, tearing his way through high hills rather than turn on one side. Meanwhile Sozh persuaded the raven to fly straight to Dnieper, and as soon as it had come up with him to croak 3 times, he himself was to burrow under the earth, intending to leap to the surface at the cry of the raven, and by that means to get before his brother. But the vulture fell on the raven. The raven began to croak before it had caught up to the river Dnieper. Up burst Sozh from underground, and fell straight into the waves of the Dnieper. Here is an account of the Metamorphosis of the Dnieper, the Volga, and the Dvina. The Dnieper, Volga, and Dvina used once to be living people. The Dnieper was a boy, and the Volga and Dvina his sisters. While they were still in childhood, they were left complete orphans, and as they hadn't a crust to eat, they were obliged to get their living by daily labor beyond their strength. When was that? Very long ago, say the old folks, beyond the memory even of our great-grandfathers. Well, the children grew up, but they never had even the slightest bit of good luck. Every day from morn till eve it was always toil, and merely for the day's subsistence. As for their clothing, it was just what God sent them. They sometimes found rags on the dust heaps, and with these they managed to cover their bodies. The poor things had to endure cold and hunger. Life became a burden to them. One day, after toiling hard afield, they sat down under a bush to eat their last morsel of bread, and when they had eaten it, they cried and sorrowed for a while, and considered and held counsel together as how they might manage to live, to have food and clothing, and without toiling to supply others with meat and drink. Well, this is what they resolved: to set out wandering about the wide world in search of good luck and kindly welcome, and to look for and find out the best places in which they could turn into great rivers. For that was a possible thing then. Well, they walked and walked, not 1 year only, nor 2 years, but all but 3, and they chose the places they wanted, and came to an agreement as to where the flowing of each one should begin, and all 3 of them stopped to spend the night in a swamp. But the sisters were more cunning than their brother. No sooner was the Dnieper asleep than they rose up quietly, chose the best and most sloping places, and began to flow away. When the brother awoke in the morning, not a trace of his sisters was to be seen. Then he became wroth and made haste to pursue them. But on the way he bethought himself, and decided that no man can run faster than a river, so he smote the ground and flowed in pursuit as a stream. Through gullies and ravines he rushed, and the further he went the fiercer did he become. But when he came within a few versts of the seashore, his anger calmed down, and he disappeared in the sea. And his 2 sisters, who had continued running from him during his pursuit, separated in different directions and fled to the bottom of the sea. But while the Dnieper was rushing along in anger, he drove his way between steep banks. Therefore it is that his flow is swifter than that of the Volga and the Dvina. Therefore also it is that he has many rapids and many mouths. There is a small stream which falls into Lake Ilmen on its western side, and which is called Chorny Ruchey, the Black Brook. On the banks of this brook, a long time ago, a certain man set up a mill, and the fish came and implored the stream to grant them its aid, saying, "We used to have room enough to be at our ease, but now an evil man is taking away the water from us." And the result was this: one of the inhabitants of Novgorod was angling in the brook Chorny. Up came a stranger to him, dressed all in black, who greeted him and said, "Do me a service. I will show thee a place where the fish swarm." "What is that service?" "When thou art in Novgorod, thou wilt meet a tall, big moujik in a plaited blue caftan, wide blue trousers, and a high blue hat. Say to him, 'Uncle Ilmin, the Chorny has sent thee a petition, and has told me to say that a mill has been set in his way, and thou mayest think fit to order, so shall it be.'" The Novgorod man promised to fulfill his request, and the black stranger showed him a place where the fish swarmed by the thousands. With rich booty did the fisherman return to Novgorod, where he met the moujik with the blue caftan, and gave him the petition. The Ilmen answered, Give my complaints to the Birch-Tree, and say to him about the mill, there used not to be one, and so there shall not be one." This commission also the Novgorod man fulfilled, and behold, during the night the Birch-Tree ran riotous, Lake Ilmen waxed boisterous, a tempest rose, and the raging waters swept away the mill. In old times sacrifices were regularly paid to lakes and streams in Russia, just as they were in Germany and in other lands. And even at the present day the common people are in the habit of expressing by some kind of offering their thanks to a river on which they have made a prosperous voyage. It is said that Stenka Razin, the insurgent chief of the Don Cossacks in the 17th century, once offered a human sacrifice to the Volga. Among his captives was a Persian princess to whom he was warmly attached, but one day when he was fevered with wine, as he sat at the ship's side and musingly regarded the waves, he said, "O Mother Volga, thou great river, much hast thou given me of gold and silver, and of all good things. Thou hast nursed me and nourished me, and covered me with glory and honor, but I have in no way shown thee my gratitude. Here is something for thee, take it." And with these words he caught up the princess and flung her into the water. Just as rivers might be conciliated by honor and sacrifice, so they could be irritated by disrespect. One of the old songs tells how a youth comes riding to the Smorodina and beseeches that stream to show him a ford. His prayer is granted, and he crosses to the other side. Then he takes to boasting and says, "People talk about the Smorodina, saying that no one can cross it whether on foot or on horseback, but it is no better than a pool of rainwater." But when the time comes for him to cross again, the river takes its revenge and drowns him in its depths, saying all the while, "It is not I, but thy own boasting that drowns thee." End of Part 4. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com.
Chapter 3 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Part 5. From these vocal rivers we will now turn to that elementary force by which in winter they are often rendered mute. In the story which is now about to be quoted will be found a striking personification of frost. As a general rule, winter plays by no means so important a part as might have been expected in northern tales. As in other European countries, so in Russia, the romantic stories of the people are full of pictures bathed in warm sunlight, but they do not often represent the aspect of the land when the sky is gray, and the earth is a sheet of white, and outdoor life is somber and still. Here and there, it is true, glimpses of snowy landscapes are offered by the skazkas, but it is seldom that a wintry effect is so deliberately produced in them as is the case in the following remarkable version of a well-known tale. Frost. There was once an old man who had a wife and 3 daughters. The wife had no love for the eldest of the 3, who was her stepdaughter, but was always scolding her. Moreover, she used to make her get up ever so early in the morning, and gave her all the work of the house to do. Before daybreak the girl would feed the cattle and give them to drink, fetch wood and water indoors, light the fire in the stove, give the room a wash, mend the dresses, and set everything in order. Even then her grandmother was never satisfied, but would grumble away at Marfa, exclaiming, "What a lazy bones! What a slut! Why, here's a brush not in its place, and there's something put wrong, and she's left the muck inside the house." The girl held her peace and wept. She tried in every way to accommodate herself to her stepmother and to be of service to her stepsisters, but they, taking pattern by their mother, were always insulting Marfa, quarreling with her, and making her cry. That was even a pleasure to them. As for them, they lay in bed late, washed themselves in water got ready for them, dried themselves with a clean towel, and didn't sit down to work until after dinner.
Well, our girls grew and grew, until they grew up and were old enough to be married. The old man felt sorry for his eldest daughter, whom he loved because she was industrious and obedient, never was obstinate, always did as she was bid, and never uttered a word of contradiction. But he didn't know how he was to help her in her trouble. He was feeble, his wife was a scold, and her daughters were as obstinate as they were indolent. Well, the old folks set to work to consider, the husband how he could get his daughter settled, the wife how she could get rid of the eldest one. One day she says to him,
"I say, old man, let's get Marfa married."
"Gladly," says he, slinking off to the sleeping place above the stove. But his wife called after him,
"Get up early tomorrow, old man. Harness the mare to the sledge and drive away with Marfa. And Marfa, get your things together in a basket and put on a clean shift. You're going away tomorrow on a visit."
Poor Marfa was delighted to hear of such a piece of good luck as being invited on a visit, and she slept comfortably all night. Early next morning she got up, washed herself, prayed to God, got all her things together, packed them away in proper order, dressed herself in her best things, and looked something like a lass, a bride fit for any place whatsoever. Now it was winter time, and out of doors was a rattling frost. Early in the morning, between daybreak and sunrise, the old man harnessed the mare to the sledge and led it up to the steps. Then he went indoors, sat down on the window sill, and said, "Now then, I've got everything ready."
"Sit down to table and swallow your victuals," replied the old woman.
The old man sat down to table and made his daughter sit by his side. On the table stood a pannier. He took out a loaf and cut bread for himself and his daughter. Meantime his wife served up a dish of old cabbage soup, and said,
"There, my pigeon, eat and be off. I've looked at you quite enough. Drive Martha to her bridegroom, old man. And look here, old graybeard, drive straight along the road at first, and then turn off from the road to the right, into the forest, right up to the big pine that stands on the hill, and there hand Marfa over to Morozko (Frost)."
The old man opened his eyes wide, also his mouth, and stopped eating, and the girl began lamenting.
"Now then, what are you hanging your chaps and squealing about?"
said her stepmother.
"Surely your bridegroom is a beauty, and he's that rich. Why, just see what a lot of things belong to him, the firs, the pine tops, and the birches, all in their robes of down, ways and means that anyone might envy, and he himself a bogatir."
The old man silently placed the things on the sledge, made his daughter put on a warm pelisse, and set off on the journey. After a time he reached the forest, turned off from the road, and drove across the frozen snow. When he got into the depths of the forest, he stopped, made his daughter get out, laid her basket under the tall pine, and said, "Sit here and await the bridegroom, and mind you receive him as pleasantly as you can." Then he turned his horse round and drove off homewards. The girl sat and shivered. The cold had pierced her through. She would fain have cried aloud, but she had not strength enough, only her teeth chattered. Suddenly she heard a sound. Not far off, Frost was cracking away on a fir. From fir to fir he was leaping and snapping his fingers. Presently he appeared on that very pine under which the maiden was sitting, and from above her head he cried, "Art thou warm, maiden?" "Warm, warm I am, dear Father Frost," she replied. Frost began to descend lower, all the more cracking and snapping his fingers. To the maiden said Frost, "Art thou warm, maiden? Art thou warm, fair one?" The girl could scarcely draw her breath, but still she replied, "Warm am I, Frost dear, warm am I, Father dear." Frost began cracking more than ever, and more loudly did he snap his fingers, and to the maiden he said, "Art thou warm, maiden? Art thou warm, pretty one? Art thou warm, my darling?" The girl was by this time numb with cold, and she could scarcely make herself heard as she replied, "Oh, quite warm, Frost dearest." Then Frost took pity on the girl, wrapped her up in furs, and warmed her with blankets. Next morning the old woman said to her husband,
"Drive out, old graybeard, and wake the young couple."
The old man harnessed his horse and drove off. When he came to where his daughter was, he found she was alive, and had got a good pelisse, a costly bridal veil, and a pannier with rich gifts. He stowed everything away on the sledge without saying a word, took a seat on it with his daughter, and drove back. They reached home, and the daughter fell at her stepmother's feet. The old woman was thunderstruck when she saw the girl alive, and the new pelisse and basket of linen.
"Ah, you wretch!" she cries, "but you shan't trick me."
Well, a little later the old woman says to her husband,
"Take my daughters too to their bridegroom. The presents he's made are nothing to what he'll give them."
Well, early the next morning the old woman gave her girls their breakfast, dressed them as befitted brides, and sent them off on their journey. In the same way as before, the old man left the girls under the pine. There the girls sat and kept laughing and saying, "Whatever is mother thinking of? All of a sudden to marry both of us off, as if there were no lads in our village, forsooth. Some rubbishy fellow may come, and goodness knows who he may be." The girls were wrapped up in pelisses, but for all that they felt cold. "I say, Prascovia, the frost's skinning me alive. Well, if our bridegroom doesn't come quick, we shall be frozen to death here." "Don't go talking nonsense, Mashka, as if suitors generally turned up in the forenoon. Why, it's hardly dinner time yet." "But I say, Prascovia, if only one comes, which of us will he take?" "Not you, you stupid goose." "Then it will be you, I suppose?" "Of course it will be me." "You indeed! There now, have done talking stuff and treating people like fools." Meanwhile Frost had numbed the girls' hands, and so our damsels folded them under their dress, and then went on quarrelling as before. "What, you fright, you sleepy face, you abominable shrew! Why, you don't know so much as how to begin weaving, and as to going on with it, you haven't an idea. Ah, boaster! And what is it you know? Why, nothing at all, except to go out to merrymakings and lick your lips there. We'll soon see which you'll take first." While the girls went on scolding like that, they began to freeze in downright earnest. Suddenly they both cried out at once, "Why ever is he so long coming? Do you know, you've turned quite blue." Now a good way off Frost had begun crackling, snapping his fingers and leaping from fir to fir. To the girls it sounded as if someone was coming. "Listen, Prascovia, he's coming at last, and with bells too." "Get along with you! I won't listen, my skin is peeling with cold." "And yet you're still expecting to get married?" Then they began blowing on their fingers. Nearer and nearer came Frost. At length he appeared on the pine above the heads of the girls, and said to them, "Are ye warm, maidens? Are ye warm, pretty ones? Are ye warm, my darlings?" "Oh, Frost, it's awfully cold. We're utterly perished. We're expecting a bridegroom, but the confounded fellow has disappeared." Frost slid lower down the tree, cracked away more, snapped his fingers oftener than before. "Are ye warm, maidens? Are ye warm, pretty ones?" "Get along with you! Are you blind that you cannot see our hands and feet are quite dead?" Still lower descended Frost, still more put forth his might, and said, "Are ye warm, maidens?" "Into the bottomless pit with you! Out of sight, accursed one!" cried the girls, and became lifeless forms. Next morning the old woman said to her husband, "Old man, go and get the sled harnessed. Put an armful of hay in it, and take some sheepskin wraps. I dare say the girls are half dead with cold. There's a terrible frost outside, and mind you, old greybeard, do it quickly." Before the old man could manage to get a bite, he was out of doors and on his way. When he came to where his daughters were, he found them dead. So he lifted the girls onto the sledge, wrapped a blanket around them, and covered them up with a bark mat. The old woman saw him from afar, ran out to meet him, and called out ever so loud, "Where are the girls?" "In the sledge." The old woman lifted the mat, undid the blanket, and found the girls dead. Then, like a thunderstorm, she broke out against her husband, abusing him, saying, "What have you done, you old wretch? You have destroyed my daughters, the children of my own flesh and blood. Mine never enough to be gazed on seedlings, my beautiful berries. I will thrash you with the tongs. I will give it to you with the stove rake." "That's enough, you old goose. You flattered yourself you were going to get riches, but your daughters were too stiff-necked. How was I to blame? It was you yourself would have it." The old woman was in a rage at first, and used bad language, but afterwards she made it up with her stepdaughter, and they all lived together peaceably, and thrived, and bore no malice. A neighbor made an offer of marriage, the wedding was celebrated, and Marfa is now living happily. The old man frightens his grandchildren with stories about Frost, and doesn't let them have their own way. In a variant from the Kursk government, the stepdaughter is left by her father in the open plain. There she sits, trembling and silently offering up a prayer. Frost draws near, intending to smite her and freeze her to death. But when he says to her, "Maiden, maiden, I am Frost the Red-Nosed," she replies, "Welcome, Frost. Doubtless God has sent you for my sinful soul." Pleased by her wise words, Frost throws a warm cloak over her, and afterwards presents her with robes embroidered with silver and gold, and a chest containing rich dowry. The girl puts on the robes and appears such a beauty. Then she sits on the chest and sings songs. Meantime her stepmother is baking cakes and preparing for her funeral. After a time her father sets out in search of her dead body, but the dog beneath the table barks,
"Duff, Duff! The master's daughter in silver and gold for the wedding party is borne along, but the mistress's daughter is wooed by none. Ruff!"
In vain does its mistress throw it a cake and order it to modify its remarks. It eats the cake, but it repeats its offensive observations until the stepdaughter appears in all her glory. Then the old woman's own daughter is sent afield. Frost comes to have a look at his new guest, expecting wise words from her too, but as none are forthcoming, he waxes wroth and kills her. When the old man goes to fetch her, the dog barks,
"Duff, Duff! The master's daughter will be borne along by the bridal train, but the bones of the mistress's daughter are being carried in a bag,"
and continues to bark in the same strain until the yard gates open. The old woman runs out to greet her daughter, and instead of her embraces a cold corpse. To the Russian peasants it should be observed, Moroz, our own Jack Frost, is a living personage. On Christmas Eve it is customary for the oldest man in each family to take a spoonful of kisel, a sort of pudding, and then, having put his head through the window, to cry, "Frost, Frost, come and eat kisel! Frost, Frost, do not kill our oats! Drive our flax and hemp deep into the ground!" The Cheremises have similar ideas, and are afraid of knocking the icicles off their houses, thinking that if they do so, Frost will wax wroth and freeze them to death. In one of the skazkas a peasant goes out one day to a field of buckwheat, and finds it all broken down. He goes home and tells the bad news to his wife, who says, "It is Frost who has done this. Go and find him, and make him pay for the damage." So the peasant goes into the forest, and after wandering about for some time, lights upon a path which leads him to a cottage made of ice, covered with snow, and hung with icicles. He knocks at the door, and out comes an old man, all white. This is Frost, who presents him with the magic cudgel and tablecloth which work wonders in so many of the tales. In another story a peasant meets the sun, the wind, and the frost. He bows to all three, but adds an extra salutation to the wind. This enrages the two others, and the sun cries out that he will burn up the peasant. But the wind says, "I will blow cold and temper the heat." Then the frost threatens to freeze the peasant to death, but the wind comforts him, saying, "I will blow warm and will not let you be hurt." Sometimes the frost is described by the people as a mighty smith who forges strong chains with which to bind the earth and the waters, as in the saying, "The old one has built a bridge without axe and without knife," that is, the river is frozen over. Sometimes Moroz Treskun, the crackling frost, is spoken of without disguise as the preserver of the hero who is ordered to enter a bath which has been heated red hot. Frost goes into the bath and breathes with so icy a breath that the heat of the building turns at once to cold. The story in which Frost so singularly figures is one which is known in many lands, and of which many variants are current in Russia. The jealous hatred of a stepmother who exposes her stepdaughter to some great peril has been made the theme of countless tales. What gives its special importance, as well as its poetical charm, to the skazka which has been quoted, is the introduction of Frost as the power to which the stepmother has recourse for the furtherance of her murderous plans, and by which she, in the persons of her own daughters, is ultimately punished. We have already dealt with one specimen of the skazkas of this class, the story of Vasilissa, who is sent to the Baba Yaga for a light. Another, still more closely connected with that of Frost, occurs in Khudyakhov's collection. A certain woman ordered her husband, says the story, to make away with his daughter by a previous marriage. So he took the girl into the forest and left her in a kind of hut, telling her to prepare some soup while he was cutting wood. At that time there was a gale blowing, and the old man tied a log to a tree. When the wind blew, the log rattled. She thought the old man was gone on cutting wood, but in reality he had gone away home. When the soup was ready, she called out to her father to come to dinner. No reply came from him, but there was a human head in the forest, and it replied, "I am coming immediately." And when the head arrived, it cried, "Maiden, open the door." She opened it. "Maiden, maiden, lift me over the threshold." She lifted it over. "Maiden, maiden, put the dinner on the table." She did so, and she and the head sat down to dinner. When they had dined, "Maiden, maiden," said the head, "take me off the bench." She took it off the bench, and cleared the table. It lay down to sleep on the bare floor. She lay on the bench. She fell asleep, but it went through the forest after its servants. The house became bigger. Servants, horses, everything one could think of suddenly appeared. The servants came to the maiden and said, "Get up, it's time to go for a drive." So she got into a carriage with the head, but she took a cock along with her. She told the cock to crow, it crowed. Again she told it to crow, it crowed again. And a third time she told it to crow. When it had crowed for the third time, the head fell to pieces and became a heap of golden coins. Then the stepmother sent her own daughter into the forest. Everything occurred as before until the head arrived. Then she was so frightened that she tried to hide herself, and she would do nothing for the head, which had to dish up its own dinner and eat by himself. And so, when she lay down to sleep, it ate her up. In a story in Chudinsky's collection, the stepdaughter is sent by night to watch the rye in an avin, or corn kiln. Presently a stranger appears and asks her to marry him. She replies that she has no wedding clothes, upon which he brings her everything she asks for, but she is very careful not to ask for more than one thing at a time, and so the cock crows before her list of indispensable necessaries is exhausted. The stranger immediately disappears, and she carries off her presents in triumph. The next night her stepsister is sent to the Abin, and the stranger appears as before and asks her to marry him. She also replies that she has no wedding clothes, and he offers to supply her with what she wants, whereupon, instead of asking for a number of things one after the other, she demands them all at once: stockings, garters, a petticoat, a dress, comb, earrings, a mirror, soap, white paint, and rouge, and everything which her stepsister had got. Then follows the catastrophe. The stranger brought everything all at once. "Now then," he says, "will you marry me now?" "Wait a bit," said the stepmother's daughter. "I'll wash and dress and whiten myself and rouge myself, and then I'll marry you." And straightway she set to work washing and dressing, and she hastened and hurried to get all that done. She wanted so awfully to see herself decked out as a bride. By and by she was quite dressed, but the cock had not yet crowed. "Well, madam," says he, "will you marry me now?" "I'm quite ready," says she. Thereupon he tore her to pieces. There is one other of those personifications of natural forces which play an active part in the Russian tales, about which a few words may be said. It often happens that the heroine stealer, whom the hero of the story has to overcome, is called, not by Koshchei nor the snake, but Vikhr, the whirlwind. Here is a brief analysis of part of one of the tales in which this elementary abducer figures. There was once a certain king whose wife went out one day to walk in the garden. Suddenly a gale, Vikhr, sprang up. In the gale was the Vikhr bird. Vikhr seized the queen and carried her off. She left 3 sons, and they, when they came to man's estate, said to their father, "Where is our mother? If she be dead, show us her grave. If she be living, tell us where to find her." "I myself know not where your mother is," replied the king. "Vikhr carried her off." "Well then," they said, "since Vikhr carried her off, and she is alive, give us your blessing. We will go in search of our mother." All 3 set out, but only the youngest, Prince Vasily, succeeded in climbing the steep hill whereupon stood the palace in which his mother and Vikhr lived. Entering it during Vikhr's absence, the prince made himself known to his mother, who straightway gave him to eat and concealed him in a distant apartment. hiding him behind a number of cushions so that Vikhor might not easily discover him. And she gave him these instructions: "If Vikhor comes and begins quarreling, don't come forth. If he takes to chatting, come forth and say, 'Hail, father!' and seize hold of the little finger of his right hand, and wherever he flies, do you go with him." Presently Vikhor came flying in, and addressed the queen angrily. Prince Vasily remained concealed until his mother gave him a hint to come forth. This he did, and then greeted Vikhor, and caught hold of his right little finger. Vikhor tried to shake him off, flying first about the house and then out of it, but all in vain. At last Vikhor, after soaring on high, struck the ground and fell to pieces, becoming a fine yellow sand. But the little finger remained in the possession of Prince Vasily, who scraped together the sand and burnt it in the stove. With a mention of two other singular beings who occur in the Skazkas, the present chapter may be brought to a close. The first is a certain Morpheus, who figures in the following variant of a well-known tale. There was a king, and he had a daughter with whom a general who lived over the way fell in love. But the king would not let him marry her unless he went to where none had been, and brought back thence what none had seen. After much consideration, the general set out and travelled over swamps, hills, and rivers. At last he reached a wood in which was a hut, and inside the hut was an old crone. To her he told his story, after hearing which she cried out, "Ho there, Morphe, dish up the meal!" And immediately a dinner appeared, of which the old crone made the general partake. And next day she presented that cook to the general, ordering him to serve the general honourably as he served her. The general took the cook and departed. By and by he came to a river, and was appealed to for food by a shipwrecked crew. "Morphe, give them to eat!" he cried, and immediately excellent viands appeared, with which the mariners were so pleased that they gave the general a magic volume in exchange for his cook, who, however, did not stay with them, but secretly followed his master. A little later the general found another shipwrecked crew, who gave him in exchange for his cook a sabre and a towel, each of magic power. Then the general returned to his own city, and his magic properties enabled him to convince the king that he was an eligible suitor for the hand of the princess. The other is a mysterious personage whose name is O. The story in which he appears is one with which many countries are familiar, and of which numerous versions are to be found in Russia. A father sets out with his boy for the bazaar, hoping to find a teacher there who will instruct the child in such science as establishes people to work little, and feed delicately, and dress well. After walking a long way, the man becomes weary and exclaims, "Oh, I am so tired!" Immediately there appears an old magician, who says, "Why do you call me?" "I didn't call you," replies the old man. "I don't even know who you are." "My name is O," said the magician, "and you cried 'Oh!' Where are you taking that boy?" The father explains what it is he wants, and the magician undertakes to give the boy the requisite education, charging 1 assignat rouble for a year's tuition. The teacher in this story is merely called a magician, but as in other Russian versions of it, his counterpart is always described as being demoniacal, and is often openly styled a devil. It may be assumed that O belongs to the supernatural order of things. It is often very difficult, however, to distinguish magicians from fiends in Storyland, the same powers being generally wielded, and that for the same purposes, by the one set of beings as by the other. Of those powers, and of the end to which the stories represent them as being turned, some mention will be made in the next chapter. End of Part 5. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. Chapter 4 of Russian Fairy Tales by William Ralston SHEDDEN-RALSTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Magic and Witchcraft, Part 1. Most of the magical properties of the Skazka drama closely resemble those which have already been rendered familiar to us by well-known folk tales.
Of such as these, of caps of darkness, of 7-leagued boots, of magic cudgels, of Fortunatus's purses, and the like, it is unnecessary for the present to say more than that they are of as common occurrence in Slavonic as in other stories. But there are some among them which materially differ from their counterparts in more western lands, and are therefore worthy of special notice. To the latter class belong the dolls, of which mention has already been made, and the waters of life and death, of which I am now about to speak. A water of life plays an important part in the folk tales of every land. When the hero of a fairy story has been done to death by evil hands, his resuscitation by means of a healing and vivifying lotion or ointment follows almost as a matter of course, and by common consent the raven, or some sort of crow, is supposed to know where this invaluable specific is to be found, a knowledge which it shares with various supernatural beings as well as with some human adepts in magic, and sometimes with the snake. In all these matters the Russian and the Western tales agree, but the skazka differs from most stories of its kind in this respect, that it almost invariably speaks of 2 kinds of magic waters as being employed for the restoration of life. We have already seen in the story of Marya Morevna that one of these, sometimes called the Mrtvaya voda, the dead water, or water of death, when sprinkled over a mutilated corpse, heals all its wounds, while the other, which bears the name of Zhivaya voda, the living water, or water of life, endows it once more with vitality. As a general rule, the 2 waters of which mention is made in the skazkas possess the virtues and are employed in the manner mentioned above, but there are cases in which their powers are of a different nature. Sometimes we meet with 2 magic fluids, one which heals all wounds and restores sight to the blind and vigor to the cripple, while the other destroys all that it touches. Sometimes also recourse is had to magic draughts of 2 kinds, the one of which strengthens him who quaffs it, while the other produces the opposite effect. Such liquors as these are known as the waters of strength and weakness, and are usually described as being stowed away in the cellar of some many-headed snake. For the snake is often mentioned as the possessor, or at least the guardian, of magic fluids. Thus one of the skazkas speaks of a wondrous garden in which are 2 springs of healing and vivifying water, and round that garden is coiled like a ring a mighty serpent. Another tells how a flying snake brought 2 heroes to a lake, into which they flung a green bough, and immediately the bough broke into flame and was consumed. Then it took them to another lake, into which they cast a mouldy log, and the log straightway began to put forth buds and blossoms. In some cases the magic waters are the property, not of a snake, but of one of the mighty heroines who so often occur in these stories, and who bear so great a resemblance to Brunhilde, as well as in other respects as in that of her enchanted sleep. Thus in one of the skazkas an aged king dreams that beyond the thrice 9 lands, in the 13th country, there is a fair maiden from whose hands and feet water is flowing, of which water he who drinks will become 30 years younger. His sons go forth in search of this youth-giving liquid, and after many adventures the youngest is directed to the golden castle in which lives the fair maiden whom his father has seen in his vision. He has been told that when she is awake her custom is to divert herself in the green fields with her Amazon host. For 9 days she rambles about, and then for 9 days she sleeps a heroic slumber. The prince hides himself among the bushes near the castle, and sees a fair maiden come out of it surrounded by an armed band, and all the band consists of maidens, each one more beautiful than the other, and the most beautiful
the most never enough to be gazed upon, is the queen herself. For 9 days he watches the fair band of Amazons as they ramble about. On the 10th day all is still, and he enters the castle. In the midst of her slumbering guards sleeps the queen on a couch of down, the healing water flowing from her hands and feet. With it he fills 2 flasks, and then he retires. When the queen awakes, she becomes conscious of the theft and pursues the prince. Coming up with him, she slays him with a single blow, but then takes compassion on him and restores him to life. In another version of the story, the precious fluid is contained in a flask, which is hidden under the pillows of the slumbering Tsar maiden. The prince steals it and flees, but he bears on him the weight of sin, and so, when he tries to clear the fence which girds the enchanted castle, his horse strikes one of the cords attached to it, and the spell is broken which maintains the magic sleep in which the realm is locked. The Tsar maiden pursues the thief, but does not succeed in catching him. He is killed, however, by his elder brothers, who cut him into small pieces, and then take the flask of magic water to their father. The murdered prince is resuscitated by the mythical bird known by the name of the Zhar Ptitsa, which collects his scattered fragments, puts them together, and sprinkles them first with dead water, and then with live water, conveyed for that purpose in its beak, after which the prince gets up, thanks his reviver, and goes his way. One of the numerous variants of the story in which a prince is exposed to various dangers by his sister, who is induced to plot against his life by her demon lover, the snake. The hero is sent in search of a healing and vivifying water, preserved between 2 lofty mountains, which cleave closely together, except during 2 or 3 minutes of each day. He follows his instructions, rides to a certain spot, and there awaits the hour at which the mountains fly apart. Suddenly a terrible hurricane arose, a mighty thunder smote, and the 2 mountains were torn asunder. Prince Ivan spurred his heroic steed, flew like a dart between the mountains, dipped 2 flasks in the waters, and instantly turned back. He himself escapes safe and sound, but the hind legs of his horse are caught between the closing cliffs and smashed to pieces. The magic waters, of course, soon remedy this temporary inconvenience. In a Slovak version of this story, a murderous mother sends her son to 2 mountains, each of which is cleft open once in every 24 hours, the one opening at midday and the other at midnight, the former disclosing the water of life, the latter the water of death. In a similar story from the Ukraine, mention is made of 2 springs of healing and life-giving water, which are guarded by iron-beaked ravens, and the way to which lies between grinding hills. The fox and the hare are sent in quest of the magic fluid. The fox goes and returns in safety, but the hare on her way back is not in time quite to clear the meeting cliffs, and her tail is jammed in between them. Since that time, hares have had no tails. On the waters of strength and weakness much stress is laid in many of the tales about the many-headed snakes which carry off men's wives and daughters to their metallic castles. In one of these, for instance, the golden-haired Queen Anastasia has been torn away by a whirlwind from her husband Tsar Bielyanin, the White King. As the variant of the story already quoted, her sons go in search of her, and the youngest of them, finding 3 palaces, the first of copper, the second of silver, the third of gold, each containing a princess held captive by Vichor, the whirlwind, comes to a 4th palace gleaming with diamonds and other precious stones. In it he discovers his long-lost mother, who gladly greets him, and at once takes him into Vichor's cellar. Here is the account of what ensued. When they entered the cellar, there stood 2 tubs of water, the one on the right hand, the other on the left. Says the queen, "Take a draught of the water that stands on the right hand." Prince Ivan drank of it. "Now then, how strong do you feel?" said she. "So strong that I could upset the whole palace with one hand," he replied. "Come now, drink again." The prince drank once more. "How strong do you feel now?" she asked. "Why, now, if I wanted, I could give the whole world a jolt." "Oh, that's plenty then. Now make these tubs change places. That which stands on the right set on the left, and that which is on the left change to the right." Prince Ivan took the tubs and made them change places. Says the queen, "See now, my dear son, in one of these tubs is the water of strength, in the other is the water of weakness. He who drinks of the former becomes a mighty hero, but he who drinks of the second loses all his vigor. Vikhor always quaffs the strong water and places it on the right-hand side. Therefore you must deceive him, or you will never be able to hold out against him." The queen proceeds to tell her son, when Vikhor comes home, he must hide beneath her purple cloak and watch for an opportunity of seizing her gaoler's magic mace. Vikhor will fly about till he is tired, and will then have recourse to what he supposes is the strong water. This will render him so feeble that the prince will be able to kill him. Having received these instructions, and having been warned not to strike Vikhor after he is dead, the prince conceals himself. Suddenly the day becomes darkened, the palace quivers, and Vikhor arrives. Stamping on the ground, he becomes a noble gallant, who enters the palace, holding in his hands a battle mace. This Prince Ivan seizes, and a long struggle takes place between him and Vikhor, who flies away with him over seas and into the clouds. At last Vikhor becomes exhausted, and seeks the place where he expects to find the invigorating draught on which he is accustomed to rely. The result is as follows. Dropping right into his cellar, Vikhor ran to the tub which stood on the right, and began drinking the water of weakness. But Prince Ivan rushed to the left, quaffed a deep draught of the water of strength, and became the mightiest hero in the whole world. Then, seeing that Vikhor was perfectly enfeebled, he snatched from him his keen falchion, and with a single blow struck off his head. Behind him voices began to cry, strike again, or he will come to life." "No," said the prince, "a hero's hand does not strike twice, but finishes its work with a single blow." And straightway he lighted a fire, burnt the head and the trunk, and scattered the ashes to the winds. The part played by the water of strength in this story may be compared with the important share which the exhilarating juice of the Soma plant assumes in bracing Indra for his conflict with the hostile powers in the atmosphere, and Vikhor's sudden debility with that of Indra when the Asura Namuchi drank up Indra's strength along with a draught of wine and Soma. Sometimes, as has already been remarked, one of the two magic waters is even more injurious than the water of weakness. The following may be taken as a specimen of the stories in which there is introduced a true water of death, one of those deadly springs which bear the same relation to the healing and vivifying founts that the enfeebling bears to the strengthening water. The Baba Yaga who figures in it, as is so often the case, replaced by a snake, in the variant to which allusion has already been made. The Blind Man and the Cripple. In a certain kingdom there lived a king and queen. They had a son, Prince Ivan, and to look after that son was appointed a tutor named Katoma. The king and queen lived to a great age, but then they fell ill, and despaired of ever recovering. So they sent for Prince Ivan and strictly enjoined him, "When we are dead, do you in everything respect and obey Katoma. If you obey him, you will prosper. If you choose to be disobedient, you will perish like a fly." The next day the king and queen died. Prince Ivan buried his parents, and took to living according to their instructions. Whatever he had to do, he always consulted his tutor about it. Some time passed by. The prince attained to man's estate, and began to think about getting married. So one day he went to his tutor and said, "Katoma, I'm tired of living alone. I want to marry." "Well, Prince, what is to prevent you? You're of an age at which it's time to think about a bride. Go into the great hall. There is a collection there of the portraits of all the princesses in the world. Look at them and choose for yourself, whichever pleases you, to send her a proposal of marriage." Prince Ivan went into the great hall and began examining the portraits, and the one that pleased him the best was that of Princess Anna the Fair. Such a beauty! The like of her wasn't to be found in the whole world. Underneath her portrait were written these words: "If anyone asks her a riddle and she does not guess it, him she shall marry, but he whose riddle she guesses shall have his head chopped off." Prince Ivan read this inscription, became greatly afflicted, and went off to his tutor. "I have been in the great hall," says he, "and I picked out for my bride Anna the Fair, only I don't know whether it's possible to win her." "Yes, Prince, she's hard to get. If you go alone you won't win her anyhow, but if you will take me with you, and if you will do what I tell you, perhaps the affair can be managed." Prince Ivan begged Katoma to go with him, and gave his word of honor to obey him whether in joy or grief. Well, they got ready for the journey, and set off to sue for the hand of Princess Anna the Fair. They travelled for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and traversed many countries. Says Prince Ivan, "We've been travelling all this time, uncle, and now we're approaching the country of Princess Anna the Fair, and yet we don't know what riddle to propound." "We shall manage to think of one in good time," replied Katoma. They went a little farther. Katoma was looking down on the road, and on it lay a purse full of money. He lifted it up directly, poured all the money out of it into his own purse, and said, "Here's a riddle for you, Prince Ivan. When you come into the presence of the princess, propound the riddle to her in these words: As we were coming, we saw good lying on the road, and we took up good with good, and placed it with our own good." That riddle she won't guess in a lifetime, but any other one she would find out directly. She would only have to look in her magic book, and as soon as she had guessed it, she'd order your head to be cut off. Well, at last Prince Ivan and his tutor arrived at the lofty palace in which lived the fair princess. At that moment she happened to be out on the balcony, and when she saw the newcomers, she sent out to know whence they came and what they wanted. Prince Ivan replied, "I have come from such and such a kingdom, and I wish to sue for the hand of Princess Anna the Fair." When she was informed of this, the princess gave orders that the prince should enter the palace, and there, in the presence of all the princes and boyars of her council, should propound his riddle. "I've made this compact," she said. "Anyone whose riddle I cannot guess, him I must marry, but anyone whose riddle I can guess, him I may put to death." "Listen to my riddle, fair princess," said Prince Ivan. "As we came along we saw a good lying on the road, and we took up the good with good, and placed it in our own good." Princess Anna the Fair took her magic book, and began turning over its leaves and examining the answers of riddles. She went right through the book, but she didn't get at the meaning she wanted. Thereupon the princess and boyars of her council decided that the princess must marry Prince Ivan. She wasn't at all pleased, but there was no help for it, and so she began to get ready for the wedding. Meanwhile she considered within herself how she could spin out the time and do away with the bridegroom, and she thought the best way would be to overwhelm him with tremendous tasks. So she called Prince Ivan and said to him, "My dear Prince Ivan, my destined husband, it is meet that we should prepare for the wedding. Pray do me this small service. On such and such a spot in my kingdom there stands a lofty iron pillar. Carry it into the palace kitchen, and chop it into small chunks by way of fuel for the cook." "Excuse me, princess," replied the prince. "Was it to chop fuel that I came here? Is that the proper sort of employment for me? I have a servant for that kind of thing, Katoma Dyadka, of the oaken shapka." The prince straightway called for his tutor, and ordered him to drag the iron pillar into the kitchen, and to chop it into small chunks by way of fuel for the cook. Katoma went to the spot indicated by the princess, seized the pillar in his arms, brought it into the palace kitchen, and broke it into little pieces. But 4 of the iron chips he put into his pocket, saying, They'll prove useful by and by." Next day the princess says to Prince Ivan, "My dear prince, my destined husband, tomorrow we will go to the wedding. I will drive in a carriage, but you should ride on a heroic steed, and it is necessary that you should break him in beforehand." "I break a horse in myself. I keep a servant for that." Prince Ivan called Katoma and said, "Go into the stable and tell the grooms to bring forth the heroic steed. Sit upon him and break him in. Tomorrow I've got to ride him to the wedding." Katoma fathomed the subtle device of the princess, but without stopping long to talk, he went into the stable and told the grooms to bring forth the heroic steed. 12 grooms were mustered. They unlocked 12 locks, opened 12 doors, and brought forth a magic horse bound in 12 chains of iron. Katoma went up to him. No sooner had he managed to seat himself than the magic horse leaped up from the ground and soared higher than the forest, higher than the standing forest, lower than the flitting cloud. Firm sat Katoma, with one hand grasping the mane. With the other he took from his pocket an iron chunk, and began taming the horse with it between the ears. But he had used up one chunk. He betook himself to another, and when 2 were used up, he took to a third. When 3 were used up, the 4th came into play, and so grievously did he punish the heroic steed that it could not hold out any longer, but cried aloud with a human voice, "Batyushka Katoma, don't utterly deprive me of life in the white world. Whatever you wish, that do you order. All shall be done according to your will." "Listen, O meat for dogs," answered Katoma. "Tomorrow Prince Ivan will ride you to the wedding. Now mind, when the grooms bring you out into the courtyard, and the prince goes up to you and lays his hand on you, do you stand quietly, not moving so much as an ear. And when he is seated on your back, do you sink into the earth right up to your fetlocks, and then move under him with a heavy step, just as if an immeasurable weight had been placed upon your back." The heroic steed listened to the order, and sank to earth scarcely alive. Katoma seized him by the tail and flung him close to the stable, crying, "Ho there, coachman and grooms! Carry out this dog's meat to its stall." The next day arrived. The time drew near for going to the wedding. The carriage was brought round for the princess, and the heroic steed for Prince Ivan. The people were gathered together from all sides, a countless number. The bride and bridegroom came out from the white stone halls. The princess got into the carriage and waited to see what would become of Prince Ivan, whether the magic horse would fling his curls to the wind and scatter his bones across the open plain. Prince Ivan approached the horse, laid his hand upon its back, and placed his foot in the stirrup. The horse just stood as if petrified, didn't so much as wag an ear. The prince got on its back. The magic horse sank into the earth up to its fetlocks. The 12 chains were taken off the horse. It began to move with an even, heavy pace, while the sweat poured off it just like hail. "What a hero! What immeasurable strength!" cried the people as they gazed upon the prince. So the bride and bridegroom were married, and then they began to move out of the church, holding each other by the hand. The princess took it into her head to make one more trial of Prince Ivan, so she squeezed his hand so hard that he could not bear the pain. His face became suffused with blood, his eyes disappeared beneath his brows. "A fine sort of hero you are," thought the princess. "Your tutor has tricked me splendidly, but you shan't get off for nothing." Princess Anna the Fair lived for some time with Prince Ivan, as a wife ought to live with a God-given husband, flattered him in every way in words, but in reality never thought of anything except by what means she could get rid of Katoma. End of Part 1. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com